All right. Good morning, everybody. Today's date is June 4th, 2025. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in our office in New York City with video conferencing to our offices in Albany and Buffalo. This meeting is also being live streamed on the authority's YouTube channel, where you can find the recordings of our past meetings. Present today are Chair Lily Fan, Commissioner Edgar De Leon, and Commissioner John Maya. Staff in attendance, General Counsel Shannon Carney Sarfo, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Maureen Hughes, and myself, Secretary Roper. The next regular meeting dates are June 25th, July 16th, and August 6th. While in the meeting rooms, please silence your cell phones and take any phone calls or conversations outside. Items will be called in the order they are signed in. First in Buffalo, then Albany, and then in New York City. There are a few exceptions. When we have items that need an interpreter, they will be called when the interpreter arrives. For New York City, we do call items early if they have a representative from a community board present to promote community input. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their clients who are present. Chair, do you have any announcements?
I just want to quickly, in the event that you guys did not read this in the news, our two per diem commissioners were both confirmed again by the state Senate for another 3-year term, and I congratulate the commissioners. Really grateful for their hard work and their input here at the agency. I was in their shoes for many years, so I very, very much, beyond you would understand how much I appreciate them showing up. This is a thankless job, and so I invite you to congratulate them. All right, let's go.
All right, so there are a couple items I'm going to call before Buffalo. But the first one, due to a potentially medical issue, is number 19, TULUM Restaurant, Inc., and they are here in New York City.
Thank you, and thank you for the making these arrangements. I'm Robert Romano. I'm here with Francesca Caballero Rivera, who is, along with, I don't know if you have a name yet, her fourth child. And we are here seeking additional hours for TULUM Restaurant in Lake Street in Newburgh. They came to this, to the board 3 years ago. And the board had expressed an interest in extending the hours if and only if they had a minimum of a year compliant operation. I believe it's been 3 years at this point. They're just seeking additional hours on Thursday, Friday, Saturdays to 1 a.m. and incorporating a disc jockey, a DJ till 11 p.m. on those evenings, and on Sunday afternoons for brunch, Sunday 11 to 5.
So the DJ is going to end at 11 o'clock?
Yes,
Is that right?
yes.
Okay, you sure about that? Because
If we would be happy if you gave it to midnight, we're trying not to bite off more than you're willing to give.
are there residents on that street?
People live on the street? What's on the street?
No, on the street, it's just a bunch of,
It's a commercial strip?
yeah, it's a commercial strip.
All right, so I'm not trying to be overly generous. It's just hard for us to have multiple different end times for things, and then it gets into a problem. So right now you're closing at midnight, and I see no problems, no record, no complaints, right?
That's the Bailey.
Who's that?
It's in the compliance memo.
Wait, who's that? You want to ask if that guy is? You want to sit down?
Yeah. So Romano,
Yes.
can you tell us who Marlon Jasmine Marte is?
I believe that was the issue that came up at the original hearing, and it satisfied the board that she was somebody who was accused of availing, if I'm not mistaken, back then, and my client had no, there was a time where they worked, I believe, at a similar restaurant, at same restaurant, but had no, she has no interest whatsoever in this place that I'm aware of.
Let me ask something.
Do you have any connection
You
to,
guys want to,
You need to go on a break?
yeah, do you have any
We're
connection
gonna-
you want
to
us to come?
Marlene? You know
We're gonna
who
go
she
on
was,
a
though, remember from the last
Quick
night?
break for a conference with council. We'll be back on shortly.
I don't see anything in the compliance memo.
My client did
One
say
second.
that,
All right, we're back on the record
my,
after a
my
conference.
client did tell me that that was an issue 3 years ago.
Yeah.
She has no contact with her. And, you know,
Yeah, I might have, in fact, I will say that you know, you read a lot of stuff for this stuff. So I read that portion thinking it came from a recent report.
No,
It
no.
actually did not.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm okay with that. But we do have a question about congratulations. Who's going to run the business while you're,
that is why this gentleman is right here.
okay?
Darian Castile, and he is an experienced restaurant manager who for, you said 4 weeks, but I find that very short period of time, but she's insisting that 4 weeks she will be back. It is
Okay.
her fourth child, so she's,
Oh, it's a fourth.
so
She'll be
she,
back in 4 weeks.
Do we have a personal questionnaire for him as a manager?
it's, if you'd like, we can have one submitted. He's going to be there, as I said, 4 to 6 weeks, I would
Yeah.
say.
Just
So-
temporary, and then you're not keeping him?
No, I help out in the front of the house. She's mainly in the kitchen, and I usually help out in the front.
Right, so you work there as a manager, like,
Well-
Yeah.
long-term, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so can
Okay,
I
so
have a
we'll-
personal questionnaire, please, Morano?
You can.
Okay, so I'm gonna do 1 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'm gonna allow DJs, and I'm not gonna put a time frame around the DJ.
Thank you very much.
And you want to make a condition
And the condition
Yeah,
on
the
a,
condition is the personal questionnaire.
right, we'll have that to you within 48 hours.
Commissioner De Leon,
I vote to approve with the same conditions. Congratulations. Okay.
Commissioner Maya.
Approve. Okay.
Thank you very much, and again, thank you for the accommodation.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck.
So the next item, if you want to, do you want to hear the county hours one? Pull that first, or do you want to move it on?
I don't, no, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so we'll
I mean,
move.
if you want to, it doesn't, it's up to,
It's fine. We'll move on to Buffalo. The first item is number 9. It's Buffalo Value Wine and Spirits LLC.
9.
There's opposition to this.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Piakowski, if you could just put you and your client's name on the record. Oh, I think your mic's off for the speakers.
Oh,
There we go.
Sorry.
Good morning, members. Jacob Kierkowski for the applicant, and I'm joined by Gerdiel Mathan.
9.
And then we have opposition, so.
Yes, Tracy John, and I'm here with Gurmit Singh and Adam Joyce.
What number?
9.
And so we were here last time. One of the opposers has a brief statement that he would like to make, but otherwise we'll generally rely on what we submitted, that we just believe that a bourbon-centric liquor store and one of this size is not appropriate for this particular location. The reasons that we've set forth in our written argument.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners, Chair, for your time today. I'll be brief. I just wanted to add some details and some context to the points that were made in our brief. Firstly, on the subject of barrel pick bourbons, I remember the last time we were in here. There
I'm
was a little
sorry,
bit of-
what store do you represent?
I represent Roundabout Wine and Spirit. Sorry about that.
Roundabout.
That's okay.
Yep, that's Roundabout. Firstly, on the subject of barrel pick bourbons, there was a little bit of confusion, I thought, last time where we weren't necessarily familiar with that product. They're not new, they're not unique, and they're not exclusive to the proposed store. Any retailer may purchase a single barrel of their liking from renowned, well-known distillers all the way down to boutique, small, local operations. Representatives from my distributors that come to visit me pitch me barrel picks on a monthly basis. They've been in the marketplace for years. Many stores all over the Buffalo area have, do, and will continue to carry them. The market for them is well served in the area, with dozens of them being available at any given moment right now. The proposed store seeks to serve public convenience by becoming a destination for barrel pick bourbons, and I find that prospect tenuous, given the fact that there are destinations already all over the area that offer them at this moment. And secondly, the proposed store's plan sought to commit upwards of 30% of their retail space to single barrel products. This apparently means that their store would not be in competition with mine, since their offerings would be so distinct. The proposed location is approximately 2,000 square feet of retail space, and if they commit 30% of that to single barrel offerings, they're left with 1,400 square feet of retail space, which is coincidentally the exact same amount of retail space as my store. In an environment of declining sales and an industry-wide contraction on wine and spirits in general, I don't understand how public need or convenience is served by an identical amount of retail space filled with identical products less than a mile from mine. That's all. Thank you, folks.
Hear from the app now, or does the opposition have anything else?
No, I think that's it.
So,
We have nothing further. Unless you have any questions, we have nothing further.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thanks. Good morning again, members. Thank you for allowing us to come back to explain a little bit more about our business model and what we're looking to offer and why this store does meet the standard of public convenience and advantage. At the outset, you just heard opposition that the single barrel model is readily available. I would wholeheartedly disagree with that. In fact, the 4 closest stores don't offer single barrel bourbons. My client and I have been in all of the stores in the area, and these are products that are not offered there. Moreover, there's no store in the Western New York area that has a bourbon-centric focus. It's just not there. And while the opposition may say that sales are declining, I think there's some data that we've provided in our submission that show different trends for bourbon. And specifically, the 4 closest stores all have increasing sales, and there's just no way around it. What I've submitted as Exhibit A in my submission is a Yahoo Finance article that talks about the bourbon industry growing to a $12 billion industry in the next 5 years. What they note in there, what I quote in my submission, which I think is noteworthy here, is that they see a drive in that industry because of what they say is a focus on premium experiences, and they're also seeing a surge in interest for bourbons with unique aging processes and special barrel finishes. So this is exactly what my client's looking to offer.
Right, but you're only really committing to 35% bourbon, right?
That's what we're, yes.
So I'm not really finding it. I feel like this is just a way to get the store, and then you're really the 65% that's not bourbon. Like, you know, you're spending a lot of time on something that's not really the majority of your business. If you come here and say 85%, that would be different. So, who owned the 2 stores where he's been cashiers at?
One is my dad, just one marathon, and the other one is just my lady that I know, it's Sequinder Corp.
So one of the stores your father owns, and the other, it's a community member, it's a family member, family friend, or what?
Community.
Friend from the
community.
Friend from the community.
Owner of the building is your mother,
Yes.
and she just bought this building. What else is in the building?
It's just vacant right now. There's nothing going on. We're trying to
Are there
optimize.
residents above your store, or is really just bought the building to have this liquor store there?
No, it's just a commercial building.
There's no
No
residential tenants.
No residents.
So you disclosed $55,000. I'm not sure how, with all of this bells and whistles that you're offering, that somehow you're able to do this whole setup for $55,000.
Go ahead.
Respectfully, Chairman, I do have some more money in my bank, and if needed, I can always come back to it and use it.
So how much are you actually planning to spend to open this business?
Well, Chair, we've shown over almost $120,000 that Mr. Mathon has available in his name. So $55,000 was the projected opening. If the interior photos, the building needs very little other than shelving, so it doesn't need an extensive build out.
And where did the $125,000? He's been a cashier at 2 stores since 2018. That's the past 8 years. You haven't disclosed any other employment, so.
No, I've been saving up for quite some time. I live with my parents and just been saving up a long period of time. I don't have too many expenses. And once approved, I will move out and be independent.
I think the other thing to add here, which was a question that came up last time, is the proximity to the highway. We include in our submission as Exhibit C a photograph of Mr. Mathon standing in the parking lot of the store, pointing at the highway directly behind him. That stretch of highway right there has almost 200,000 vehicles a day, and it's the main thoroughfare to the airport, which has 2.5 million deplanements a year. It's the 3rd busiest airport in New York State. The intention here with this location is to create a destination store where people coming from the downtown core out to the airport or the suburbs are going to stop at that store. The intention is not to try to cannibalize the opposition who's in a top supermarket plaza and take away business from him. These are very
All
different
right,
customer
well, if
bases.
you want a bourbon store, would you commit to 80% bourbon?
Would you do 80%?
Sure.
Yes.
Can I just ask a quick question? Who you work for, the ESL, they have the same last name as you. You are not related to them? There's no family relationship there?
For ESL? No, there's no family relationship there, no.
It's just his father's store at Sing Prem.
How far are you from the Galleria?
Galleria would be
10 minutes?
about 10 minutes, yeah, I would say.
How much? How many miles?
Oh, probably 2 to 3. I'm guessing, Commissioner.
About 3, yeah.
What's that?
About 3, yeah.
So we have the largest mall in the area, we have the airport, and we have the downtown expressway, all right adjacent to this store, or relatively adjacent to this location. I mean, the Sheriff, we're committing to 80% bourbon. I think opposition's argument completely fails in the fact that this is a bourbon-centric store. This is a business model that is not repeated elsewhere in the region.
I mean, I want to allow the record to reflect that while numbers may be increasing for the past year or so, but generally they're significantly decreased over if you look at the 4-year period, especially for the closest and the third and the fourth closest store. One that's justifiably increasing is the second closest store, so.
And just respectfully, Chair, I would offer that those numbers obviously include 2020 and 2021, and that we're seeing increases from 24 to 20 compared to 23. So while there is a downtick from the COVID surge, it seems that these numbers across the board are on an uptick as of recent.
All right, go ahead.
All right, members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon.
I am ready.
All right.
Regarding the numbers, everybody knows how I do my comparison. The two closest stores I do see showing a decrease from 2024 to 2020, going into 2024 from 2023. But the two furthest ones show an increase for me in 2024, so they go up. As I look in the map photo here, I see that the stores are pretty spread out. This is a vacant retail store that has significant amount of support from the councilman, from elected officials, the town supervisor also. And the applicant has committed to 80% bourbon, which does distinguish him from the other stores. So with all that being considered, I will vote to approve.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mann.
I'm just going to note that there's about $10.5 million in sales in this radius. And Route 33 is a massively busy road. The Galleria is a huge shopping destination. There's also Walmart, Wegmans, and you're north of 33, although Roundabout is also. So I vote to approve on public convenience and advantage, but I would approve with no restrictions. If you're stipulating to 80%, then I'll take it that way.
All right, so I also want to note that there's a lot of political support here, you know, when there, sad to say that, you know, there is such a thing as too many, when I'm getting a lot of different letters from a lot of different people that don't say anything about the candidate, that really, that none of them say that I know him personally, but that they are supporting it. It just really of significant concern why these letters are coming in. However, I take them, you know, as face value, and I'm going to vote to approve. Council has made a lot of arguments about why we in this area needs a bourbon-focused store, so I'm going to hold you to 80%, and we will check. And if you're not doing 80% bourbon, we're going to come back here and we're going to cancel it.
And Commissioner De Leon, you wanted to make the 80% part of the license?
Yeah.
Yep. And Commissioner Maya said no restrictions, but approved. Okay. All right, so you've been approved with 80% bourbon.
Thank you. Thank you, members.
Next is number 50, LUNATE LLC.
Good morning, members. Jacob Pierkowski, joined by the licensee, Jonathan Crane of LUNATE LLC. We're here just to offer cancel and bond on this matter.
50.
All right, I'll accept 50 cancel and bond.
Commissioner De Leon
So will I.
and Commissioner Mayo.
Cancel bond.
Thank you, members.
Next is 64D, Liquor Empire LLC.
All right, can we vote no on recalling there?
64D is a request for
I
reconsideration.
need to catch up.
All right, so who's the applicant?
Good morning, Attorney Matt Lazaro with, on behalf of Liquor Empire. This is Kayla Tawari, the applicant.
We also
Alright,
have
so-
opposition for this as well.
Okay, that's fine. Can we just argue reconsideration and vote on that as first? I appreciate the opposition for showing up, but if we vote no on recon, we don't need to move forward. Go ahead.
Sure, this is our request for reconsideration. Last time we were here, our application was denied and there were two main issues that I believe the board raised. The first was you didn't want to have a bulletproof store. I submitted pictures that she took down all the plastic and will operate without the bulletproof glass, and she's prepared to effectuate any security. And she's got cameras set up for security. And the other issue the board raised was what her relationship was to the previous owner. And I personally met with her and Mr. Bilal Yusafazi, who we went over we submitted an affidavit on what his relationship was, the circumstances on the purchase of the property, and that he lives as a truck driver in Michigan, has absolutely no contact with the applicant since she purchased the property from him. So I believe we addressed the two main concerns that the board had, and we want to move forward with our application and answer any questions that you might have in addition.
The member.
So for reconsideration, you have to provide this board with what is different. So the only thing, the thing that's different is that you're no longer bulletproof, is that right?
That's correct. And to clarify the issue with the previous owner.
We didn't find credibility at the hearing when we had an opportunity to question. Counsel is submitting an affidavit and telling us that it is credible over what we saw at the hearing, and we certainly can't question an affidavit. I'd like to hear what are the facts that we overlooked or the law that we misinterpreted? Or are there new facts that were not available to be presented at the time of the hearing so we can, just like we would in any renew, re-argue application?
Well, I think the new facts are the affidavit from the previous owner stating what the circumstances were with the sale.
We can't question the owner.
I don't know. How do you feel about it?
And my client is here, and her husband is here as well, that can answer any questions in furtherance of that issue as additional facts.
I mean, that's the first step. I think you can ask. I don't know her.
All right. Do you want to vote on the request for reconsideration, or do you have further questions?
I think we're ready.
Okay, yeah, yeah. I know if you were still reading something. So on the request for reconsideration, Commissioner De Leon.
Okay. You know, for me, I look at reconsideration as I would in any other venue. The facts in law that were overlooked, have we misinterpreted the law in any way? Are there new facts that change, or has there been a change in the law that was not available when the case was originally presented? I have not heard that. Also, I don't know that the affidavit is going to supersede the determination that we made at the hearing when we were able to make questions. So respectfully, I have to deny the request for reconsideration.
Commissioner Maya.
Yeah, for the same reason stated by Commissioner, I deny.
And Chair.
All right, I also deny reconsideration. We voted together after a long discussion here at the last board meeting, and we voted unanimously to deny this application. I don't see reason to reopen that discussion at this point. Ultimately, the surrounding stores are doing declining numbers, and I don't see public convenience and advantage.
All right, recon's been denied. Thank you. Next in Buffalo is number 5809 Bar and Restaurant Inc. Number 5.
Good morning, Tracy Jong, and I'm here with Nydia Santiago. Last time when we were here, the board asked for a letter from the city showing that they had no objection to her request, specifically to her proposed hours of operation and her live entertainment. The city has provided the letter that the commissioners have requested. So we are asking for her license to be approved.
All right, so when you say live entertainment, is that live bands or is that DJs?
Just DJs.
It's DJs and karaoke. Under the city permitting, they have a live entertainment permit. That's why we use that, because that's the city terminology for the permit to allow that.
Okay, I mean, there are some noise issues. Are you aware of those in your neighborhood? Have you tried to resolve that with your neighbors?
We close at 10 on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Fridays and Saturdays, we close at midnight. We are allowed to be open until 2 a.m., but we close at midnight. Because we're more a restaurant.
Okay, that's not the question. I'm not asking you about the hours. I said that there are some noise complaints coming out of your business. Have you done anything to address those?
I wasn't aware of that.
The city confirmed that there were not any noise issues with respect to this application. They indicated in their letter that she's been operating with no issues whatsoever. We met with the local community quadrant office, and they also said they have no complaints from residents or businesses related to this location. I think there were complaints to do with a different location of her business years ago. But since she's been operating, she's not aware of any complaints, and the city indicated that they were not aware of complaints.
Okay, so it's a full kitchen, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, and are you removing tables to create dance floors and stuff like that, or no, not doing that? Okay. All right. And there is no employee dancing or anything like that? The entertainment is DJ and karaoke, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you guys okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Tracy, last time you were here, you were going to get us a amended method of operation to add the DJ, the actual form. I have not gotten that, so I will need that.
Okay, I will check. I thought that had been submitted, but I will submit if it's didn't get it, we'll resubmit.
That be a condition?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, I vote to approve with the condition of the method of operation, the amended method of operation be provided.
Commissioner Maya.
Approve.
And Chair.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve. I'm going to give you midnight across the board, DJ karaoke. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want private parties?
No.
Okay.
And Commissioner De Leon, you okay with the time and entertainment?
Yeah, I'm okay with the time, but I do want the, a condition be that the method of operation be amended.
Commissioner Mayo? you
I'm
okay?
good with all the conditions stated.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is number 25, Richard E. Bentley Post.
20.
This the one with the dead guy?
These chance need some help.
25.
25. Happy you're here today.
Show that they were fixing it to brand recon because we sent to the wrong. Okay, so let's vote on reconsideration first. I believe that we sent this maybe to the, not the right address. So let's just vote to reconsider this, because they were at cancel on bond. This is a club license where it was renewed a few times in the name of an APC officer that had deceased. We were unable to reach anybody that was in charge. There was an ABC officer who proposed himself as the ABC officer and then very quickly withdrew. And so we were left in a place where we had no way to contact anybody. The charges are sale to non-member and false material statement because on the renewal in September of 2022, a renewal was sent in the name of the deceased person. And so it would be great to ask to reconsider this and propose some questions to the people appearing today.
Commissioner Leal.
I vote to grant reconsideration.
Commissioner Mayo.
Yes.
And Chair.
Yes, I'm going to reconsider this.
All right, can you guys introduce yourselves?
Sure. Good morning, Commissioners, Chair. My name is Amanda Brooks. I am the current commander of Richard E. Bentley Post 442. And beside me is Brian Brooks.
Brian Brooks, compliance officer and finance officer for Richard E. Bentley.
So, do you guys want to explain what happened?
Go ahead.
Sure. So, upon agents showing up to revoke our license about 3 weeks ago, we were informed that there were, prior to us taking over, we took over in November of 2024 of the Post. Prior to us taking over, there was previous leadership. So we were unaware of any of these allegations against us until.
Okay, and what are your titles at the location?
She is the post commander, and I'm the finance officer and compliance officer.
Okay, so who's going to be the ABC officer?
That'll be me, Brian Brooks.
Okay, so have you submitted information to us to put yourself in as the ABC officer?
Yes, ma'am. I've submitted my complete application, and I believe you guys had a copy of that already.
When did you submit that application?
I submitted it via mail about 3 weeks ago, and then I also sent a copy to Attorney O'Donnell, and I believe she said that that should have been submitted to the to you folks as well prior to this when I spoke to her yesterday.
All right, for some reason we don't have it. Can someone check with Kayla whether she has it?
And I can forward that, or I have it in my inbox. I can forward it to you at any time.
You came in November. You came in November of 2024.
Yes, sir.
Is anybody who was running the Post from 2022, September of 22, still running the Post?
They are not. No.
Yeah, it's right here.
They are not.
They're not. No.
See it too.
All right. That's very important to me because of the false material statement.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
He's got it.
Can you tell me if the check cashed and when it cashed for with your submission?
The check has not been processed yet, so nothing's been cashed.
That means, so what happens when you mail the application? The check is cashed immediately at our lockbox, and that indicates that we have received the application. And usually a couple of weeks later, you will receive an application receipt confirming that. So there's a problem. If the check has not cashed, then we have no record of the application. It didn't cash, we don't have it. So if it was 3 weeks ago, I'd be a little concerned. Do you know what mailbox you sent it to? Did you send it to a PO box?
It was a Philadelphia email or address. Yeah. So I scanned in the entire complete resume and I scanned it into Attorney O'Donnell, and then I mailed it. And it may, if it got cashed towards the end of the last week, or I'm sorry, this week at all.
All right, can you pick it out of the recon stack?
So it may have been cashed this week. I can confirm that, but I know it by the end of last week it wasn't cashed yet. So I mailed that about, I believe it was the 13th actually is when I mailed
All right,
that.
so our licensing staff will reach out to you. I imagine that got lost, but we have an electronic copy of it in the recon request. So you may have to issue another check. I apologize. That's on us.
No worries.
So were you guys members of this place in 22 or not really?
We were not active members.
We were not active members, no.
Okay, all right. Want to lower it?
What was it before?
Oh, it was cancellation.
It was a cancellation.
It was a cancellation.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy to hear that no one who was around at that time is still affiliated. I'm happy to lower it.
Well, there's not, I mean, you have to just put a fine on it because it's,
That's what I meant.
yeah.
It's a pretty serious thing, what happened. And it's with great deference to the military that we all have, and the fact that you are a new crew coming in, that I will, remove myself from cancel and bond and offer a $5,000 fine.
Jesus.
Commissioner Maya?
Yeah, if there's gonna be a fine, my fine would be much lower than 5. I say 1,500.
How much? I'm sorry.
1,500.
And Chair?
All right, I'm gonna go with 1,500. But can you just follow up and figure out how to actually get your application in? You need to handhold that a little bit, because then if.
Absolutely.
Sir, I have someone meeting you at the front desk. If you could just please stop by at the front desk and they're going to research that for you, okay?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
so
Thank
much.
you. Have a great day.
Next is 40 and 41, Mac and Emmett LLC.
Oh, Ben, you forgot your phone here. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. Oops, your dog is so cute. I was happy to get up here. Good morning.
All right, so are there residents there?
I believe there are
Yes.
residents here. Would you like them to go first? Or shall we go first?
No, I'm actually gonna pause this. I actually want you guys to go outside, or you can just turn the sound off, Nicole. And I want you guys to have a conversation
Okay.
about what the dispute is and why they're showing up for a disciplinary matter, because that is very unusual. But I
Okay.
want you guys to have a conversation first.
No
Okay?
problem. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, let's put them on mute and go to Albany. You can come back on, tell Nicole you're ready when you guys are done having a conversation, okay?
There's no one else there, right, Nicole? Waiting for an item?
Here.
Yeah, nobody else is here.
Okay, good. All right, thank you.
All right.
All right, so next in Albany is number 22, Livingston Liquor and Wine LLC.
42.
22. 22.
22.
Good morning, Crystal Hines, attorney at law, appearing with John Hardy. Katie Boot Hardy just stepped out of the room for Livingston Liquor and Wine LLC. We're here
Do you want a second call and wait for her to come back first?
Sure. Sure.
All right, let's go to the next one.
Next is 64C, Route 7 Wine and Liquor LLC.
64C. All right.
The request for reconsideration.
C.
C is in cat.
All right, who's in Albany and who's up here?
Joel Abelov, attorney for Route 7 Wine and Liquor, accompanied by the applicant Todd Grin.
Let's start the questions.
No, let me just, so can you just present your argument for reconsideration?
Yes, when we were here last, we were informed that the reason for the denial was because the proposed location was in close proximity to a retail gun store. I have submitted an affidavit to the board from the owner of that gun store, who's also the landlord of these premises. And he indicates very clearly that he is willing to shutter that store, that gun store, to alleviate any concerns that the board may have regarding having a liquor store.
I just want to clarify that when we voted no, determining reasons were that there was no public convenience and advantage found by this board because all the neighboring stores are doing declining sales, and there was a huge public safety concern. So are you telling me the gun store is closed?
I'm telling you that the gun store owner in his affidavit said that he will close that gun store in order for my client to be able to have a license and open up this business there. He's got a number of other gun stores in the area. This is a lower performing retail store of his, so he's willing to close it.
As of today, your client still works at the gun store and the gun store is still there, right?
My client does not work at the gun store.
He was not working at the gun store before?
No, he does not work there.
Why do we have that then? But the gun store is still there.
It is there, and the owner of that store said he's willing to close it in order to have a liquor license for my client.
I don't vote on hedging. I just.
Mr. Iglup?
Yes.
May I suggest something? Because I voted for your applicant at the last one. I didn't see the nexus with that gun store. And I saw the reasons for public convenience and advantage, but I'm going to tell you, I'm now voting for reconsideration and the gun store is still open. So might I suggest perhaps that you withdraw this and then file the reconsideration when the gun store closes?
We can certainly do that. Or would the board be willing to just grant it conditionally upon the store closing? Obviously, the owner of the gun store didn't want to close and then not have the liquor store get a license.
It doesn't work like that. I don't have any enforcement power over the gun store. I can't get the police to come in and say, close the gun store because they committed to us that they're going to close the gun store. I can only control whether you have a license or not.
Right.
To the
So
extent that there
license-
is a gun store right there and we find that it's in the threat of public safety to open a liquor store right next to a gun store, that's a determining fact. And we haven't seen anything that has changed. So
My
I'm gonna
question
vote.
is can it be granted conditionally upon the gun
told
store
you.
closing?
I just told you no.
Well, I know you don't have an enforcement mechanism on the gun store, but my question was with respect to the liquor license. I didn't know if it could be granted conditionally upon that condition being that the gun store closes.
No, but I already told you in the beginning of this that the finding was not just about the public safety element. It was about the public convenience and advantage because all the neighboring stores are doing declining numbers. I think we set that on the record, and the opposition stated it in their papers if you look at it. So I'm going to go vote no on reconsideration. The commissioners can vote.
Mr. Abelov, I recommend that you withdraw it if you could even do that at this point, and then wait and come back.
Come back after the gun store is closed?
That's what I would say, but I don't know what bearing that has on this determination today.
Don't do that. No, there's a timing issue. Like he can't. They can reapply.
Right.
So we can ask for reconsideration once it's closed.
No.
No.
Reapply. You can reapply once the gun store is closed.
So we have
But
to go
I,
through the
I, I
entire
would I would recommend though, the chair specifically said the gun store was not the only reason for denial. So even if you reapply and that gun store is closed, you also have to consider everything else that goes into public convenience and advantage, including the existing stores in the area and the demand for alcoholic beverages, which we look at gross sales numbers for that.
That's a very good point. Again, as I said before with the previous case, there are no new facts here. There is no law that we have overlooked or misinterpreted. There's no change in the law. The gun store is still there, and we still have a determination that the proposed store did not meet public convenience and advantage. When I hear reconsideration, I think renew and re-argue. And I would just advise that if you're gonna come in and re-argue for me, please give me something, please show me how we got something wrong in terms of a fact that we overlooked, somehow that we misinterpreted the law, not that we didn't decide in your favor, but that we misinterpreted the law, or that there is some new fact. In this case, if the gun store wasn't there, that would be a new fact, but it's still there. So I have to vote no on this consideration.
Mr. Aguilar, you know my position on this. On April 2nd, I voted in favor of your applicant. But on this reconsideration is a different legal standard. So I have to vote no to that. But I'm noting again to you that I had voted for you on April 2nd. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next in Albany, well, actually, it's Livingston. Are you ready? Back? Okay.
Yes.
So that's 22 Livingston Liquor and Wine LLC.
Yes. Crystal Hines, attorney at law, appearing with Katie Boot Hardy and Jonathan Hardy for Livingston Liquor and Wine for the application for a permanent retail liquor store.
Okay. There's opposition
Multiple. Are you opposition to Livingston
in.
also? You want to come up and speak?
All right, you guys want to come up?
Sure.
Yes, hold on just 1 second. Let me just.
We're just trying to get a count of everyone that's here in opposition. And we have one
All right,
person in opposition.
do we have any opposition up in Albany, please?
Yes.
Okay. Can we start with the opposition in Albany? Can you put your name and your store name on the record? I don't know if you have rep.
My name is Renee Gennardi, and I own Bridge Approach Wine and Liquors in Catskill, New York for the last year and a half.
Hold on a second. Did you purchase a store?
Yes, I own the building. I purchased a liquor license.
Okay. I just don't remember seeing you before, and we see everybody, so.
Yeah, I was here. I was here a couple times.
Okay, so tell me, what's the name of your store?
It's Bridge Approach Wine and Liquors in Catskill, New York. I'm 7 miles from the applicant.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, got it. Sorry, who else is here? What store do you own? Taconic Wine and Liquor. Okay, and sir, who do you represent?
This is Crystal Hines speaking in Albany. Is there any way we could hear what you're hearing?
Yeah, can you come up
Yeah,
just
you guys
one by
have-
one
yeah,
to
they're
just
just coming.
introduce?
The mute symbol is on for that, so.
No, it's because they are not at the microphone.
Is it working? Is it?
Can you hear him? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Mike,
so I have a store that is present 7 miles away, and then Taconic Wine and Liquor is here. And who are you representing?
the Bacchus Project LLC, I'm Michael Ferrari in Hudson, New York. I think it's 6 miles away or 6.2.
Yeah, okay. And then who else?
Hi, my name is Stu Davidson Tribbs. I have Lawler's Package Store in Germantown, New York.
How far is that?
4.5 miles.
I don't have him on our list. Why is that? What's your address, sir?
218 Main.
218
218 Main Street.
in Germantown?
Yes, ma'am.
Have him as 10.5 miles away. Are you 10.5 miles away?
I think I'm like 5 miles away. Is crow flies 7?
I have 4.4 miles away.
Yeah, that's not, that's him in the back.
It's Claverick.
Okay, great. So each of the store owners, let's start with the closest, Taconic. All right, go ahead,
Hey,
sir.
good morning. I have a short statement. On August 22nd of 2023, I purchased and reopened an existing struggling wine store. At the time of this was the sole wine and liquor store within an 8-mile radius. In fact, one of only a few businesses at all. Within a year, another wine shop opened within 7 miles to the east, which is Fulton and Forbes, absorbing some of our much needed business. Now we are being jeopardized by yet another opening much closer. My store sits in the exact center of the majority of the local wine shops, 14 in all, giving just enough space for us all to operate at tight margins. Each store is between 7 to 11 miles at 8 to 15-minute drive from my shop. The proposed Livingston store, would be a mere 3.5-minute drive from my store. I sit on a well-traveled road, but I may only transact an average of 10 to 15 sales per day during the week, and maybe 30 on a Friday or Saturday. Many of these transactions are for less than $20. I've been behind on rent most months since opening due to starting and inventory costs. I withheld paying myself in my already small paycheck for weeks on end in order to keep the shelves stocked. This on top of the threat of skyrocketing tariffs, which may be well ruinous to our business. All of this in the wake of an increasing trend in abstinence from alcohol in all age groups. I have nearly 20 years in the hospitality and beverage industry, and it has been brought to my attention that the new licensee is perhaps not a beverage professional, but rather a developer, and as such, not someone looking to add value to the community. My offerings reflect those needs with value, quality, and accessibility. Many of my regulars have been asking about this new store and are angry that it will be yet another liquor store rather than something the community actually needs. This new license ultimately isn't necessary for an already saturated area. It would be catastrophic to my shop and many other pre-existing family-owned businesses in the vicinity, and will certainly cause a domino effect of closures, which would be a true disservice to the community. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your input. You are also a store owner, ma'am? You're representing the
I've been a
project.
manager at the Bacchus project for
Okay,
4
got it.
years.
Okay, got it.
And I
Okay.
could, I agree with the Taconic's wine spirits, that sales have been going down steadily in the past few years. There is a general decline in drinking in all age groups, and there's no community, doesn't serve a community purpose. There's 3 ways in and out of town, and you have to pass 1 to 2 wine and spirit retailers in order to get out of the area. I just, what else?
Okay, do you have any comments on population growth or lack thereof, or anything like that? Any statistics about that?
Other than what's been submitted, there's population decline. And we've just been adapting our business model for that, such as, launching e-commerce so we have a larger market and, net. So we could serve the greater population.
Michael Ferrari on behalf of the Bacchus Project. The issuance of this license will not serve the public convenience and advantage. I rely largely on my submission. The population data is stark and in my view compelling. The most compelling I would point to is the chart regarding the population of Hudson, the town where the Bacchus Project, Hudson Wines and Spirits sits. It is a downward slope going back 100 years, but for bumps, sideways bumps along the way. This agency is no stranger to the population trends in the state of New York, most especially north of the 5 boroughs. That is the case in all the data I've given you in Columbia County, in neighboring towns, Stoughville, in Livingston, The construction does not support a increase in population. I have often heard arguments that a new construction will bring people to the community. We found no evidence of that. Furthermore, it is in the interest of this town, this city, that the town center is strengthened. Our store is in Hudson. It is in walking distance from residents, multiple residents throughout the town of Hudson. And that is something that is in the public advantage to encourage walking, to encourage a vibrant town center for a variety of reasons, including health, community, and the strength of this town. For that reason, issuing yet another license to this highway store will not serve the public convenience and advantage. One more point I would make is I represent the owner, I should say. I represented the owner in her application for a license last year. She didn't come to this community and bring a new business. She purchased an existing business that had been existing for 20 years. Struggling, yes, but she believes that there is an opportunity to turn that around, provided the number of stores remains constant.
Right, and you mean the owner of the protesting store?
Yes, the owner of the protesting store, who is not standing before you. This is the manager.
Yeah.
The owner of the protesting store is the principal.
And so what thoughts do you have? I know that you're saying that it doesn't serve public convenience and advantage, but you call it also a highway store, so those don't seem to be in agreement with each other. Can you comment further on that?
The point I'm making is the earlier point I made regarding the town center of Hudson. It is a store that people can walk to, and that is something that this board should encourage, a vibrant town center. So the addition of a store in a sparsely populated area where the trends suggest it will continue to decrease will not serve the public convenience and advantage. That's the point I'm making.
All right, but I want to note that you are 6.2 miles away.
I am 6.2 miles away,
Okay.
correct.
Ma'am, in Albany, you are 7.9 miles away. You want to go?
7.1.
7.1.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Okay, so my store's been open for a year and a half, and I myself purchased an existing license in order to open my store. The location of this application has 10 liquor stores in an 8-mile radius in a rather unpopulated area. I would say that we've reached a saturation point. Businesses in Columbia and Greene County depend on revenues from tourism. Route 23 brings downstate visitors into the area from the Taconic Parkway. If you approve this liquor license, the store location would adversely affect my business, as I depend on visitors traveling Route 23 to Greene County to support my business. My other concern is the size of the retail space of the store compared to the size of the building. The retail space is listed at 841 square feet, and the building is approximately 3,000 square feet. I know that they have rental office space there, but it hasn't been rented. I've learned the hard way it's much easier to get a larger store once you have a license. Recently in the town of South Cairo, with a population of 688 people, just 5 to 7 minutes from my store on Route 23, a liquor store that had 900 square feet of retail space was approved for a new store with 2,700 square feet of retail space. I had asked in my application for 1,800 square feet of retail space, was only approved for 1,500. Thank you for allowing me to comment on this.
All right, thank you for coming in. All right, sir. Yes. This is a store in Germantown, 10.5 miles away, according to my search here.
Yes, ma'am. So you heard most of the argument so far. I won't belabor the points, but really just the population density in the area is both declining and does not currently support an additional liquor store in the area. By my count, on that side of the river, there's 14 liquor stores within a 10-minute drive of the current premises. And furthermore, to kind of echo the previous gentleman's concern here, there's no community to speak of the intersection where this would be licensed. It's the intersection of two state highways. It has a gas station, a grocery store.
I'm sorry. There is a lot of movement up in Albany, so I cannot hear him at all. It's not you, ma'am. It's someone who is closer, and you may not realize that it's just a lot of noise from the mic. Thank you. All right, sorry. Can you just go back for 1 second about what you were just saying?
Yes, ma'am. So there's no community to speak of at this location. It's the intersection of two busy state highways. There's no real residential density in the area. It's surrounded by farm fields. There's a grocery store, a gas station, I guess a sheriff's office, and that's it out there. And so to me, I guess supply is already rife in the area. And the question I end up asking myself is what demand would be fulfilled by this licensure? Thank you.
Okay.
Could I ask a question? What side of the Hudson is your
I'm on
west
the-
or east?
I'm on the east side.
Okay, so you're on the same side as everybody else.
So the woman in Albany who just spoke in opposition is across the river on the west
She's
side.
across the river.
Correct,
Okay, I was
sir.
confused. Okay, all right, thank you.
And I'd also like to add that my shop has been operating for 60 years in Germantown. I benefit from 3 generations of Lawlers before me, and it's kind of up to me to carry on that legacy as like the cornerstone of town. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming. All right. So you've heard what the protesters say. Do you want to argue in why is there public convenience and advantage to allow yet another store? There are 10 stores within 8 miles. Everybody's showing declining numbers.
Yes, absolutely. So this is located in the town of Livingston, as one of the opposers just mentioned. This is at an intersection where there's a grocery store, a convenience list gas station. This would help the convenience of the residents of Livingston and those shopping at the Hannaford and getting their gas at that local area. This is the only liquor store on Route 82 between the Taconic Parkway and where you cross over into Greene County. So I would argue that this is a convenience for the local people. I would also say that there seems to be some question about the commitment of the applicants. One of the applicants does have a contracting business. As he's getting older, he realizes that this is kind of a taxing work on your body, and this is a transition to something that would be easier. So while we do not believe
I'm not sure if I would use the word easier. Everybody's telling you that they're behind on rent and really, really struggling here.
Yeah, but in terms of the declining population, Columbia County is a very big tourist destination. The city of Hudson, where one of the opposers has their store, has a number of hotels that are in development. I think that there are 3 or 4 hotels in total that have approvals within the city and plan on building additional rooms. So the tourism will continue to increase in the area. And a lot of these tourists are coming up on the Taconic and heading down 82 into Hudson.
How many lanes?
Other areas and other communities in the area in which this tourism is thriving.
How many lanes is Route 9 there? How many lanes at the intersection of 82?
Well, including turning lanes or just like traffic lanes?
Driving lanes. How many driving lanes?
Driving
4 or
lanes,
12?
there's just one in each direction at that intersection.
Okay.
So it's not a highway. I'm not sure Columbia County has any quote unquote highways.
All right, do you have something else to say?
Yes.
1 minute, please.
I would just like to make a correction that we are actually from the, in between the Taconic Parkway and their proposed store. So we are a current operating store in that area.
Right, that's why you're 4 miles
And
away. Right.
there are at least 5 to 6 wine and liquor stores in the town of Hudson. So I believe they're properly served.
Yes, we're aware of that. Okay.
I need to ask the applicants themselves. They might know this better than you, council. Is there a residential district nearby?
It's kind of sparsely residential. I would
Yeah,
explain
on
it
one
in
side
that
of this intersection, we have a rather large horse farm. Another side of the intersection, there's a retirement community. We have a one that sells, I think, golf carts or something like that. But it's rather sparse.
So where do you live? You live in the
Yeah.
same town?
We live in Livingston, yes. Yes,
Same
about,
town.
maybe a mile away, maybe not even a mile.
Down the road.
South or north?
South.
South.
Okay.
Do the members have any further questions?
Not familiar with any residential areas to the northwest of your location?
Northwest.
No? Okay, I'll take that as a no. Okay.
The members are ready to vote.
I'm ready.
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
Okay. As I look at the number, the closest store here is down in sales. The three next stores slightly up, next one down, and then the one after that, a complete mystery. The location looks on the map to be completely isolated. And I think the deciding factor for me are the really continuing decrease in population for that area. In 2020, it was 7,500, 6,700. In 2025, it's now 5,700. I'm not finding public convenience and advantage with those numbers. Respectfully, I have to deny the application.
Mr. Maya?
I find public convenience and advantage. I see Fairview, Greenport, M&M Wines, Vineland LLC, Bacchus, they're all within Hudson. And if anyone is from upstate, Hudson's a pretty popular place, and that seems to be an insular area. You are, I don't know how many miles, is it 4 to 6 miles away from there at the junction of 3 roads, ostensibly serving a rural area. I don't know why someone wouldn't want a liquor store at that junction. So I say public convenience and advantage.
All right, I'm going to vote to deny. I don't find public convenience an advantage. The population is just not going up. All the stores are really struggling. I think there's basically a stone throw every 5 seconds you drive. The thing that you're seeing in this area is liquor stores. There's also in the area ample number of distilleries, cideries, breweries, production in the Hudson Valley area. I beg to differ from the commissioner that I actually do not think that Hudson is upstate, but we can argue about that. Funny, he's from Utica, he's calling Hudson upstate. But I'm going to vote to deny.
So the application's denied. Thank you. We're going to return to Buffalo. So if Albany commute. Thank you. So we're returning to Buffalo, to 40 and 41 Mack and Emmett LLC.
Which number are we on?
40 and 41. All right. Are y'all talking in Buffalo? Are you muted or?
No, I'm just waiting to make sure you all are ready.
Great, thank you.
4041.
Oh, here we go. All right, so what did you guys conclude, if anything? Was there hugs and kisses? What happened?
There were no hugs and kisses, Your Honor. And for the record, this is Attorney Chanel McCarthy. I am the counsel to the corporate entity Mack and Emmett LLC. Here with me, I have Josh Mullen and Jake Monty. They are both members of the corporate entity and are engaged in the day-to-day operations of the business. I believe, as you all are aware, we have negotiated a plea with counsel, and I believe you should have a copy of that before you. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, we have the specifics. If you want to go through them.
Sure. So what has happened here is there were various neighbor complaints regarding noise and other allegations. This is, if you are all not familiar with the Elmwood Village and this section of Elmwood Avenue. Elmwood Avenue is a business district. There is residential within the area as well. This is adjacent to a parkway, and this is a very lively, active neighborhood. Mack and Emmett, which goes by the DBA of Jackrabbit, is one of 4 establishments within, basically next door to each other. So there's Jackrabbit, directly next door is a cheese shop, next door to that is another bar called Beer Keep, and beside that is another bar called Breezy Burrito. You walk through the intersection to the, I don't know, it's probably maybe 200 yards or 200 meters, and there's another bar called McGarrett's. If you head north toward Forest Avenue, which is toward Buff State University, they call it now, there are 2 more establishments. All 6 of these establishments are within 0.25 miles of each other, and they all have live music, DJ music, and other things. This is a happening neighborhood. The median age of the neighborhood, according to records that I've reviewed, is about 35. And prior to Jackrabbit opening in May of 2021, that building was vacant for about 6 years. Prior to that, it had been a bar, like a college bar establishment called JP Bullfighters.
All right, I don't need the history of the location, but what have you agreed upon, if anything, with the neighbors that have shown up today? It's very unusual that I have a disciplinary case and neighbors are showing up to be part of this hearing.
Of course, Chairperson. The neighbors seem to believe that this was a hearing. We advised them.
One did. I knew it wasn't a hearing.
So I'm not exactly sure why they're here. I can tell you what we have agreed to with counsel. So my client has adjusted.
I want to know if you've agreed to anything with them, because I asked them to have a conversation with them. So it's your obligation to be a good neighbor to them.
Absolutely. We tried to have a conversation with them, and then we were told to come back in.
I was told. Did you guys talk at all? Conversate? Did you have was the conversation going anywhere?
Hi, this is David Yanachko, senior counsel attorney here in Buffalo. Yes, the parties did talk for a good amount of time back and forth on the issues. I mean, we do have a negotiated settlement that really tried to take into account a lot of the complaints from the neighbors, and that's. I think the neighbors here are here because it's a case of a lot of importance to them. And they wanted to see what the result would be.
I think we need to hear from the neighbors.
Well, David, you represent the agency, right?
Of course I do. Yes.
Okay.
I'm just.
Okay.
I'm not sure. He works for us.
But he's the prosecutor that submitted the CNC. Are you that worked on
Yes.
the CNC, correct?
So I'm familiar with the case. Yes, very familiar.
Okay. But.
All right, can we take a break?
We're going off the record for a brief conference with council. We'll be back shortly. And if I interrupted any conversation between the neighbors
Might be a good chance to
and
continue
the
talking.
licensee, go ahead. Keep talking. All right, we're back on the record after a conference with council.
Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, we're ready.
Great. So, not exactly sure where we left off, but it's my understanding that the board does have a copy of the plea that we submitted. In addition, it's my understanding that you all have copies of our communications between myself and SLA counsel. I'm sorry?
Can I ask you a quick question, Counsel?
Oh, yes, of course, Commissioner.
Did you file an application to change the method of operation in this case?
Yes, we did, to add karaoke.
When did you file that?
I apologize, one moment. Let me see if I have the exact date. May 14th. And that was a part of the plea that we negotiated with council.
Okay, I understand you think that you have a plea and agreement, but this board doesn't actually have to go by anything that was negotiated, so it's not helpful to keep repeating that. But let me ask you a couple of questions. So do you guys actually serve food and serve dinner? Like, is there dinner service at this restaurant?
Absolutely, and if the board would like, I can supplement any submissions that you have with a complete copy of the menu. I would also note that the food is available during all hours of operation. During the day, they are open for lunch and dinner service. That includes appetizers, soup, salad, sandwiches, full entrees, specials. They employ a full-time chef who is actually a part owner of the establishment. In addition to that, they have like a reduced late night menu, which is a full menu including a steak sandwich, a hoagie, a chicken finger sandwich, chicken fingers, other things.
All right. Okay,
Substantial.
thank you.
Of course.
Okay, so on the nights when, for example, doors open at 8 o'clock and you have a show, then food is served during the show? Is that what happens?
They are open every day at 11:30 or noon.
Noon, 11 on Saturday. And Sunday.
Yep, they open at noon every day except for Monday, and then Saturdays and Sundays they open at 11 a.m.
Okay, so this advertising here that says kitchen closes at 10 p.m. nightly and 9 p.m. on Sunday is not accurate? Is that what you're telling me?
That's the full menu. That's so that customers are not confused thinking that they could come in and order, a whole steak dinner. So there is a late night menu, and I believe that was provided to the authority.
Are they entrees that you're providing after?
Yep. So there's a
10 p.m. and 9 p.m.
a full steak sandwich, a hoagie sandwich, chicken wings, a chicken finger sandwich. And I apologize, that's just off memory. There may be some additional items that I'm missing. But a copy of that menu has been provided to the authority.
Counsel, the music, does the live music ever take place outdoors?
No.
All right. So you're licensed as a restaurant, right?
Yes, that's my recollection.
Okay. So I think that you, as a restaurant, have to have your kitchen open until you close.
And the kitchen is open and there is a chef there. It is just, and I apologize, we can amend, I'm not sure what you're looking at, but certainly we can amend it to say that the full menu, the menu changes. It's not that the kitchen is closed. It is not closed. The grill is on, the fryer is on, There is staff there. It is fully open. It is just not the entire menu.
Okay, because according to your own posts, kitchen closes, again, I'm just reading what I'm seeing here and trying to make sense of it. Kitchen closes 10 p.m. nightly and 9 p.m. on Sunday. Late night food is served 10 to 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday, which suggests to me that there are 5 days out of the week where there is no food served after 10 p.m. Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, can you tell me what post you're looking at or the date of that post? Because I don't have it in front of me. I apologize, I'm at a disadvantage there.
How about just the question?
Yeah, how about just ask your clients what the question, whether they don't know what they posted? They don't know what time they close the kitchen? They don't know what I'm talking about?
Hours of operation, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, the food is available during all hours of operation, and that post will be corrected.
Food available.
Yeah,
in
would they
kitchen
know what
closed.
post I'm talking about? Like, do they run the business? Who runs the business?
Yes, of course.
It's just to not confuse customers.
It's, okay, can you just tell them
Yes,
that food is available during all hours of operation?
Food's available during all hours of operation.
So you operate as a restaurant, and as a restaurant, you have to have a restaurant menu when you are open.
We do.
So that's, okay, that doesn't consist of chicken wings and chicken fingers like after a certain time. It would have to be like entrees, other,
It's
not
full
just sandwiches. Not just
Well,
sandwiches.
This is a 12-ounce steak on a roll. It's a full sandwich. It comes with fries. It's a full menu. It's a full order of chicken wings. I mean, we're at Buffalo. Everybody serves wings. Full chicken fingers. They're huge. It's entire meals.
Call on this one.
We don't consider, sandwiches as
Doesn't
a
sound like an entree.
restaurant menu.
So it's a 12-ounce steak that is served on bread
They say
as a steak sandwich.
12-ounce steak on bread.
This isn't like a tuna, this isn't a grilled cheese sandwich. This isn't,
12-ounce steak on bread.
Yep, a 12-ounce strip steak with fried peppers and onions.
Homemade steak sauce.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess I'll ask for some help from everybody as to what a restaurant menu needs to be. But gentlemen, could I just ask you, what's the understanding you have with your neighbors as to how late you're going to be open each day?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, there's a lot of neighbors. I'm not sure if you're
No.
referring to
Listen,
the
wait,
couple
wait.
people that are here.
Counsel, just let me ask the question because I'm actually getting a little bit frustrated. I just want answers. What is your understanding right now as to what your hours of operation will be, your closing times? Just tell me what your understanding is. What's your understanding of the hours right now?
We close at 12 on weeknights and we close at 2 p.m. on weekends.
2 on Friday and Saturday?
2 on Friday and Saturday. Sometimes that extends a little later. The laws here allow us to go till 4 a.m., but we're never allowed after 2 a.m. All music and all that's quiet. It's actually done long before then. by
Okay,
law.
so you're effectively closed by 2 a.m. on the weekends, right?
Ish, yes.
Ish, okay. And are you saying that you're licensed till 4 o'clock?
Yes.
Correct. Those are the rules in Erie County. We're allowed.
And are the neighbors, and I understand there might be different sets of neighbors, but is the consensus of neighbors in agreement with those hours? I'm trying to help you guys.
The neighborhood has about 11,000 people. Most are 35 and under. Yes, most of them support us.
Okay, all right. I just want to know so we don't have an issue with the hours. Okay, so then the only question that I have left is, I think the chair or Commissioner DeLeon might have questions about your entertainment, music, et cetera, but I just want to know, I don't know what qualifies as a restaurant menu? Is there,
Entrees.
okay.
It should be entrees.
Oh,
It
it-
can't be just sandwiches
So
or
what is an entree?
something where you're served a piece of meat and
Yeah.
a side.
Okay, so
Or fish.
if you're a restaurant, you have to have an entree as it's being explained by licensing right now, okay? Are you able to address that issue?
Yes.
Okay, how? How are you gonna address it, or what do you want to tell me now?
We already do that. We serve meat with sides consistently. We have.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
For the change in method of operation, did you only provide that to the prosecutor, or did you actually give that to licensing? Mail that to
No.
licensing?
Yep, we filed that with licensing. I have a complete copy here.
Did you
and
have
that
did you have a receipt? Was that ever provided to you?
I don't believe that we have received a receipt yet.
And you
In my experience, it takes quite some time before we receive receipts from the office.
When did you submit it?
May 14th.
13th, yeah.
Okay, so
May 14th.
we're not on that date for booking, so it's probably sitting, waiting to be put in the system. So you should receive an application receipt on that.
Great,
Does
and
the-
happy to supplement a copy, if the board would like. I can provide you with a copy via email, or provide a copy to council and they can send it to you.
Can you send an email to us now with a copy of it? And can you tell me what hours, if any, you proposed on your amended method of operation?
Absolutely. So I don't know that we changed any hours of operation on the method of operation. I apologize. What I can tell you is what we have signed off on in the plea that we negotiated with SLA counsel. And
Are
the
there
hours
any
of
are there any methods of excuse me, are there any hours of operation on the method of operation that you submitted? Are there
I don't believe that we changed the hours of operation. That was not something that was negotiated with council. We are technically under the rules allowed to be open until 4 a.m. What we have negotiated and
Well,
what
those
we
are the rules. Those are the rules of the city you're referring to, right?
No,
correct.
All right.
The county, Erie County allows until 4 a.m. And what we've negotiated is the change in the music programming and the hours at which music will end, live music. That would include bands, karaoke, DJ sets,
All right, okay.
any
Just tell
singers.
me, Counselor, just when does the music end? Just tell us what it is.
11 on weekdays and 1 on weekends.
Okay, it ends on Sunday through Thursday. Live music ends at 11 p.m. And then on weekends, which would be Friday and Saturday, it ends at 1 a.m.
Okay, all right, so I got it.
And then
So
doors and windows remain closed.
I don't care about that.
Okay.
Gentlemen, so your place is open till 12, and then on the weekends till 2-ish, right? And your music is to 11, Sunday to Thursday, and 1 o'clock weekends, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere, I hope. Okay, all right. Once more, I don't have any more questions.
All right, so this, there is some a stipulation as to changing the base where you with the installation or reworking of that system.
Absolutely, I can address that. A new base or a new amplifier, which is half the size of the prior amplifier, has been installed. All of the insulation in the windows has been installed. They've installed sound mitigating curtains. They've installed sound baffling. They've purchased a new sound mixer, which allows them to control the music zones better. And they've also made modifications to the location of the speakers and the amplifiers. So they are elevated off the ground. These are all recommendations that were worked through from or recommended by a sound architect that was hired, in addition to some recommendations that were made to my clients by counsel.
Okay.
Okay.
And the cost of all of those improvements is in excess of $16,000 plus the cost of labor to install everything.
And you also have a $10,000 penalty.
It's gonna go up. What is the unlimited drinks charge? You guys were doing like unlimited, like boozy brunch or something?
There was I think a confusion on that. There was a event that occurred in the banquet, it's not the banquet room, but the restaurant area, the middle area of the establishment. And it was food with drinks. So the drinks were incidental. When the investigator came through, the food had not been replenished, but was being replenished. So we've pled to that. I'd also like to note for the board that all of the service employees have now been ATAP trained, and my client has a procedure in place that ATAP training is a part of the onboarding process for all new service hires.
How many employees do you guys have?
Right now?
In the neighborhood of 50.
It does,
Everybody is ATAP trained or just the ones serving alcohol?
The serving alcohol.
How many
there are
is
about 25 employees that are service employees right now.
Okay, you have a sale to minor charge, which is very serious. So do you have a scanner? Like, what are you doing to make sure, is it 21 only spot?
No, it is a restaurant, so it is not only 21. It is only 21 after 9 p.m. And that employee has been reprimanded. All employees have been ATAP trained. And in addition, all employees also sign an acknowledgement of the alcohol service policy, a copy of which was provided to the board.
I know, this is the whole problem, and this is why this has taken so long, is because your restaurant essentially changes into a tavern type operation after a certain hour. When you start advertising doors open and live music, like, then anybody in this room would think that that is now a 21 and above establishment. And so this is why your neighbors are concerned about you continuing to say that you're a restaurant, but you're advertised that kitchen closes at 10 p.m. and then you basically shift operation to something else. So is there a situation where we can agree? Because I want you to be able to do your business, but it also has to be safe for minors. So are there a lot of under 21 people that come for dinner and then stay for the show, or is that not your business model?
No, that is not the business model. And what they do is at 9 p.m., the security guards sweep through the premise, and anyone who is under the age of 21 is required to leave the premise.
Okay, so would you stipulate to only 21 and above after 9 p.m.? I mean, it sounds like you're telling me that that's what your rule is.
Yes, and so it would actually be, they do the sweep, and then everybody has to be out by 10 p.m., which is when the music starts. So they do the sweep.
And then and the music ends at 11? You're stipulating to that as well?
On weeknights.
Yeah. So music doesn't start until 10 o'clock on the weekends as well?
Weekdays.
Go ahead, answer.
The music starts earlier on the weekdays, right?
Correct.
Guys, you know where she's trying to go? I think where she's trying to go. When does the music start during the week?
Either at 7 or 8, and it ends at 10 or 11 at the absolute latest.
So I'll add a question. So are the under 21s leaving at 7 or 8 when the band starts during the week?
No,
everyone's carded.
Our staff knows to card everybody.
So when does the 21-year-olds leave? When do the under 21-year-olds have to leave?
No way to enforce this.
Only on weekends do we enforce that.
Okay, all right. Okay.
All right.
I'd also want to point out, you should know there's a difference between, yes, you serve food, but the kitchen is closed. There's a difference between those two things, right? You're a restaurant, kitchen has to remain open. Kitchen and taverns both have to serve food.
There's at least 2 or 3 employees working in the kitchen making food.
Yeah, so we will, I'll instruct my clients to adjust their post, and I apologize that that is confusing. It is not that the kitchen is closed, it is that the full menu is not available.
We understand.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that since you just keep saying you serve food.
All right, I'm gonna vote.
Steak on bread. I know. Never heard of that.
I can't even believe this. All right. All right, I'm going to vote to adopt the stipulations. First, I'm going to sustain charge 1 and 2 in the first proceeding and 2 in the second proceeding. I guess this is CNC. And then I'm going to vote to allow music from Sunday to Thursday at 11 p.m. Doors and windows are closed whenever music is playing.
And clarification, is that whenever all music is playing or just live music?
It says whether live or recorded. This is the things that you've already agreed to, ma'am.
Nope, that's fine. I'm just making sure. I didn't know if you were putting something else in there. I apologize.
Commissioner, are you going to hear anything from any of the neighbors? I've been here all morning.
This is a disciplinary matter. I mean,
No,
Okay, I just wanted to
you
ask.
don't have standing here, sir. Then that is
Okay.
why I had you guys have the conversation.
Understood.
And I was hoping that there would have been an affirmation from the applicant's counsel saying that we have talked, they are okay with the stipulations, but that's not what came back.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just asking just in case. If not, I'm just going to leave.
So,
I
sir,
respect what you're saying.
I know, but I want you to understand that you're welcome to continue to engage with our agency. You can go to the front desk and they can show you where you can file further complaints if you have further disagreements or if this set of stipulations don't get followed. Like, we would want to know that from you, because like ultimately your quality of life is my work here.
Right. I have no
So-
additional complaints. It's just some comments about the agreement that has been met. And you already have heard all the complaints, and I didn't want to revisit any of that. I just hope that the ABC has the manpower
What part of the agreement do you not like?
I don't like the idea that, I think you already addressed it, I was listening, and what really has happened here is that this has gone from a restaurant to a nightclub. I think that as hard as they are trying to sustain, or excuse me, to get control of the noise, it is an impossible situation. And I think that there should at least be a probationary period to see if these things are enforced, A, and B, if they're not, then further steps be taken. But we're dealing with a very difficult situation, I recognize that. And by the way, this is not a business, this is businesses on Elmwood Avenue. 80%, just let me say this, 80% of those people in sound distance are residents. And the 11,000 people in the community aren't the 11,000 people that are hearing what is going on. And those statistics and those stats, I think, are irrelevant to what we're dealing with here today. It's a very difficult situation. I admit that.
Respectfully, I don't know that it's proper for you to be speaking at this point, because I think the board has made it clear that this is just a
I think that's
disciplinary
up to the
matter.
commissioner.
all right, yeah, I'm sorry. No
Sir,
back there.
I would stay in the room if I were you.
Okay.
Just let us finish, sir. I really respect you. I know you've been here since, for 2 hours now, but I think that just sort
I'll do it.
of
I'll stay.
show
I'll stay.
respect to your neighbor, and to the extent that you have to continue to be in there, I wouldn't choose to walk away right now.
Okay.
So let's just get through this and then we will vote, okay? So doors and windows will be closed while live or recorded music is playing. Speakers and amplifiers must be pointed away from the avenue and not to be placed outside. you're telling me that you've already done the music, the bass proof work, so I'm not gonna mention that here. I'm going to ask you to have the kitchen open at all hours, serving the full menu. I'm going to.
Respectfully, my client is telling me that having the full kitchen, a full menu would put them out of business.
Well, if you're a restaurant, you have to make a decision what you
How
want
much
to be.
income do you make from the ticket sales versus the food?
We don't sell tickets to any of our events.
We sell about $1.2, $1.3 million of food a year. So it's significant.
Our kitchen requires 5 people to operate the full menu. We can run the late night menu with 1 or 2 people, which saves us on labor, making
Okay,
it viable.
then your method operation, and
Doesn't make sense.
you're forcing me to cancel.
Yeah.
Excuse
You're
me?
a restaurant. You're a restaurant. You have to have a full kitchen in operation at all times. That's what you are.
And we do, and we have food that meets the entree requirement of, as I said, one example, a 12-ounce steak with a side.
You said a 12-ounce steak on a piece of bread.
Correct.
I don't know that that's, I don't know, no, that does not qualify.
All right.
Well, everything comes with tater tots or french fries.
Look, you're here with 3 charges: sale to minor, unlimited drinks, sustained pattern of noise and disorder. We're not here negotiating a license application right now. You're in a disciplinary situation.
And respectfully, I
There is a
apologize.
there's multiple public safety concerns here, and I mean, this is getting worse.
Yeah.
Usually we're trying to.
Could I say
well, then-
something? Council, let us try to show you how you could stay in business, and then maybe after this day, you could file a change in method of operation. But we need to set parameters, given what your license is today. So can we continue then?
Sure.
They
Okay.
won't agree to the stip, so I
I
can't
mean,
continue.
they have to agree or not.
Yes.
So you're a
We'll
restaurant, you have to
agree.
serve food, until you're closed.
Great. So if the method of operation is restaurant, the full menu has to be served during all hours of operation. Is
There you
that
go,
correct?
thank you.
Great. And if the method of operation is a tavern, then they can have differing menus late night. Is that correct?
Well, it's a different menu.
That's a different question and a
But
different
then you
time.
have to apply for that. You can start a new application. I can cancel this one and you start over. That's an option as well. Then we don't have, then
That's-
you don't even have these
That's fine.
charges on your record.
I'm saying that because I apologize. I do not have the original application in
All
front
right,
of me.
okay.
And
Well,
so what
just-
I'm saying is,
Council, let us just get through this, please. Okay? We get it. We're trying to help. I'm trying to help from this chair, and I'm very frustrated.
Well, so how do you want to continue? I guess we're the vote.
Let's go through
So
the.
let me
sta-
just finish.
yeah.
So, well, are we agreeing to kitchen being open the whole time? Like, I mean, I don't know, that's like,
That's part of the license to begin
I know, I
with.
mean, this is restaurant 101 here, so do I have to get an agreement on that? Because if you can't agree to that, and you're threatening me that you're gonna go out of business, like, I mean, now, I don't know. I'd rather not take the fine and just go to cancel than you to save all the money and do whatever you want to do.
And just be clear, if they do say cancellation and bond right now, that's not the end. Your license won't be canceled right away. I'm sure you explained that to the prosecutor, right? You would have the chance to either accept it or go to hearing. So
I
that
believe
would be an option.
Dave, can you advise on that, please?
Well, no, that's
No.
No, sorry, I thought that's what you were saying. I'm sorry, I can't see who you are because
I was advising you, basically, the options. If they say cancellation and bond claim right now, that doesn't mean your license is canceled. I just wanted you to let you know that. That means it would be a counteroffer.
Yes,
It's a
no,
counteroffer.
I'm aware of that. Yes,
Gotcha.
thank you.
All right, yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Roper.
I think you have to really think about how you want to proceed, what kind of an establishment you want to be. because this is not adding up at all. And I don't even know that this stipulation can be agreed to. I don't get it. And as I look on the Google Maps, you're surrounded on, at least 3 sides by residences, private houses right across the street. To to one side, I see other business establishments. I don't see what's behind you. But this has been a significant problem. If you want to be a club, a tavern, then apply to be a tavern or a club or whatever it is. And what I don't know how the community is going to feel about that, but you're clearly not operating as a restaurant.
Stop. How would you?
I'm just gonna end the music ad. So I'm gonna continue. So let's see if we can just get a couple more steps along here. So Saturday, Sunday, live music will end at 4. And the only thing I'm gonna change.
Oh, please.
No, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to follow along with the please where you are, so I apologize there. And on the copy that I'm looking at, we've got numbers, and I'm just looking to follow along with you.
All right. And then Friday, Saturday nights.
People can hear it now. Look, you guys are gonna do what you're gonna do. And I'm not buying this at all. I don't see any compromise on their side. But fresh all over again. How that goes.
So where are you gonna be at? You're gonna be at council?
Yeah. I don't think I'm being given a choice. Are they gonna agree to operate a kitchen and act as a restaurant?
Stop. Now's not the time.
Want to give them a chance to do that? That's an option. Yeah, that's an option.
All right, let me just finish this. If you want to take it back and think about it before you accept these conditions, you're welcome to do that. So
Thank
kitchen
you.
needs to be serving at all times. I'm gonna have music end at 11 p.m. all across the board throughout the entire week. Close at 12, close at 1 on Friday, Saturday.
Do you want to hold it over, or you want to give them?
They can have 10 minutes to think about it, and then they can decide whether they want to accept or those are the stipulations I'm willing to.
And that was right?
Yes, with the full kitchen. 11 o'clock music end every single day. Doors and windows closed while music is playing. Close at 12 and close at 12 Sunday to Thursday, close at 1 Friday, Saturday. Music end by 4 p.m. on Saturday, Sunday. Wait. Oh, I guess during brunch. I mean, it doesn't, that's not relevant. Actually. I don't care when you can be playing between 4 and whatever night hour is.
All right.
I'm gonna require also scanners at the door after 9 p.m. entry, and it's 21 and over only.
So you're gonna take 10 minutes to think about it, or what do you want to do?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we had someone come in late in Buffalo.
Yeah.
Yep. Number 12, LEKOJOKO LLC.
That was the worst.
Hello. Can you just introduce yourself?
Okay, my name is Olushola Sholola for 875 Billy Avenue, LEKOJOKO. I'm the owner of this.
All right, did your representative come with you today?
Oh no, he didn't come today.
Okay, are you sure that, do we have a notice of appearance on the record, please?
Yeah, because I believe it should be online, you know. I don't know if they, because I'm the one that came here today.
I don't know who, OK Adelaide? Adele?
Adele,
That was your representative?
yes.
I think
It's expired.
September's expired. Sorry, what did you say about that? It's not coming?
It's not
Says
coming.
not coming. What was they, 6-1?
6-1.
Okay. Okay, sir, you were listening to the prior application or rather disciplinary proceeding. Your application is for a restaurant, but the name of your business is a lounge, which is still okay. You've been operating on a temp, which have since expired, and you're continuing to serve alcohol, and your representative wrote us. That's why I want the rep to come, because they said that there's no live music, no DJ as such at your location. But our investigator visited and you told them that you are essentially a music lounge and you have high top tables, couches. It looks like a dance nightclub venue, and the posted sign in fact indicates that you open at 10. So that's not a restaurant, and you will have to refile and apply for a tavern liquor, because you, I believe, also do not currently serve any food, let alone a substantial food item, but you have no food at all. And I'm looking at pictures. It is a nightclub with beautiful lights and
Promoted events.
I do, we make food. We make
dancing
food.
floor and all that.
We make, I make food.
You
We
make
make
food?
jollof rice, and yam. Yeah, jollof rice. I'm from Nigeria.
Okay.
So, yeah, West Africa. So we do jollof rice, pepper soup, and which is goats, and you know. So,
Okay, I understand,
and I
but
also
you're
do
not-
like a DoorDash too. They come in.
No, you can't do DoorDash, sir. So I think I either can hold this over so that you come back with your representative. But as of right now, your method of operation under your temp, it's not at all what is in your application, and maybe there's sort of a misunderstanding between you and your advisor. So do you want us to hold it over and you come back with your advisor, or you want us to, I can also just deny it and you can file again and file for the method of operation that you want to have.
And I will have to, I will have to wait for him so we can, talk about this.
I just want you to know that the city gave you stipulations. You're supposed to close at 12 a.m. Sunday to Thursday, 1 a.m. Friday, Saturday, no live music, no bands, and no service on the patio.
I did, which I spoke to the council member about that.
Okay, so because you're here today without your representative, I'm gonna hold this over until June 25th, and you try to come back with your representing person, okay?
Okay.
Just ask whoever has been writing to us on your behalf to come with you, or you can hire a different representative, obviously, that's your right.
Okay, no problem.
But before they come, you should ask them to watch this hearing, request the documents, and then come in, okay? Our next meeting is June 25th. And if you can't come on June 25th, you can ask our secretary's office for an extension until July 16th. This meeting starts at 10 a.m. It starts in Buffalo first, so I would show up at 10 a.m.
Okay.
And it's also important that you renew your temp if you're still operating because you are expired right now and you are.
Yeah, I did
you-
renew on.
Okay.
Yeah, I put the renewal already, so I'm expecting the temporary, the way they normally send it to me.
Okay, in our system, your temp is expired, so I don't know it seems like there's a lag on every front here today. Maybe our computer is just slow.
Now, when did you send the temp in?
I
When did
did
you
it
mail
on
in the temp?
Friday.
You mailed it in on Friday? Yeah.
Yeah. So there was, and they said they sent an email saying there was a mistake, but they still have the.
So they're
money order.
holding it. They reached out to you because you need to correct something?
Yeah. And
Okay, so make sure you
Okay.
respond to them because that will hold up the issuance of your temp. And just so you know, you have to submit that at least 10 days before you expire in order to not allow any time to lapse.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they already submitted everything. It's
But
submitted.
answer that email. If someone is looking for more information, answer that email and get what they need so that we can continue processing the temp.
Okay.
All right, so June 25th.
Okay.
Commissioner De Leon?
Yeah.
And Commissioner Maya?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Singh, Amandeep Singh, if you could just hold on for a bit, stay muted, because we have other things to do before we need you. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you so much. So I think Mac and Emmett's back for 40 and 41.
Great. The board is ready?
Yeah.
Great. So my client, Josh Mullen, who is one of the owners, would just like to say a few things.
Hey guys, all due respect, I just want to explain what our business is, what we do, and clearly talk about the big picture here. So we did $4 million in revenue last year, with half of that being food sales. We're the largest restaurant on Elmwood Ave, which is a huge commercial strip. We sell more food. We're the largest food purchaser for Latina Foods, which is a large distributor here. We employ 50 people. These changes would force us into layoffs immediately, the hourly changes. We make a lot of money after the hours that you're telling us we would have to close. That helps supplement our business so we can operate as a lunch establishment during the week. And lunch places don't make money anymore. We do that for the benefit of the neighborhood because we believe in being a neighborhood bar. We also pay out bands, the musician community. We're the #1 payee of local musicians in Buffalo. We paid out $250,000 directly to local musicians. This is creating jobs. We have full support of the Elmwood Village Association board, which they've never given to a business. They're notoriously resident heavy and resident friendly, and they have given us full support. The letter is included with everything that we submitted. We are a fully functioning restaurant. We believe in serving good food. We're a scratch kitchen. We buy from local distributors. We buy local beers. We employ local people. We do weddings. We do events. We are a fully functioning restaurant. And we also support the music community, being a music establishment at night, which helps our business sustain. These changes would basically force us to have immediate layoffs and be detrimental to the music community.
All right, so do you accept the terms or is that a no?
Respectfully, that's a no.
You can't. It would put us out.
All right, you can vote.
All right, members are going to vote. Commissioner De Leon?
I just want to take a moment to commend the efforts of the chair and my fellow commissioner, John Maya, to get you past this situation. I'm just shocked that we can't get the cooperation and that you just don't seem to see our side of it. And it's a necessary side. You know, we're a regulatory agency. We support this industry as much as possible, but we have regulations and rules, and you just seem intent on saying they're not applicable here. We don't need to apply them here. So I'm just not satisfied, and unfortunately, I have to vote to cancel and bond.
Commissioner Maya?
Okay, I need to make an explanation here because I found this process today a bit much more trying than I anticipated it would be. I had asked earlier on the hours. I'm going to try to be very brief. I asked earlier on the hours of both music and the hours of opening. I had 12 during the week, 2-ish during the weekends. Of course, you could go to 4. I had music till 11, and I had music till 1. I was all okay with that. In fact, I was okay with the exception of the times potentially with the chair's statement. Everything else was going fine. And to me, you just needed to say you'd be a restaurant and then figure that out later. So I would accept the stipulations based upon what I have just said. And I would also on that, which we didn't even get to, just for purposes of getting this case addressed and adjudicated, I would have also gone with the 10,000 civil penalty. So now I'm thinking aloud here. Do I stand on that position, which I probably might do, or do I also go to cancel and bond? I'm amazed that you gentlemen have not accepted the deal that we were attempting to propose to you. I'm amazed. So in my amazement only, I'm going to stick with what I would have done, which is what I've just recited on the record. So I'm not going to cancel and bond only because I'm just going to put that proposal out there, and if you fail as a restaurant, you'll be closed. So this was my vote. My vote is the stipulation I just stated.
So basically, it was you were adding closing, right?
Yes.
Hours and stuff like that.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Roper.
Chair.
All right, it's I don't take it lightly that there are 3 very serious charges here, and the stipulations in fact didn't address some of the important public safety issues that are involved here. Neighbors are here, which is a very unusual decision to spend their morning sitting here watching this. I don't take that lightly. I understand the loss of jobs, etc., but when you're making money on the backs of other people's quality of life, I just don't think that's okay. I don't think anybody in this room would think that's okay. It doesn't matter how many people you employed, how many musicians you study, how much money you donate, how many $4 or $5 million you make in a year. You're doing it on the backs of other people's sleep and happiness and peace. And I am amazed as well that we didn't get a deal done here. If you know how we were operate, what you would have been able to do is take the deal, go for a year, make sure the neighbors are happy, and come back and extend your hours and try to go big. I mean, I think that when you threaten us with we're going to go out of business, we're going out of business, but kitchen really closes at 10, and you're just you're operating in a gray, but somehow you think that we're in the wrong. It's very, very difficult to swallow. I think the people that have been here with me for years have never seen this and are equally baffled as I am. It's unfortunate. I think that the neighbors also want to see a resolution and didn't want us to come to this, to be honest, because I do think that you bring value to the community. I mean, it's probably a place that I would like to attend and have fun at. It's just that when you're after a certain hours post, close to under 21 and, and then there's a sell to minor charge, and we just can't get to an agreement on how you're going to protect the safety of the people. And there's no offer from your end about that concern. It's a problem. This privilege to traffic alcohol it's not a right. So I met cancel and bond.
Okay. There are cancel and bond. You'll get a letter in the email with a counteroffer. And again, your options is to either accept it or go to trial. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Nicole. Thank you.
All right. Yep, thank you. Sign off.
Many routes to go because all of our interpreters here, and we still have 3 people in Albany.
Well,
the culture and, you know.
Do we have opposition in Albany for anything? Or is it all
What number was
applicants?
it?
I'm just asking Ellery.
Oh.
Oh, Ellery?
I don't believe so now.
Not enough.
All right, so I'm gonna call 51, Ossining Wine and Liquor, Inc.
I don't understand your thing.
51.
Morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the authority. My name is John Cortuccio. I filed a notice of appearance with the board. We've also filed an affirmation from Sorry?
Go ahead, keep on.
Okay. An affirmation from the principal employee of the establishment and a statement from the licensee. Present this morning is the licensee Luciano Velardo and his daughter Adriana. That's the principal parties of this business. Adriana did file the affirmation or the affidavit. I submitted a brief memo of law in addition.
Wants to add 1,023 feet.
All right, this is adding second floor to storage. I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right, I'm going to vote to approve. Thanks for waiting.
I also vote to approve.
And Commissioner De Leon?
I also.
She just approved.
Commissioner Mayo.
Approve.
Thank you. You've been approved. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge. We also, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, we also submitted a conditional plea.
You did?
Oh,
Yes.
there's a- what
For
number?
Ossining Wine and Liquor, Inc., did you sign in for
Yes.
it?
What number is that?
What number?
51 we are.
Yeah, but
Should be
conditional
like
plea is
52.
something else.
That was
I'm
51?
confused. We just voted on 51.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't see that.
Wait, I don't understand. We just voted on 51.
Submitted on November
51 is an
25th.
alteration. Now he's saying. he
Did you
has
get
a-
it?
I don't have 51.
I don't know if that's scheduled for the full board meeting yet. Hold on. Let me check. Did you?
I think he's got some other notice that he's. Is there a separate notice?
There was just one notice that that we received.
You would receive two notices. So if you have another case that's pending, that might not have made it yet.
What's the other case?
We don't know. He just says he has a conditional one, and I don't see it on the agenda.
Unauthorized alteration.
It's,
Oh, you mean
we
you
submitted that
have-
in November.
Oh, you have a disciplinary on the same,
Yes.
We were cited with a violation, yes.
oh, I see. That's not here today. But you don't have to come for that. Is there a CNC?
Wait, it's 55, I think. Hold on.
Oh.
Hold on.
No, this is an availing. It's not 55.
Hold on.
That's a cancel and bond, so it's not you.
Thank goodness.
Ossining Food Market Corp. So that is different.
No, that's different.
So, okay.
We don't have the
We don't have your
disciplinary.
disciplinary matter
We would
yet.
have connected. We would have known that there are two things to them. It's not here today, sir.
Okay, so what's your pleasure, Madam Chair? Should we
It
wait to
doesn't
hear from the
matter.
board?
If you have a CNC submitted, you don't need to come.
Okay.
Unless you are pleading not guilty, then I would come.
No, we submitted the conditional plea along with the fee that was quoted in the correspondence.
Then it's fine. Then it should be fine. You don't need to come again.
Okay.
Okay.
Council can come
No,
again.
that's
if you
already
want.
been settled. You already paid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, you're good. You're good.
Oh,
I thought that needed board approval also. Okay.
No, the board's already voted on that. You made payment, right?
Yes.
You're good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
36. Do you want to wait for New York City or?
If you want, it doesn't matter. They waited. So just call them. Like seriously.
Man. I want to call this one because I don't know why he's even here. 53, ATTIYA Petroleum Inc. in Albany. 53.
How are you doing?
I mean, I just.
All right, this license is surrendered.
I'm also not sure why I'm here.
Well, there was a pending case that you submitted an offer for. Did you submit an offer for $8,000 for a case?
Say it again?
Did you submit an offer for $8,000 for
Yeah.
a case?
Yeah. But I don't know if it was for this, I don't know if it was it for this corporation?
Yeah, how many corporations do you have? How many licenses do you have?
Under this corporation, I had 2.
How many licenses do you have altogether?
I think 4.
4 total or 4 additional?
4 total.
Okay. All right, so you surrendered this license and you're offering to pay $8,000, right?
Yes.
Okay, I accept.
Mr. De Leon?
I accept 8,000.
And Commissioner Mayor?
Accept. All right,
Accept?
thank you.
All right, you'll get a letter via email, like with instructions on how to pay it. So they accepted it.
Okay, so you're just gonna send it to my email, right? Because I sold that location, so it's not.
It'll
going
be
there, right?
it'll be email.
Okay, appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to call one. Sorry, let me get things organized. Calling one up ahead for New York City. It's 36 AIRIST JFK Inc.
41.
36.
Sounds good. All right, this is an item, it's a tavern wine, VIP 1 at JFK Airport. There was previously, we heard this in December of 24, and there was an issue with profit sharing with Port Authority and Terminal 1. The issue has since been fixed, right?
Yes, the documentation was submitted to email on May
I see
19th.
you're at 9.8%
Yes.
profit sharing.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you.
So can I just confirm, it said 9.8 profit sharing, but you also put in an MAG percentage. Can you explain a little bit what that means in the agreement?
Minimum manual, were you?
Port Authority have a minimum requirement of the rent. They're gonna take it as a 8 point something, and they will take it out 10%. So.
But wasn't there a part of the new lease that?
It is.
That
There.
attached to?
Yes.
Percentage of sales?
Yeah. It's always, all the leases has been like that for all tenants. With the port.
That's what I don't understand.
Can we talk about this for a minute?
Okay, can you explain it?
Yeah.
Explain, go ahead.
So, Boat Terminal 1 Group, which is the
Can you
Toga.
pull this down so we can hear you?
Sorry. So Boat Terminal 1 Group, which is Toga, and PA will get 9.8% and 9.8% equally. That's basically the agreement.
Can you explain the minimum annual guarantee?
Right, the 80%.
That,
It's a yearly minimum annual guarantee. It says 80% of the previous payment.
give me
We just gotta
1
ensure that, you're not going
I
over
believe
10%.
that's the Tula rent. And AIRIST pays that separate every month. Isn't that the Tula rent?
Minimum.
Why is it in this lease?
Yeah, I think it's a Tula rent.
Toga doesn't own the property. PA own the property. So PA tried to get this, minimal guarantee. MAG is a
Oh, I see it
minimum. Yeah, MAG is minimum guarantee.
Yeah, but isn't that the Tula? That is the Tula, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you do pay for that?
Yeah, we pay, but just
Minimal
basic.
annual
Oh,
guarantee.
Minimum annual
Yeah.
will be credited
That's good,
against.
that's what they
the
are.
minimum
80% of
annual.
previous payment. I don't know how
This
to read
is,
that.
there's
Each subsequent
more
year.
than 10 licenses in the PA. I mean, Terminal 1, as everybody has a minimum
Under
guarantee.
rent.
And Puerto Rico, Puerto Rico is the owner of
Yeah,
that.
that's what I said.
Beginning the first and foremost, the MAG for each category will increase
Two of the
by the
agreement is
consumer
supplemental.
price index.
No, that's what they said.
For the northeast region for the previous 12-month period, or to an amount equal to 90% of the average of the actual monthly rent paid on gross
이게 지금
receipts.
왜냐면 여기는
I don't know.
80%라고 써서
You got me on this.
From the
This
previous-
doesn't
Yes.
sound
It's 9.8.
It's under 10%.
Oh, I think they're two different things. I
Because they're
thought
going
that-
80% from
What do they get? What is
9.8%.
it add
Okay,
up
wait,
to?
let me just,
So this gentleman knows the answer, and let's hear what he says.
They gross, they sell revenue.
Oh,
will
from
not-
the 80%
Can you
of the
explain it?
annual gross income, the 9.8% will be taken out, but 9.8% is actually shared by the TOGA and with the port.
What's the
That
80%? Can you, I
they're-
couldn't hear you in the beginning.
Oh,
9.8.
their minimum annual guarantee from the 80% of the sales, that will be the 9.8% of will be paid towards the port
Oh,
and the TOGA.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, as opposed to, got it.
Just credited.
80% of the revenue,
Yeah.
right?
Is what it comes out of, is.
And
And from
minus
that
80%.
revenue, the 9.8.
Of
that.
that, okay, yep, got it.
So it's actually less.
So what about
And
the,
then it's
less.
sharing between two parties.
Right.
what
Yeah.
about the following paragraph?
Which following? Which
Beginning on the first day of the full
No,
month
that
of
you
each
didn't
subsequent
state that.
year
year
thereafter,
thereafter, the MAG for each category.
the mags for each category will increase by the consumer price
The
index.
9.8%.
But even though even the MAG will be increased, the percentage will stay the same.
And then when it goes.
So
over-
it'll be
Yeah, but the
9.8,
MAC
is
can be
that's
more than
going to be the same.
100%.
Oh, you
But
have
that's
to ask
still
that.
at 9.8%. Could I,
Right, so
So the
or to
9.8.
an amount equal to 90% of the average rental,
Got it, okay.
of the average actual monthly rent. So
still-
you're saying that it would never go over 100%?
No, it would never go over 10%
It would never
because,
go over 10%.
because
Right,
right
because it
now
couldn't go over.
it's 9.8% of 80% split between
Yeah.
two. So
Yeah.
that's more like 64. Right now it's like 32%, 3.2% for each. And then when it goes to 90%, then it gets to 4.2%.
That's how you read?
Yeah, because it's also 50-50 between two different. So it
Between
can't,
Toga and.
so it can't be more than 10 for one. So as it is, I mean, they would have to be, unless this number goes to 200% and then it's 9.8% of 200%, it will still be under 10%. And that's where we're looking at, right? I don't see anywhere here that they will ever be paying 200% of their gross receipts.
Well, and then I take it they wrote this, right, and gave it to you?
Yeah, that's what they did, yeah.
Okay. So the monthly percentage fee of the MAGA payments paid by the consumer shall be split between blah, blah, 50% each, blah, blah, blah. We got this.
아니, 했어요.
I mean, if you're comfortable with it.
I think that you just have to kind of make a guess that because it's like, it's 9.8% of 80% split between two, it starts at like 3.2%.
no, it's a
For one party.
Okay. No.
And this
And
lease,
the Port Authority, I think in theory can get,
20.
yeah, 20, because it's a Port Authority. And so it's very unlikely that it will get there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the ballpark you have to look at it,
I
is
see what
how
you're saying.
likely is it that.
but are both parties signatories to this lease?
Yeah, please do.
Are
Yeah.
both parties signatories to this lease?
Yes, yes.
Yes, because they're the landlord.
Okay.
So I have a question.
I get it, I guess.
All right, let's,
Thank you.
I've only got two or three questions, which I think will clarify what, my question anyway. So look at number 5, provision number 5.
Yep.
Okay? All I'm going to look at is that first paragraph, and then it says percent and yearly MAG underneath, okay? All right, so just so I understand it, you have a minimum annual guaranteed amount. Let's pretend that's $80,000. The 9.8% that's calculated is credited to that, towards that $80,000, correct?
Yes.
The next year, the MAG could go up depending on your sales. And then that 9.8% would be credited against that number
Yes.
in that future year.
Yes.
So that's the first paragraph there, which I feel that I fully understand.
Right.
The second paragraph, explain that to us. And then I don't have another question after you give me this answer.
Regarding to the 90% of the average of the actual monthly rent pay?
Yeah. That's just how you'll calculate future MAG, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I don't have any other questions and I,
9.8 of
yes,
that.
and so I still understand this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm good with this.
All right,
Shannon, you get it?
yeah. All right, ready, Chair, keep your approval, right?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Mayor, were you to approve?
I already said it, yes.
Okay, and Commissioner De Leon?
Yes, I have full faith in my colleagues.
Careful, be careful. On this one.
And I will approve.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for waiting.
Back to Albany.
All right.
64B, Greenbush Salsa Latina Corporation.
It's just so like
Hearing my
Chair, Commissioners.
almost clear.
yeah. No.
Good morning. Sean May, I'm here this morning with
64B.
Edith Geronimo and Oscar Geronimo, the principals of Greenbush Salsa Latina Corporation. This is in front of you today for the issuance of a temporary permit on this application.
Why was it denied?
Really?
There's an issue with the prior license. The parties ran a family restaurant with Edith's brother being the owner of the restaurant, and Oscar was the chef at the restaurant. They decided to split up, with the brother taking another restaurant in the area and Edith and Geronimo operating this restaurant. But they were poorly advised on the requirements of that split up, and the agreements that were written up appeared that there was an availing in the past with the Geronimos having an interest in the license, the family restaurant license, but not being on the license.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, I remember your letter, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
They were in compliance.
Yeah,
when
yeah.
we went to visit. All right. I'm gonna approve the temp. And I don't think the application needs to come here.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner De Leon
I also vote to approve.
and Commissioner Mayo.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you, members. Have a good
Thank
night.
you.
Okay.
All right. So we are moving to interpreters. Yep.
What about Albany? What about that last?
They
one?
need an interpreter.
Okay, that's.
Are they requested that they need an interpreter? So Mr. Singh, Amandeep Singh, the Punjabi interpreter, and I apologize for our in-person interpreters who have been patiently waiting, but we'll get to you.
What number?
Thank you. Number 4, Happy's Wine and Liquors Corporation. So I know you now waive an interpreter, but you did request an interpreter, and the interpreter is here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm sorry, the applicant requested an interpreter and it's now waiving it?
So their representative requested an interpreter. We still need the Punjabi interpreter for another item, but the representative requested an interpreter. The representative's not here, and the applicant arrived and said they waived the right to an interpreter and signed an old form that we apparently have waiving it, and they have someone to assist them present. But we already have the interpreter for another.
Okay. Sir, are you okay to proceed without an interpreter?
Yes.
Applicant, yes. And who are you here with today, sir?
For the license.
Yes, who are you with?
My construction manager, no?
Who's the guy in the blue shirt?
Good afternoon, commissioners. So I actually handle his construction firm. I drove him up here today. He can understand English and comprehend it, but he's not proficient, so that's why he did request an interpreter. But I can be here as a translator, so to say.
Why don't we just keep the interpreter?
Okay, if someone needs interpretation, it needs to be the state provided one. It's very unfortunate, but that's the rule. So let me ask you, you also have representing counsel, sir?
There's no representing counsel.
There's no representing counsel. Who did the application?
Jonathan Bing?
Is it represent Jim Bingham?
Jim
who
Bingham.
did the application, yes. Who assisted with the application?
Okay, and where's he?
He's not here today.
He's not coming
actually-
today.
No, he has some health issues going on.
Okay.
Come over.
All right, do I have any protests in the room?
There's one, a new store that protested Harriman, I think. But they're not present. But they were just licensed in March.
All right. Well, looks like he's getting a store.
My numbers are not good.
Your numbers are not good?
They're all down. It's all down. Closest one didn't respond, 0.6.
I know, there are no numbers for the closest one. The second one is really down.
Down.
Like, it's going from 8 million to 6 million, so.
I have 6 million.
For the closest store?
Yeah.
What does it say?
Commissioners, if I may state something on behalf of the applicant?
Hold on one second, hold on one second.
Sure.
There's a correlation between.
But
I know.
Yeah, look at every time you see some of them
I
all
know
in
them
one
there.
month.
It's true.
Know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
Haley is.
all right, you guys have questions?
Yeah, I do have questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. Why do we need another store right where you are? Tell us about yourself and why you're needed.
What, do we need to utilize the interpreter for that?
Can I use the interpreter, please?
Interpreter use that.
Okay, Mr. Singh, could you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, just ask the gentleman, what is he bringing to the area? Why is his store needed? Why is he a benefit to the competition in the area? Okay?
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਵਾਂ ਸਟੋਰ ਕਾਤੇ ਖੋਲ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਏਰੀਆ 'ਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਟੋਰ ਖੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੀ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਇਸ ਏਰੀਆ ਦਾ ਸਟੋਰ ਖੋਲਣ ਨਾਲ
ਮੈਂ ਕੰਸਟਰਕਸ਼ਨ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾ 60 ਵੱਜ ਗਈ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਬੇਟੀ ਕੋਲ ਲਿਕਰ ਸਟੋਰ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਡੈਡੀ ਜੀ ਲਿਕਰ ਸਟੋਰ ਖੋਲੋ ਤੇ ਉਹ 'ਚ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੈ ਕੰਸਟਰਕਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਪਾ ਲਈ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਲਿਕਰ ਸਟੋਰ ਖੋਲਣ ਡਿਆ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ 15 ਸਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਲਿਕਰ ਸਟੋਰ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਬੰਦ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ ਜੀ
ਤੁਹਾਡਾ 15 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸੀਗਾ ਲਿਕਰ
ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਮੈਂ ਲੀਜ਼ ਭਰੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਜੋ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣਾ 24 ਦੀ ਲੀਜ਼ ਭਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਟੋਰ ਦੀ ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੀਜ਼ ਭਰਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਮਤਲਬ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਲਿਕੋ ਸਟੋਰ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ ਇਸੇ ਲੋਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੇ ਸੇਮ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਉਹ 15 ਸਾਲ ਚੱਲਿਆ ਲਿਕੋ ਸਟੋਰ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਤੁਰ ਗਿਆ ਸਟੋਰ ਨੂੰ ਖਾਲੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਲੋਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਵੇਖੀ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਸਟੋਰ ਖਰੀਦਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ
Okay.
The population was
You need to let him interpret.
Thank you.
Okay. Interpreter,
He's
please.
Yes, he used to work in construction, but then he got hurt. His daughter suggested that he go and open up a liquor store because it's lucrative and profitable. There used to be a liquor store at this current location for 15 years, and he has been paying the lease since May of 2024, and that store is not open anymore. That was open for 15 years, and he's looking to take over and open up that store.
All right, sir, Mr. Singh, ask the gentleman, what is he bringing to the retail sector here? Does he have any special products? Does he have an especially large store, or what is the attraction to his place? What's his competitive advantage?
Okay. ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਟੋਰ ਖੋਲਣ ਦੀ ਕੀ ਖਾਸੀਅਤ ਹੋਊਗੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਕਟ ਸਟੋਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਿਆ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੰਪੀਟੀਸ਼ਨ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਵੱਖਰਾ ਹੋਊਗਾ
ਨਿਊ ਯਾਰਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਕਟ ਲਿਆਉਣਾ 15 ਤੋਂ 20% ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਸਟੇਟ ਵਾਈਨ ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਵਾਈਨ
Yeah, that's what he just said.
No, see, I want to know.
Oh, real.
Did that store?
He's saying he will bring New York products, New York wine and liquor products 15 to 20% more than what's there now.
And what else does he have? What else is special about his store or the location? What else?
ਹੋਰ ਕੀ ਖਾਸ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਟੋਰ ਬਾਰੇ ਹੋਰ ਕੀ ਖਾਸੀਅਤ ਲਿਆਉਂਗੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਸਟੋਰ
ਇੱਥੇ ਲੋਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਸ਼ੋਪ ਰਾਈਡ ਹੈ इटालियन रेस्टोरेंट है, पिज्जा है, प्लाजा है ना, मेन शॉपिंग सेंटर है.
He's saying it's a main shopping center. There's a ShopRite, there's an Italian restaurant, and a retail center.
ऐसे न्यू पॉपुलेशन नवे घर बहुत बनते पे ने ना.
There's a
One
lot of
population
house
but
construction in
they
that house. A lot of new
Right.
population.
All right, last question for me anyway. This man is a seasoned businessman. What does he project his first year revenues to be? What, does he have any projections and what are they?
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਧੰਦੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਐਕਸਪੀਰੀਅੰਸ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਹੋ, ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਕੀ ਐਸਟੀਮੇਟ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅਗਲੇ ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਰੈਵਨਿਊ ਕਰੋਗੇ, ਕਿੰਨਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੇਲ ਕਰੋਗੇ?
About to 850,000.
8.5 lakh?
ਹਾਂਜੀ.
$850,000.
And how did he arrive at that? Just briefly, and then I will be done. How does he pick 850?
ਥੋੜੇ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਂ 'ਚ ਦੱਸਿਓ ਵੀ 8.5 ਲੱਖ ਨੰਬਰ ਇਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਲਿਆਂਦਾ, ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਇਸ ਨੰਬਰ ਤੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ?
ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਥ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਾਂ
By working hard and with the help of his community.
Oh, okay. Well, I was kind of I'm trying to see. I mean, does he have any mathematical basis for the numbers? What I'm saying.
ਉਹ ਇਹ ਪੁੱਛਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਕੀਤਾ 8.5 ਲੱਖ ਨੰਬਰ ਦੇਣ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਵੀ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੈਲਕੂਲੇਟ ਕੀਤਾ?
ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲਿਕਰ ਸਟੋਰ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਉਹ 1.5 ਲੱਖ ਮਤਲਬ ਡਾਲਰ ਉਹਦੀ ਇਨਕਮ ਹੈ, ਉਸ 1.5 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਦੀ ਇੰਨੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਦੀ.
The store that was the liquor store that was there before used to have a revenue of 1.5 million, and he used that number to arrive to $850,000.
Okay. So he's being conservative on a prior store. When did that store close? That other one? Okay, December 23. Okay, thank you. There's my question. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sir Singh, hold on, sir. Mr. Singh, could you please ask the gentleman what percentage of New York State products is he committing to?
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿੰਨੇ % ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਦਾ ਸਮਾਨ, ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਕਟ ਲਿਆਉਣ ਦਾ ਵਾਅਦਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ, ਕਮਿਟਮੈਂਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ?
About 15%.
He said 15%.
15%.
20.
15 to 20%.
Will you do 20?
Yeah.
20% ਕਰੋਗੇ?
ਹਾਂਜੀ.
Yes.
Okay.
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ.
Are the members ready to vote? Do you have any questions? Ready to vote?
And the closest store is going up, right?
Yeah. So they went up. The closest store next to you went up. I got to tell you that the 3 stores after that have gone down, from 23 to 2024. And we just started a new license there in March of 2025. But the stores on the map appear to be spread out, and you're committing to 20% New York State products. And like I said, the immediate store, the closest one next to you, has gone up. So I will vote to approve.
Approve with the 20% or just?
With the 20% commitment to New York State products.
Commissioner Maya?
Okay, 20%, and I approve.
Maya? Chair? Oh.
All right, so I just want to point out that your daughter owns a store, and while we welcome you to the industry, you cannot, share products with her or anything like that. I understand that her store is a few hours away.
ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਬੇਟੀ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਟੋਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੁਝ ਘੰਟੇ ਦੂਰ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੋਂ, ਤੇ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਾਸ ਕਰ ਦੇਣਗੇ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ, ਬਟ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਮਾਨ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਟੋਰ 'ਚ ਮਿਕਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ, ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਮਾਨ
ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਨਹੀਂ
not at all.
No.
Okay, great. So you understand that. Okay, so as long as you understand that and you're going to operate the store independently, I'm going to vote to approve as well, with 1 protest on the record and no one appearing in protest. The closest store is doing increased numbers. I'm going to find in public convenience an advantage and, however, hold you to 20% New York products.
Yep. So let him know that he's been approved, but he has to have 20% New York State products in his store.
ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਾਸ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਜੀ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਅਪਰੂਵ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ, ਬਟ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਾਣ ਲਓ ਵੀ 20% ਪ੍ਰੋਡਕਟ ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਦਾ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਮਿਟਮੈਂਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਰਿਕੁਆਇਰਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ, ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਬੇਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਅਪਰੂਵ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ।
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay. Thank you. You can go.
Thank you. Thank you, members.
And thank you, Ellery.
No problem.
All right. So we have one more item that needs a Punjabi interpreter. That item is number 20, Kosher Corks Inc. And it's the opposition that needs the Punjabi interpreter.
20. Okay.
So it's number 20.
Sorry. Where is he? Come. Robert Romano, good afternoon, everybody. I'm here with Nathaniel Lakubab, and we're here. There is opposition.
I don't hear you. Sir Romano, you're for the applicant? Applicant?
Applicant.
– 20.
All right. Who needs the interpreter?
One of the opposition.
Okay. All right, you want to put your name on the record?
Yeah, do it again. I'm sorry.
Okay. Good afternoon again, Robert Romano. I'm here with Nathaniel Lakubov, who is here on behalf of Kosher Corks Incorporated. And there's opposition.
All right.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. This is Arhelio Rodriguez. I'm counsel for opposition M&M Wines and Liquors, Inc., DBA.
I'm sorry. So it's your client that needs the interpreter.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. So is she going to say something, or are they going to say anything, or are you just kind of speaking on behalf of them?
I'll be speaking on behalf of them.
How do you want to do
They should be hearing.
Yeah, they have
So,
to.
so you know, short sentences stop, and we have to wait for the interpreter to interpret. Just want to
everybody,
lay that out
for
and make it
everybody.
clear.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
So I'll just repeat. Arhelio Rodriguez here for M&M Wines and Liquors, Inc., DBA A to Z Liquors. It's located at 185-11 Union Turnpike, and I'm here with the principal, Kuljinder Kaur,
Yep. And then
and her son.
And then wait. Yep.
Sure. Sorry, I'll keep that in mind.
Are you able to just interpret that?
Okay.
Yes. ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਕੀਲ ਹੈਗੇ ਰੋਡਰੀਗਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਉਹ M&M ਵਾਈਨ ਐਂਡ ਲਿਕਰ ਸਟੋਰ A to Z ਲਿਕਰ ਨੂੰ ਰਿਪਰੈਜ਼ੈਂਟ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕੁਲਜਿੰਦਰ ਕੌਰ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬੇਟੇ ਨੂੰ
And I'm also here with her son, Karan Preet Singh.
ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬੇਟੇ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਹੈ ਕਰਨਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ
Okay, so your license is in safekeeping?
That's correct, and I can provide some more background and important information that the full board is not aware of at this time.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, can we just stop and let the interpreter?
ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਸਟੇਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਬੈਕਗ੍ਰਾਉਂਡ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਊਂਗਾ
I also wanted to add that there's another store in opposition here, Mayfair, and let me know if they should put their name on the record or if I should proceed.
Sure, you can put their name on the record.
ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਸਟੋਰ ਹੈ ਮੇਫੇਅਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਨਾਮ ਜਾਰੀ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ
Yeah, he's closer, let him go first.
Okay, so I'll proceed.
No, I said let him go first.
Oh, okay, actually, I think we're closer.
No, he's closer, he's 0.1 miles.
They're actually located directly in front of our store. The information on the memorandum is incorrect. They have it as 0.2. They're actually directly in front of us.
So you're 0.1, you're a point less than 0.1?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, I'll
I
proceed.
think you're close, so tell me what's the story.
Okay, so the background is as follows. M&M Wines and Liquors is located directly in front of the applicant, Kosher Corks, Inc.
What do you mean located in front? Like you're directly across the street or something?
Yes,
Like
you can
what?
see them in numbers.
In front. Is there like traffic lanes between you?
It's, yeah.
How many traffic lanes?
So you can see the numbers, 185-11 versus 185-16.
I know. How many traffic lanes in between you?
Four.
Okay, and is
Two
traffic
going-
two ways?
Yeah, two going.
But there's no divider,
east,
you can
two
walk
going
across.
right. There's no divider.
Yeah, there's no divider?
No, you can actually walk.
Okay, okay, I understand.
Okay. So M&M's license is currently in safekeeping. It's been in safekeeping and it's actively in safekeeping through July 1st at this time.
Okay, so why is that?
Okay. So there's 4 steps going on here. I'm gonna list it out. So the applicant is Nathaniel Yakubov. The initial application was submitted under Mr. Yakubov's name. He's 100% the principal. During the application process, there was a deficiency letter, it seems, and the true disclosure came out. The true disclosure that came out was that David Merdekayev, his father, gifted 100% of the funds to the applicant principal. Why is that important here? That's important because the David Merdekayev is or was the landlord at M&M's licensed building. The first thing they did was they purchased M&M's licensed building in 2022. The second thing they did was they refused to sign off on any lease renewal for M&M's original space throughout 2023 and 2024. There's a lot there for him to translate. Sure. I know it's hard, but the best thing to do is be sentence by sentence, and he can follow along, and it actually speeds the process up. Okay.
Interpreter,
you can interpret. That was a lot to
Yes. ਜਿਹੜਾ M&M ਵਾਈਨ ਲਿਕਰ ਸਟੋਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਲਿਕਰ ਸਟੋਰ ਦੇ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 4 ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕ ਦੀਆਂ ਲਾਈਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਦੋਨੇ ਤਰਫੀ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ M&M ਵਾਈਨ ਲਿਕਰ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਜੁਲਾਈ ਤੋਂ ਸੇਫ ਕੀਪਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੇ ਉਹ 4 ਸਟੈਪਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੱਸ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਲਿਕਰ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਾਲਕ ਹੈ ਨਥੈਨੀਅਲ ਯਾਕੂਬੋਵ ਉਹਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਾਪ ਹੈ ਡੇਵਿਡ ਮਰਦਕਾਇਓ ਉਹਨੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ 100% ਉਹ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲੀਜ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ M&M ਵਾਈਨ ਲਿਕਰ ਨੂੰ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ
Okay, so at a minimum, it should at least raise an eyebrow to the authority that David Merdekayev gifted 100% of the funds to Nathaniel Yakubov.
ਅਥਾਰਟੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਡੇਵਿਡ ਮਰਡਕਾਇਓਵ ਨੇ 100% ਗਿਫਟ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਰੇ ਫੰਡ 100% ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ
And why is that?
Okay, now that I've identified the significance of David Merdekayev, I'm going to list out what has happened in the last 2 years. First step, Merdekayev purchased M&M's licensed building in 2022. Go ahead.
Okay, ਪਿਛਲੇ 2 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸੂਗਾ ਵੀ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਡੇਵਿਡ ਮਰਡਕਾਇਵ ਨੇ 2022 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ
And that's the uncle of the applicant.
No, that's the applicant's father. The uncle, he's a joint account holder. He's less significant in all this. I'm going to leave him out of this.
Got it.
Step 2, the landlord refused to sign off on a new lease for M&M's original space throughout 2023 and 2024.
Okay.
2023 ਤੋਂ 2024 ਤੱਕ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਲੈਂਡਲੌਰਡ ਨੇ ਲੀਜ਼ ਰੀਨਿਊ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਇਨਕਾਰ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ
Okay, the third step, my client, the M&M, applies for a removal to an adjoining lot next door. To an adjoining lot, they're connected on the back. This is the removal application that was disapproved by the authority in November.
ਤੀਜੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ M&M ਨੇ ਅਪਲਾਈ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਲਾਟ ਆਫ ਦੇ ਰਿਮੂਵਲ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਅਥਾਰਟੀਜ਼ ਨੇ ਅਪਰੂਵ ਪਾਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਕੀਤਾ
You then may ask, why did the full board disapprove M&M's removal application at 7571 185th Street, which is around the corner?
ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੁੱਛੋਗੇ ਵੀ ਅਥਾਰਟੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਪਾਸ ਕਾਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਐਪਲੀਕੇਸ਼ਨ M&M ਲਿਕਰ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ 75 71 153 ਸਟਰੀਟ ਤੇ ਸੀ
The applicant principal's father, David Merdekayev, who gifted 100% of the funds, purchased all surrounding lots around the lot of removal, the lot where the removal was sought for.
Around that area.
All of the surrounding lots. Go ahead.
ਜਿਹੜਾ ਡੇਵਿਡ ਮਰਡਕ ਆਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਾਪ ਹੈ ਨਥੈਨੀਅਲ ਦਾ ਉਹਨੇ 100% ਜਿੰਨੇ ਲਾਟ ਦੇ ਆਲੇ ਦੁਆਲੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਰਟੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਖਰੀਦ ਲਈਆਂ
This occurred over the course of the last 2 years.
ਪਿਛਲੇ 2 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਇਹ
In the fourth step, David Mordekayev encumbered Ms. Carr's lot with a notice of pendency and a stop work order over the course of the last 12 months.
ਪਿਛਲੇ 12 ਮਹੀਨਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਡੇਵਿਡ ਮਰਡਕ ਆਇਵ ਨੇ M&M ਲਿਕਰ ਦੀ ਮਾਲਕ ਨੂੰ ਸਟਾਪ ਵਰਕ ਆਰਡਰ ਲਵਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਕੰਮ ਬੰਦ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਆਰਡਰ ਲਵਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ
Could I, interpreter, please? The stop work order, was that issued by a court or a municipality or what?
The stop work order was issued by the Department of Buildings.
Okay, and do you know the basis for that?
I would defer.
Wait, he's got to interpret.
ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੰਮ ਰੋਕਣ ਦਾ ਆਰਡਰ ਸੀਗਾ ਉਹ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਨੇ ਲਾਇਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਨੇ ਲਾਇਆ ਸੀਗਾ
I defer only because it has construction terminology that I'm less familiar with.
The interpreter's got to interpret.
ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਉਸ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਕੰਸਟਰਕਸ਼ਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਵਲੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੰਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ
Okay, so Mr. Interpreter, ask them, I want to know the basis for the stop work order as they understand it.
ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਟਾਪ ਵਰਕ ਆਰਡਰ ਲੱਗਾ ਸੀ ਕੰਮ ਰੋਕਣ ਦਾ ਆਰਡਰ ਲੱਗਾ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਕਿਉਂ ਲੱਗਾ ਸੀ
May I speak?
Yes, but just go slowly for him.
Okay, so basically the stop work order was issued due to the stop work order was issued due to incorrect installing of pilings during the shoring process, where the pilings were on the adjacent lot's property by a couple of inches. And due to that, a complaint was filed with the DOB by the adjacent lot, in which a stop work order was issued.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please? I wasn't able to catch that.
You said pilings, I think he...
Pilings, yes. So we were installing pilings on our property, and they were incorrectly installed where they were on the other property's lot by a couple of inches. And the other property, they issued a complaint, which led to a stop work order.
ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਪਾਈਲਿੰਗਸ ਲਾਈਆਂ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਿ 2-3 ਇੰਚ ਤੋਂ ਦੂਜੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਲਾਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚਲੇ ਗਈਆਂ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੀ ਵਜ੍ਹਾ ਤੋਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਲਾਟ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਕੰਪਲੇਂਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੀ ਵਜ੍ਹਾ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਸਟਾਪ ਵਰਕ ਆਰਡਰ ਲਾਤਾ
Mr. Singh, so I could just move on? Was the stop work order, who was the authorizing agency or court?
The DOB.
Just said DOB.
Oh, I didn't hear him. I'm sorry. Thank you, sir.
And in order to remedy that stop work order, we have to reach agreement between the adjacent lot, and we just have to reach agreement to, go on his property to fix the pilings.
ਤੇ ਸਟਾਪ ਵਰਕ ਆਰਡਰ ਹਟਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਰਟੀ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਸਮਝੌਤਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਪਿਆ
He owns the building. You don't own the building.
Okay, so the lot of the removal, they own that lot that they sought removal for around the corner. They own that lot. They sought to do the removal on their own lot.
Right.
In the course of the 2 years, landlord purchased all surrounding.
They own where your store is at.
They purchased the location, the building of the store. They own the lot adjoining it where they were trying to remove to. To interfere with that process, a notice of pendency and a stop work order occurred in the last 12 months. Now, the issue with the stop work order is that it requires their cooperation and consent to withdraw it. It's very hard to...
Okay. All right, keep going.
Interpreter, can you catch up?
Yes. If you could just repeat the last couple of sentences.
The main point is that in order to withdraw the work order, in order for the Department of Buildings to withdraw the work order, an agreement has to be reached with this very same landlord that intentionally purchased the surrounding lot and others. And an agreement has not been reached with them. And they've essentially interfered with the construction on the lot owned by Principal Ms. Kaur.
Let him go.
ਓਕੇ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਟਾਪ ਵਰਕ ਆਰਡਰ ਆ ਉਹ ਹਟਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਲੈਂਡਲੋਰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇ M&M ਲਿਕਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਮਝੌਤੇ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਸੀ ਅਗਰੀਮੈਂਟ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਸੀ ਪਰ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕੀ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਟ ਸਕਿਆ ਸਟਾਪ ਵਰਕ ਆਰਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਟ ਸਕਿਆ
But Counselor, you're saying that there was an encroachment. A piling was encroaching.
Yes, of several inches.
There's a basis for the stop work.
Right, there's a basis for the stop order, and in order to
withdraw it, there needs to be an agreement worked. It's an issue of several inches. And they need access to, my client needs access to remove that.
ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਲਾਇੰਟ ਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਐਕਸੈਸ ਦੀ ਫਾਈਲਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਉਹ 2-3 ਇੰਚ ਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਟਾਪ ਵਰਕ ਆਰਡਰ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ
I guess what I'm trying to say here is that the M&M applied for a removal, and that removal was disapproved by the authority in November. They still have time left on their safekeeping. They would like to preserve their right to apply for removal once again in a lot not owned by this particular landlord.
M&M ਲਿਕਰ ਨੇ ਅਪਲਾਈ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਰਿਮੂਵਲ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਨਵੰਬਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਹਾਲੇ ਵੀ ਟਾਈਮ ਹੈਗਾ ਸੇਫ ਕੀਪਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਅਪਲਾਈ ਕਰ ਸਕਣ
And there's still time sufficiently on their safekeeping that they can submit removal attempt number 2 in such a manner where landlord cannot interfere with, because this is not unintentional.
Okay.
ਉਹ ਦੂਜੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਇੰਨਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਹਲੇ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ ਦੂਜੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਉਹ ਅਪਲਾਈ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲੈਂਡਲੋਰਡ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਖਲਅੰਦਾਜ਼ੀ ਨਾ ਕਰ ਸਕੇ
But counsel, let me just say something, because I believe I definitely recall the gentlewoman with you. I definitely recall voting, and I believe I just recall that entire incident.
ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਕੀਲ ਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਏ ਆ ਉਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਮੈਂ ਵੋਟ ਜਦੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਚੇਤਾ ਆਇਆ
The adjoining property owner, father or uncle or what, he's acting within his lawful rights. We all know that, correct?
ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਲੈਂਡਲੋਰਡ ਜੋ ਗੱਲ ਮੰਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਹੱਕ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮੰਗਣਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਹੱਕ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਰਟੀ ਦਾ ਓਨਰ ਹੈ
Okay. I am not here to cast judgment. I'm here to explain the facts that even though this is strategically masterful on the part of this landlord and he's acted lawfully, my point is that there's still time on their safekeeping, and they should be able to attempt a removal application now that all of this information has been flushed out and it's been made clear and apparent now that landlord owns all the surrounding lots, that they would go to a location on 180, that they have the right to apply for a removal, and that the application of kosher CORKS should not be ruled on at this time, and it should take into account M&M Wines and Liquors at that location at this time.
ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਜੋ ਲੈਂਡਲੋਰਡ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਾਨੂੰਨੀ ਹੱਕ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਸਮਾਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੂਜੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਉਹ ਅਟੈਂਪਟ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਰਿਮੂਵਲ ਵਾਲਾ ਅਪਲਾਈ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਰ ਲੈਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ
All right, now my last question. I'm sorry, I keep interrupting, Commissioner. Go ahead.
No, and so your opposition to this applicant is, if I got it right, that they should have the right to the removal, and if we grant this application, we would be granting essentially two stores right next to each other that would present a problem for M&M.
I guess I wouldn't say it that way. I would say that a licensee that has a license in safekeeping should be allowed some right to some degree to pursue their removal within their lawful period of safekeeping.
It doesn't have to be in the same area. That sounded.
No, I mean, we try to encourage them to stay within the same area.
And they have a location in mind 1 block away from the surrounding purchases. And so
you believe if we granted this application, it could jeopardize
that's
their
correct.
application down the road. Okay.
That's
Right,
correct.
it also refutes some of the arguments that the store is closed, which is presented in the application.
I think that's the main point that I wanted to express on that point.
Not closed is just in safekeeping because of all this maneuvering. While legal, it's certainly aggressive. But okay. All right, so I think, is that all? I understand you're sorry. I feel badly. I'm sorry. I think we should let the other gentleman speak.
Just one last point on the gross sales. Go ahead.
My question to you is, if we had, this is completely hypothetical, if we had a crystal ball and they were to be approved and your person would be approved, what's your comment on that?
ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਵਾਲ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਜੇ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫਰਜ਼ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਪਰੂਵ ਕਰ ਦਈਏ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਕੀ ਖਿਆਲ ਹੈ
And that's a hypothetical.
Under that hypothetical, I think it would be a low probability success application if kosher were approved today.
ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੇ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਪਰੂਵ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜੇ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਅਪਰੂਵ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਘੱਟ ਚਾਂਸ ਹੈ ਸਫਲਤਾ ਦੇ
Okay.
I would just add one final point on the gross sales of the stores numbers 3 and 4, Tames and Bruce's. They have extremely low gross sales.
I know.
And they're
That was
declining.
why we actually said no to the move. I'm not sure right now that I can't recall that I appreciated all of this background, but I believe that when we voted no for the move, it was because of such low gross sales in the entire surrounding area of stores.
ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਆਖਰੀ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਇਹ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਸਟੋਰ ਨੰਬਰ 3 ਤੇ 4 ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸੇਲਾਂ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਘੱਟ
So I
ਸੀਗੀਆਂ
certainly
ਬਹੁਤ
found no public convenience and advantage even for the move. And that was as recent as, when was that? That was a couple
November.
months ago. That was,
It was November
it
2024.
was November. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and the numbers haven't improved. Okay, so
Okay.
can we have the other men speak,
Yes.
please? I appreciate all the input and I'm sorry again for your situation.
Good morning, everyone. Savan Karenka from Mayfair Wine and Liquor, literally 800 feet from both, well, Kosher Corks and A to Z or M&M.
You were what, further down the street?
Further down the street, 800 feet.
Okay.
I mean, I have a pamphlet. Last time I had given out to Donald, if I may, again. May I? Yeah. Great.
You're Mayfair and you are
188.
coming down. The numbers are coming down
Correct.
very quickly.
Correct. So today I'm opposing Kosher Corks for numerous reasons. According to the New York State Liquor Authority Mapping Project, also known as LAMP, when entering in the address of 18516.
I know this is hard and.
Oh, right, I
we
forgot.
do the same thing.
I know, we did this last
Everybody's
time.
thinking at the same time.
I apologize.
Let the interpreter.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat what you just said?
Sure. I'll skip the morning part and everything. So 15 years ago, A to Z opened up. Let me start there.
15 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ A to Z ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਟੋਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਖੁੱਲਿਆ ਸੀ
My father didn't oppose it because he's just old school and, that's just the way he is. The liquor authority is going to let it happen and so on and so forth.
ਮੇਰੇ ਬਾਪ ਨੇ ਉਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਖਿਆਲਾਤ ਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਸਟੇਟ ਲਿਕਰ ਅਥਾਰਟੀ ਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਲਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ
After 3 years, they ended up selling that license because they promised they were going to be just kosher and so on and so forth. And who they sold it to is M&M. We're looking at it right here.
3 ਸਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਵੇਚ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਕਿ ਸਿਰਫ ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਹੀ ਸਮਾਨ ਵੇਚਣਾ ਹੈ
So I'm sure Kosher Corks is going to tell you the same thing, that they're going to be exclusively just kosher, kosher, kosher.
ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਵਾਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਇਹੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਿਰਫ ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਸਮਾਨ ਹੀ ਵੇਚਣਾ ਸੀਗਾ
Okay.
Sorry, I was not carefully listening. So who had that store before?
I'm not sure who the owner was, but they ended up selling it.
But they were a
ਕਹਿੰਦੇ
kosher
ਕਿਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਸੀਗਾ
store.
ਸਟੋਰ
Okay.
ਵੇਚ ਦਿੱਤਾ
To the State Liquor Authority, they presented it as though, the community needs a kosher store. I'm 800 feet away. Let's be honest. I'm going to house a lot of kosher
Was that
products.
store kosher ever?
I don't know. I've never walked into the store, but they claim to be a kosher liquor store.
I understand. And then they sold to NMM.
Correct. And once you get the license, it's like,
They didn't keep to kosher, like that agreement didn't include.
no, definitely not. I'm sure they were selling Hennessy. They were selling, these are not kosher products.
Because you're not 100% kosher, right? Okay.
And that, do you want to interpret it?
ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਸਿਰਫ ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਸਮਾਨ ਹੀ ਵੇਚਣਗੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ M&M ਕਾਰਪ ਨੂੰ ਵੇਚ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਤੱਕ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਵੀ ਬਾਕੀ ਸਮਾਨ ਵੀ ਵੇਚਦੇ ਆ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੈਨੇਸੀ ਵੀ ਵੇਚਦੇ ਆ
So I'm sure Kosher Corks is going to promise you the same things, and who knows what they're going to do. They're going to just end up selling that license, and all of a sudden, license already is issued. It's done. It's
What is your store?
Mayfair Wine and Liquor, 188. I'm a double store, 188-03 and -05.
Okay, thank you.
Which I find very interesting that Kosher Corks only has down 185-16. If you actually go there, it's a double store. There's no partition. They actually are trying to open up in 185-20 as well.
ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਜਾਣ ਕੇ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗੇਗਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਸਿਰਫ 185-16 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਡਬਲ ਸਟੋਰ ਹੈ ਬਟ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ 185-20 ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਸਟੋਰ ਖੋਲਣਾ ਹੈ
I think the significance of that is because that door brings them even closer to the Rite Aid, which went out of business. So when I went on to New York Liquor Authority mapping project, also known as LAMP,
ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਤੱਕ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ 185-20 ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਤਾਂ ਸਟੋਰ ਖੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਰਾਈਟ ਏਡ ਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਨੇੜੇ ਚੱਲ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਰਾਈਟ ਏਡ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੰਦ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਾ ਹੈ
when you enter in your address of 185-16 Union Turnpike, Fresh Meadows, New York, 11366, it brings up the Rite Aid of New York. The Rite Aid of New York doesn't exist there anymore. What does exist there is the Learning School Center. And according to LAMP, if you look at my pamphlet, page 3 of the booklet, it's 189.34 feet away. Page 4, 5, 6 has more details.
What kind of school is that? Is that a preschool?
I'm not actually sure. They have a playground. I don't know if it's like a preschool. It's called the Learning Center School.
They do.
ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲੱਭਦੇ ਹੋ 185-16 ਫਰੈਸ਼ ਮੈਡੋਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਸ਼ੋ ਕਰਦਾ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਰਾਈਟ ਏਡ ਆਫ ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਦਾ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਉੱਥੇ ਰਾਈਟ ਏਡ ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬੰਦ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਲਰਨਿੰਗ ਸਕੂਲ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਹੈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਪੈਂਫਲੇਟ ਪੇਜ ਨੰਬਰ 3 ਵਿੱਚ ਦੇਖੋ
ALJ and special education.
So you'll see, the exact addresses, the area views of the actual school with the playground, with the pamphlet that I just gave you.
Sir, what are your projections for 2025?
My projections, they're going to be down. And I know that.
Wait.
Okay.
They did $2 million. You do $2 million. It's in the record. I'm sorry to.
Correct.
Okay. How do you explain you're not going up?
I'm going to let you know.
ਉਹ ਵੀ $2 million ਦੀ ਸੇਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ $2 million ਦੀ ਸੇਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ
When I just looked at last month's numbers compared to last year's, we're flat. Reason being, it's just the economy's changed. People aren't drinking like they used to. As you guys all know, big distributors, big companies who used to have 100, 175 case, at one point, 500 case drops of certain products. They are now 15, 25, and 40 cases. That's all that they're on.
ਮੈਂ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਮਹੀਨੇ ਦਾ ਮੁਕਾਬਲਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਇਸੇ ਮਹੀਨੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ
Are you telling me there's less and less products available?
No, there's more and more products available. It's just easier to get. Like I remember back, we've been doing this for 50 years. I was 48 years old. I was literally born into this business. When I tell you, I remember Johnny Walker Black and only Black used to be on a 500 case level. Today, top level, 50 cases. Why? Because people aren't drinking like they used to. Only reasons why my numbers are flat is because I don't have anybody next to me right now.
ਮੈਂ 48 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ 48 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਇਸ ਧੰਦੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ 500 ਕੇਸ
My question was, Mr. Interpreter, my question was, what does that mean? I don't have anybody.
Well, what I mean is in such close proximity. I used to have somebody who was 800 feet away from me.
And that helps your business?
No, that it helps them not being there right now.
In safekeeping, so they're closed for now.
I understand that, but I'm not understanding still how your business goes down when $2 million a block away goes away.
It didn't go down. I'm flat for last month. For the year so far, I'm probably up 20%.
Okay.
God, I gotta go off the record for 1 second.
All right, we're going to go off the record. Sorry, just for taking a quick break. So
okay.
we'll be back shortly.
No problem. Yes,
Wait,
not much
wait.
more, but I do.
We're back on the record.
Sorry.
All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. Sorry.
No problem. Okay, so also within that 200 feet on Lamp, there's a Neo-Japanese grill and a Mito New York 1 that went out of business residing at 185-01.
Go ahead.
Did you get that, interpreter?
Are we muted?
No, we're not.
I
Can
did
you
not.
hear us?
Hello? I can hear you now, yes.
Okay, so also in that 200 feet on Lamp, there was a Neo-Japanese grill and a Mitos New York 1, both resided at 185-01. Both went out of business.
ਉਥੋਂ 200 ਫੁੱਟ ਦੂਰ ਇੱਕ ਜੈਪਨੀਜ਼ ਗ੍ਰਿਲ ਵੀ ਸੀ 185-01 ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਧੰਦਾ ਬੰਦ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ
What resides there is a Bulgarian Jewish center. And if you look at the pamphlet that I provided you guys, according to land, it's 145.39 feet away from kosher CORKS.
ਹੁਣ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਜੋਇਸ਼ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਹੈ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲੈਂਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੇਖੋ ਤੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ 143 ਫੁੱਟ ਦੂਰ ਹੈ ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਕੋਰਟ ਤੋਂ
So the third bit of information that I already knew, but Lamp provided me with more detail, is that A to Z, or M&M, because they ended up buying it, is 182 feet away from this kosher CORKS that wants to open up.
A to Z ਜਿਹੜਾ M&M ਹੈ ਉਹ 182 ਫੁੱਟ ਦੂਰ ਹੈ ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਕੋਰਟ ਤੋਂ
Now I'm 800 feet, less than 800 feet actually, away from both of these stores. I have about 3,200 SKUs. 2,000 of them are kosher. So I don't know what the neighborhood needs more than that. I do kosher tastings all the time, with of course non-kosher tastings as well. But there's one license here, I'm another license, and a third one's trying to open up in such a small, tight area. It only makes me think.
ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਸਟੋਰਾਂ ਤੋਂ 800 ਫੁੱਟ ਦੂਰ ਹਾਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ 3200 SKUs ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ 2000 ਜਿਹੜੇ SKU ਨੇ ਉਹ ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਉਸ ਏਰੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 2 ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਨੇ ਜੇ ਤੀਜਾ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਖੁੱਲਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਸੇਲ ਘਟ ਜਾਏਗੀ
So is that your position as to both of the, I know we only have one applicant here.
Right now, right.
We have a former
Yeah, but he
owner.
spoke as well. Let's not address
No.
what his position is on the removal, because that's
No,
not.
I'm not asking you that. Are you opposed to any?
Well, of course, but right now I'm dealing with kosher CORKS, a new store right now. But pinning us all up against each other like that, or stacking us too close, because we're not making anything unique. I'm not a hairdresser, or a pizza maker that my sauce is superior to theirs. It just reminds me what's going to happen of Flight 551, which crashed in the Andes in 1972, and people took, desperate measures called for desperate times. So I don't know what will happen if the three of us got pinned against each other. Because everybody's going to try to survive.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, I think that's good. Do you want to interpret, sir?
ਯੈਸ ਜੇ ਇੰਨੇ ਘੱਟ ਏਰੀਏ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 3 ਸਟੋਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਖੜਾ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਯਾਦ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ 1972 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਫਲਾਈਟ ਕ੍ਰੈਸ਼ ਹੋਈ ਸੀਗੀ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੈਸੇਂਜਰ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਡੈਸਪਰੇਟ ਮੈਜਰ ਲਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਵੀ ਫਿਰ ਉਹੀ ਹਾਲ ਹੋਏਗਾ
I don't know how to interpret that. I don't want to interpret that as a threat of violence.
No. It wasn't a threat. Believe me, we've been in 50 years. We're squeaky clean. But it just, I've made numerous attempts to the State Liquor Authority where I've submitted stuff, evidence of other stores doing unlawful things. And it's because they get pinned too close to another liquor store. And it's a shame.
All right, thank you,
ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨਰ
sir.
ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਸਮਝਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਹਿੰਸਾ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਧਮਕੀ ਸਮਝਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਧਮਕੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ
And I'm going to tell everybody in the room that if you have information or comments about illegal alcohol trafficking operations, I encourage you to go to our website and file a complaint. We have a renewed look on distribution, etc., and we will take a look at it. So I want you to give us. If you want the law change, if you want to provide me with the story and the context, I'm happy to take it. All right, Mr. Romano, go ahead.
Thank you very much for hearing me. been doing this a long time. I never thought I'd come down to cannibalism as part of the decision. But the gentleman mentioned that we're not making, no one's making anything unique. This store will be unique in that it is a 100% kosher store. It doesn't mean
Sorry,
anything.
let him interpret, sir.
I'm sorry.
ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਹੁਣੇ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਹਟਿਆ ਵੀ ਜੇ ਇਹ ਤੀਜਾ ਸਟੋਰ ਖੁੱਲਦਾ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੁਝ ਅਲੱਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਸਟੋਰ ਕੰਪਲੀਟਲੀ ਅਲੱਗ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਸਾਡਾ 100% ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਕਟ
What I would like, and that is specific need for a significant number of people that live in the area. They will not walk. There is a significant part of the Orthodox community that will not go into a store unless it is 100% kosher. So he can have
ਤੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਵੱਡਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਉਸ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦਾ ਆਰਥੋਡਾਕਸ ਜੂਇਸ਼ ਜੂਤੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਸਿਰਫ ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਟੋਰ 'ਚ ਹੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ
He mentioned he has 2,000 SKUs of kosher wines. If he has one bottle of non-kosher product in that store, this is the portion of the people that are mentioned that will not walk into that store and in their minds cannot walk into that store. So this new store would provide the ability for them to shop 100% kosher.
ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਏ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਟੋਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 2000 SKU ਇਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਨੇ ਬਟ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਟੋਰ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਵੀ ਬੋਤਲ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਆਰਥੋਡਾਕਸ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਉਸ ਸਟੋਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੈਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਰੱਖਣਗੇ
One of the interesting facets that I heard in this machination of how my client's father managed to lock out M&M, we have to remember that it stemmed from the fact that their construction did, in fact, encroach their property. And in doing so, that led to the stop work order.
But it wasn't just that, Mr. Romano. According to what counsel said, he also canceled his lease.
He also
Canceled M&M's lease.
He just didn't renew it.
Oh, he just didn't renew it. I'm sorry.
That's
okay. That's his
he
option.
just didn't renew it.
6 and 1 after the.
Well, I think.
Okay, all right. So do you have any more about public convenience and advantage?
Well, I would like, yes, because I believe that M&M will not open in this area, regardless of what the outcome of the legal battle is. Currently, it is literally a hole in the ground. I have sent this to you. And it was interesting to hear that the safekeeping is expiring July 1st. This store has not been open for over a year.
All right, well, they can apply to extend their safekeeping.
Not over, my
situation. So I'm going to tell you that for our purposes here, they're in safekeeping, they're not closed, so I'm going to consider them active.
Well,
I'm going to tell you that this board also voted after a long discussion in December of 24 and finding no public convenience advantage even for a removal. So with that said, I can't in any way, given that the numbers continue to go down and there are so many stores right on top of each other.
I get. Can my client speak before any vote is taken? He would like to speak.
I've been here all morning too, just like you guys,
Okay.
if you don't mind, please. I'm sorry. Okay, my name is Nathaniel Yakubov. I don't want to bore you guys, especially everybody here, on all the details that are not important. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the most important thing to you is what's good for the community, or is there other things as well?
Well, I want to know about your fitness and character and what your experience you have in the alcohol industry.
Experience in the alcohol industry, this is my first time. I do run a business in the same building. It's a fitness studio. And I'm sorry, what's the other question?
Fitness and character.
What does that mean, fitness and
Fitness and
character?
character about you're an upstanding citizen, you're an educated man, you know how to run a store compliant.
Well, yeah, I mean, I have a successful business in the same building, a very successful business.
And you've had it for a number of years.
Like 6-7 years.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you will be running both businesses in the
Yes.
same building?
Yes. The one I have now is in the basement of right under where we're trying to open Kosher Corks. Would you mind if I just briefly explain to you guys why I'm trying to do this? So you can understand? Okay, thank you. I understand that they have kosher items in their store. Now, the problem is there are so many Jews in this community, and the ones that are on the more religious side, which is literally more than half, won't go into that store.
When you say so many, how many is that?
I just asked ChatGPT. Can I show you what it says so you know? Yeah, okay. It's in a 3-mile radius. It said over 100,000 Jews in a 3-mile radius. I am not looking to put anybody out of business, and the reason why that I wouldn't is because the people that I'm trying to serve don't go in there anyways. For example, Mayfair told you that his business went up by 20%. Why didn't it double if the other guy was making the same amount of money? The people that I'm trying to cater, they're like literally my entire community is counting on me to make this happen because we survive on wine. In our religion, we have to have kosher wine. On Saturdays, our Sabbath, on all of our holidays, we need this. Another example, he mentioned to you that he does tastings, kosher and non-kosher. I'm going to give you just one quick example of a law of why we can't go to someone even though
Before you give us the law, can you-
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. ਸੋ ਨੈਥੈਨੀਅਲ ਯੂਕਾਬੋਵ ਕੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹਨੂੰ 7 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਐਕਸਪੀਰੀਅੰਸ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਉਸੇ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਰ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਵੀ ਰਨ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਏਰੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 3 ਮੀਲ ਦੇ ਰੇਡੀਅਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 1 ਲੱਖ ਜੂਦ ਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਦੂਜੇ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਦੁਕਾਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਗੇ। ਉਹ ਸਿਰਫ 100% ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਹਰ ਸ਼ਨੀਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਸੈਬਤ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਈਨ ਪੀਣੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ।
So there are very strict laws on the types of wine that we're allowed to drink. So not all kosher wine is the same thing. One example I'm going to give you, just not to bore you guys with all of them, is there's something called mevushal. What's mevushal? Mevushal is boiled wine. So there's boiled and non-mevushal, non-boiled. There are certain scenarios where we're allowed to drink one or the other, right? When a Jewish person goes to a liquor store that's owned by a non-Jew, he can make a mistake, which happens a lot, right? If it's owned by a Jew, they go to that liquor store that's owned by a Jew because they're looking for guidance. Hey, I'm doing it for this and this. Which type of wine do I need? That's one example. Then when they're doing tastings, they could be drinking the one that they're not supposed to drink. It's very complex. I got one of the head rabbis to write like a short letter for you guys to explain to you guys. If you want, I'll show it to you. Yeah, we didn't get it in time. It's my first time doing this. I didn't know. I apologize. But yeah, and then my entire community is counting on me to make this happen because we really need it for our religion. There is a supermarket right across the street called A to Z Kosher Supermarket. My father opened that store. It's still kosher. Whatever A to Z Liquors did has nothing to do with us. So I ask you to please not look at me that maybe I'll do kosher and then sell it. I'm not trying to do that. So I basically posted on Instagram. I don't even have that many followers. I posted on Instagram, hey, I'm trying to do a kosher liquor store. Can everybody please sign my petition if you want a kosher liquor store here? I have almost 800 signatures here of the community asking for this. Sorry.
Can we have the interpreter try to?
Yes. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਧਰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੜੇ ਸਖਤ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਫੂਡ ਬਾਰੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਉਦਾਹਰਣ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਮਾਬੂਸ਼ਾਲ ਵਾਈਨ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਉਬਲੀ ਹੋਈ ਵਾਈਨ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜੂਦੇ ਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਜੂਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਉਹੀ ਵਾਈਨ ਪੀ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ। ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਲਿਕਰ ਸਟੋਰ ਖੋਲ੍ਹਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ 100% ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਹੋਵੇ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੰਸਟਾਗ੍ਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਫਾਲੋਅਰ ਨੇ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿ 800 ਸਾਈਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੇ ਆ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਮੈਂਬਰਸ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਸਟੋਰ ਖੋਲ੍ਹਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ, ਲਿਕਰ ਸਟੋਰ ਖੋਲ੍ਹਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ।
All right.
If I may, just long story short, majority of the people in the community are not able to shop in their stores anyways.
Okay, I understand, but you were sitting here when there was obviously presented evidence that there was a kosher store that was licensed by this board that opened and they closed and sold. So that to me, just on surface, suggests that the community didn't support a kosher store that we license.
It's not kosher. May I correct you?
And that was
respectfully.
2009 or 2013, whenever that is. So,
It's over a decade.
all right.
It has nothing to do with me.
Yeah, I know, but.
The guy
but
sold his
he needs
business.
an
He got top
advantage
dollar for it.
you. So, okay, all right. Are we ready to vote?
I think so.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
So the members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon.
Okay. First of all, I thank everyone who was here for the presentations. They were very clear, and I appreciate that. I don't think that one necessarily has to be of the Jewish faith to be well-versed in kosher goods. We have a store that is selling kosher products. It was very clear about that. To grant this application would just be too close to the other store that is present, which is Mayfair, excuse me. I have some concerns about a $300,000 gift to get this store going from the applicant's father. The applicant's father is the landlord of the proposed location. And then also the story that we heard from the opposition. And all those moves may be legal, but all things that are legal are not always just. And history is replete with many examples of that. And I have concerns about stores being just bought and sold. And brought and sold and brought and sold and brought and sold, as it was indicated by the owner from Mayfield. So the proximity, the fact that the applicant doesn't have really any experience in this area. In terms of the numbers, I would say that you actually did a little better in 2024 than 2023, but that doesn't change my analysis. Respectfully, I have to disapprove this application.
Commissioner Maya.
Okay, I'm gonna need to say a few things here as well. I find a $2 million vacuum, and by the testimony of the gentleman, I want to get the names right. Gentleman from Mayfair, he's gonna pick up $1 million of that. So there's still $1 million of a vacuum here. Now, regarding the Councilor Rodriguez's client, I believe that I supported their application when they were here. I don't know if I'm correct, but I believe I did. They present very sympathetically, but they don't have anything now.
No, they're in safekeeping.
They're in safekeeping, but I'm sitting on a board where 2 people voted against you. So you don't have anything in this neighborhood as far as I'm from my chair, where I think something is needed in this neighborhood. And I'm speaking directly to you. It's unfortunate that you're not already in business by the way I looked at things. So now you've been voted against by my colleagues. I believe that there is something that's needed here, and I see $1 million vacuum, so I vote to approve this.
Chair.
All right. First, I want to suggest to everybody that ChatGPT evidence is probably not acceptable here, no matter how much of a slippery slope and how informal this forum is. I don't see council presenting any numbers about Orthodox Jewish population. From my search is suggesting maybe a tenth of what was suggested here. So I don't know what the truth is, but I'm not here to determine that. Very recently, as I keep mentioning, we determined that there is no public convenience and advantage to even allow a removal because of how poorly the stores were doing. I disagree with the commissioner that in safekeeping means that they are not in existence. They are certainly have a right to continue to be in safekeeping and ask for reconsideration for their disapproval vote. I will agree with the commissioner that the applicant has no experience. And so I'm going to vote to deny.
Please all know that the application's been denied. Interpreter.
ਪਹਿਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨਰ ਸੀਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨਰ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੋਟ ਅਪਰੂਵ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਯਹੂਦੀ ਧਰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਜਰਬਾ ਹੋਣਾ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ ਜੂਇਸ਼ ਕੋਸ਼ਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਕਟ ਵੇਚਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਸਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲੈਂਡਲੌਰਡ ਨੇ $3 ਲੱਖ ਦਾ ਤੋਹਫਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੇਟੇ ਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਕਾਨੂੰਨੀ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਸਹੀ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਆ ਬਟ ਉਹ ਜਸਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਹੀ ਲੱਗਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਤਜਰਬਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੂਜੀ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਅਪਰੂਵ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੀਜੇ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨਰ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਡਿਨਾਈ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਤੇ ਓਵਰਆਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਐਪਲੀਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਡਿਨਾਈ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪਾਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਈ
Thank you.
Thank you.
One of these days we'll have a conversation.
All right, and Mr. Singh, thank you so much for bearing with us and for providing services. You can sign off.
My pleasure. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you. All right. Again, we have.
All right, so you guys also know that you can apply for reconsideration for your prior removal, so you got to figure that out at some point, guys.
Okay. One comment, the only issue is that I believe they have not received in writing the specific reasons.
Okay, so you'll have to waive that and ask for it if like the time is
We're working on
coming up. You can also apply for an extension of your safekeeping. You know, just stay on top of it because you've got another month. You've got at least got to get an extension of the safekeeping.
All right, so thank you. We have a Spanish interpreter, a Mandarin interpreter in person. So with the Spanish interpreter who was here first and patiently waiting, the first items are 6 and 7. Sol de QUITO Restaurant 2.
All right, sorry everybody. I thought the community board is here. You're letting her go first?
They've been sitting here so long.
All right. We like her, so we'll let her go first. Why not sell to minor? Hey, Shannon, can you take a look at this?
Good to go?
1 second.
There's the interpreter. Hello.
Where's that word?
Ms. Rivera, can you just state your name?
I know, I say never mind.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Ramirez. I'm the Spanish interpreter.
I don't know.
All right. Hi, everybody.
What number is that?
Matt Colton with Hellman Levy. This is for Sol de Quito Restaurant 2, Inc. This was a CNC that was submitted for 2 separate notice of pleadings that we received. We were here at a previous hearing, not the most recent one, the one before. And at that hearing, you had requested that the new manager fill out a PQ, submit a PQ, and that we bring in a Spanish interpreter so you could ask Mr. Anderson Gonzalez any questions you have. So I won't relitigate the issues we've already discussed unless you have any further questions. Otherwise, I'll leave it to you. Yep.
What about the ATAP certificates and photos of ID scanners?
Photos of ID scanners were submitted. ATAP certificates are ongoing. We're getting all of the staff trained on ATAP, not even just the ones that serve alcohol. So we would just ask that that be made a condition of the disposition. When we send in the penalty, we'll send in the certificates. That's fine. Great.
Okay. What kind of security plan do you have?
¿Qué tipo de planes de seguridad tenemos? Tienen ustedes. Voy a pasar un momento, ¿ok? ¿Se me permite al lado de mí? We have a security agency.
De todos los días.
It's every day.
Comienzan el servicio a las 9 de la noche hasta las 4 de la mañana.
And the service starts from 9 p.m. up until 4 de la mañana? 4 a.m.
How many security guards?
¿Cuántos agentes de seguridad tienen?
Uno entre semana y dos los fines de semana.
1 during the week and 2 during the weekend.
2 security guards on the weekends. What do you consider weekends? Is it Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
Y usted tiene 2 seguridades en los fines de semana y usted refiere el fin de semana como jueves, viernes, sábado.
Viernes y sábado.
We refer to the weekend as Friday and Saturday.
Okay. Sorry, the person in the back is the licensee, right?
Correct. This is Marco Tanzaka. He's the principal.
Okay, and he's the manager.
Correct.
Okay. And what's your experience, sir?
¿Y cuál es su experiencia, señor?
Experiencia, pues digamos, experiencia profesional tengo en Colombia y acá pues he trabajado en servicio al cliente, como en restaurante, en bar, y actualmente pues tengo también otro restaurante en el cual soy dueño,
¿En otro restaurante? ¿A dónde?
en la 624 la Beverage.
Beverage?
Un restaurante,
So in terms of professional experience, I mean, I have experience back in Colombia and also had experience here with service clients in restaurants and bars. And I also have experience in another restaurant that I manage in Beverage. ¿Usted es gerente, verdad, de Beverage?
How long has he been
Do
the
you guys have the PQ? Because I'm not seeing it.
How long has he been the manager of the
You guys
location?
have the PQ?
¿Por cuánto tiempo ha sido el gerente en esa ubicación?
En la habitación ya llevo 2 años.
In that location, I've been manager for 2 years.
At this current location?
¿En esa ubicación actual?
Sí, en el anterior restaurante o en el de ahorita.
Which one do you refer? Which restaurant are you referring to? The one before or the one right
I'm
now?
referring to Sol de Quito restaurant.
El de Sol de Quito.
Ahí comencé trabajando como mesero y ya ahorita pues ascendí a manager. Pero en
Manager.
total llevo ya 4 años.
4 años como trabajando ahí,
Sí.
pero ¿cuántos años ha sido como manager en ese restaurante?
Pues digamos, como ya conociendo bien el lugar, yo creo que hay 3 años.
3 años. So at first I was a waiter for a year, and then the last 2 years I've been the manager at the restaurant.
The application says that he's been a waiter at this, he was a server for 3.5 years, and since January, he's been the manager. So is it a year or is it 3.5 years during?
Entonces usted dice que en la aplicación que usted fue mesero por 3 años y medio desde el comienzo de su, allá en el restaurante, pero aquí usted dice que usted ha sido gerente ya estos 3 últimos años. Entonces,
No, o sea, me refiero que yo primero comencé como mesero, ya conozco digamos, todo el funcionamiento del restaurante y ya ahorita haciendo la función de manager.
Pero ¿cuánto tiempo ya ha sido manager? Es una pregunta.
Antes,
No, ahorita.
no, ahorita llevo poco,
Oh.
desde que...
Okay. Apenas. He's saying, yeah, I've been a waiter. Yes, I've been a waiter for the last 3.5 years, and I just started being in that manager role recently.
And then he's also owner of another restaurant. How far is that?
¿Usted es un dueño del otro restaurante? ¿Por cuánto de lejos queda ese restaurante?
Queda cerca, queda 10 minutos.
10 minutos. It's close by. It's 10 minutes.
And you own that one? You manage that one too, or you have a manager there?
¿Usted es dueño de ese? ¿Y usted también es gerente de ese? ¿Usted es manager de ese restaurante o
Sí,
tiene
soy-
otro?
No, soy dueño del otro restaurante y de este soy el manager, pero el otro restaurante
¿El otro restaurante usted es dueño?
funciona de 11 de la mañana.
No, solo estoy preguntando si usted es dueño del otro restaurante, ¿verdad? Y también es el manager del otro restaurante y nadie más es manager.
En el otro restaurante,
No.
en el Sol de Quito. Solo el-
I'm sorry, are you referring to the Sol, the Quito restaurant?
No, the one that is on his personal questionnaire where he discloses as owner since September of 24.
No, ella se refiere al restaurante que usted ha sido dueño.
Caseros.
Caseros Restaurant.
Caseros Restaurant, usted es dueño de ese, ¿verdad? ¿Y gerente de ese?
Soy dueño y gerente, pero soy socio, no soy el único dueño de eso.
Okay. Yes, he's the owner and the manager there, but he's not the sole owner of the restaurant.
So he is the owner and also he's co-owner and manager at his own restaurant. And he's also the manager here. So, I mean,
Well, one of the
I
problems
think I've been
is,
doing this long enough to know that you can't be at 2 places at one time. So this says 50 hours per week.
No puede ser dueño de dos.
And he was a server when all of these problems happened, so I don't know.
And when,
50 horas de trabajo.
when this incident happened, one of the incidents on August 14, 2024, one of the problems is there was no manager on premises.
En la ubicación presente.
Pues digamos, ahí estaba como trabajador.
¿Usted estaba ahí como trabajador? Well, I was there present, as a worker there.
So in August, you were there present as a worker, not as a manager. So there was no manager present.
Right, he became a manager in January of 25.
Yeah, he wasn't
Ahí
changed
en
that.
el agosto de
I know.
2024, porque ese solo fue trabajador en ese
I
tiempo.
don't know.
No, pero ya estaba como una persona encargada de la...
Ustedes.
Sí, sí.
Well, I was already like a person in charge of the place at that time. So,
Look, this place has a really bad history.
este lugar tiene un historial muy mala.
I mean, I could just go through all of the dates, and we're talking robberies, something described as a bloodbath, extensive 9/11 complaints, woman slashed with a broken glass, man threatened with a box cutter,
Alguien fue amenazado con
fight where a man was taken to the hospital.
un cuchillo y había una pelea en que resultó un hombre ir al hospital.
So I'm really concerned about the supervision in this location.
De esta ubicación, okay.
And then on top of that,
También, además de eso,
we have extension cords where we should have fixed wires, no receipts available, no books and records,
y no tenían los boots and
fire extinguishers that are unmounted and with no service tags. God forbid there's a fire.
And I'm sorry, what was the last part?
Fire extinguishers that are unmounted with no service tags. God forbid there's a fire.
Esos extinguidores de fuego no tienen los servicios, etiquetas de servicio también.
I don't know that you can supervise two places, sir.
So about the supervision on two places, from my understanding of the situation, and he can correct me if I'm wrong here, he is an owner at the other space and he is there from time to time, but he is not the full-time manager of the restaurant in Bay Ridge. He is the full-time manager in Sol Quito as of January 2025. Yes, he was a server, and yes, he had moments where he would kind of supervise while there wasn't necessarily a permanent manager. He has been the permanent manager since January 2025. He is not kind of splitting his time between both places. He is at Sol Quito 50, if not more, hours a week.
And other than hiring a new security company, what are we doing to address these problems?
So security company is much more vast than existed. I don't believe they had security during the week at all. So we're adding additional security on the weekend. So it was one guard during the weekend and then none during the week. Now it's one all nights, two on the weekend. We've implemented ID scanners. We're in the process of the ATAP training, and I really kind of beat this drum last time, so I won't kind of continue to hit it. But they're really understanding the magnitude of all of these issues, and they're looking for a final chance. I sat Marco down and I told him that the chances are going to come to a quick end here. That there is a long history of issues at this space. He has started to have meetings with the 66th precinct. He's there bi-weekly. He's in constant contact with them, and they have let him know that he has been a constant issue in the neighborhood, and they don't want to see him shut down. So he's doing everything he can, and if there is some stipulation that needs to be made to,
All of the, and I'm just giving you the incidents that we have in
Sure.
2024.
No, I understand.
2024, we got a history going back to 2022. He's paid fines of $20,000, $10,000, and $6,000. I mean, I'm sorry. So he's been heavily fined, and we're still having these problems.
I understand.
Are these security guards licensed?
They are. Yeah, we submitted a copy of the contract and I believe a photo of one of the security guards is licensed.
Submit any kind of a plan to how you're going to handle, how they specifically going to handle things differently?
I believe that was outlined in the security contract itself. I can let Mr. Gonzalez go into the more specifics of what a typical night is going to look like going forward.
Yeah. Why don't you try that? Yeah.
Se va a ver en el restaurante Probably with the security.
Yeah, just ask them what a typical night of security plan looks like. What times does security show up? What's their system? How do they check IDs? All that.
Entonces, si puede explicar a la Junta cómo es el plan, ¿verdad? De seguridad, cómo se va a ver una noche típica con la seguridad, cuando ellos van a entrar, ¿verdad? Para trabajar y qué cosa.
Ok. Bueno, una noche típica, ellos llegan a las 9 de la noche.
So, in a typical night, they arrive, the security guards arrive at 9 p.m.
Ellos firman la lista
Mhm.
de que ingresaron al trabajo.
And they sign a attendance sheet that they have arrived at the job site.
Pues hacen primero que todo una inspección por el lugar.
And before doing anything else, they do an inspection of the location.
Ya el security se ubica en la puerta y obviamente se encarga de revisar maletas, de revisar a todos los costumers en su totalidad.
Okay. And the security guard is posted up at the front, and he is ordered to check bags and to do the full body check.
Y lo más importante es pedir los IDs
And the most important thing is to ask for the IDs.
y sobre todo no dejar entrar a gente en estado en alto grado de alicoramiento.
And the most important part of all this is also for the security guard not to let a person enter the facility if they are seen, if it's visibly seen that they are if they have drank too much alcohol,
Do you
basically.
have to be over 21 to enter after 9 o'clock?
¿Usted tiene esa regla de que después de las 9 de la noche solo las personas que son mayores de edad de 21 y más solo pueden entrar en el lugar? Of course, yes.
No, I mean, it's not of course, because this is a restaurant.
No es por
So
supuesto,
it's
es un
not really
restaurante.
supposed to be a tavern,
No es como una
bar.
taberna, ¿verdad? Una barra.
This is licensed as a restaurant.
Esto está como certificado como un restaurante.
Restaurante.
Yes.
The police captain says it is one of the most problematic locations in
El
the
capitán de
precinct.
policía dice que es uno de los lugares más problemáticos del
We've had underage
vecindarios
drinking there also.
y que también había personas de menores de edad tomando alcohol en el lugar.
Tenemos un problema que en la cuadra, en la esquina donde estamos sentados, hay dos delis donde venden también cerveza para ayudar y se confunden los problemas que hay en esa esquina con los problemas del bar.
Entonces venden y también venden ¿qué dice?
Venden alcohol, venden cerveza, dos delis.
Okay. Also, I would like to say that they are at the corner. There are two delis that also sell alcohol, and they the people just can take the alcohol and the beer with them. So that's when the problem becomes more bigger due to the delis selling of that.
Okay, but in your establishment, you've already paid $30,000 in fines since 2018. There's a lot of violence. There's no food. You're very problematic. I'm very surprised to hear your counsel say that the police doesn't want you closed, because that's not the impression that I'm getting from the fact that you're about to pay almost $50,000 in fines here. At some point, I feel like it's wrong for us to keep taking your money and then charges get filed over and over again. I mean, these problems are not getting fixed. You have two focal point charges here within 2 months. They're getting consolidated, but it's basically multiple incidents within a very short time frame.
You know, you keep taking money, it just becomes the cost benefit analysis.
I completely understand that. I think I said this last time of like, if you guys need to stipulate that this is it, that if it's stipulated in your certificate of disposition, that if we're back here for another disciplinary anytime soon or ever, however that timeline needs to work, that it's going to be in cancel and bond, like that's the risk they have to take, right? They're looking for that final shot. I want to just correct the record on the food. There is food available at all times. And although the menu gets smaller at 9 p.m., it is no way like just a late night food menu. It is full entrees. They're just not serving bronzino after 9 o'clock. Like it's less labor intensive entrees.
I speak only for myself.
Yeah.
If I was to just fine here and let this gentleman go out and have now what would be, his third, fourth shot? and somebody was really hurt, either through some fire condition or some violence, I gotta live with that. And I don't know that I can. I think that I've seen enough here in this case. I'm sorry to say.
Are the members ready to vote?
I don't know about my colleagues, but I am.
All right. All right. If so, Commissioner De Leon.
Yeah. I think I've been very clear about, my position, and unfortunately, I have to vote to cancel and bond here.
Commissioner Maya.
This one's difficult for me. Counsel, how long have you represented them?
Me
I'm
personally,
not opening up the record, I just want to know. No, yeah.
me personally, only the left since the first notice of pleading, so about 8 months. My firm has been with them for a few years. I don't know the exact number.
The firm was on the original application.
There you go.
Oh, okay. 2013. I will go with the offer at 25,000.
You would do $25,000 in the stipulations?
Yeah. And I'm taking in my considerations, I'm giving great weight to the comments made by Commissioner De Leon. Yeah, and of course, all of the conditions, 25,000 implementation of ID scanners, tips training for all bartenders, new security company.
Thank you.
And Chair.
Presidenta.
They're not easy.
All right. I mean, I feel like we asked for a manager to come. I think that a manager has come with the owner, so, I don't want to go back on my word, even though he clearly owns another business and it's new, so I'm not sure how long he's going to be there. So, but I'm going to go with $25,000 and all the other stipulations. And if he decides not to work for you, sir, you're gonna have to replace him with another qualified manager.
And we'll put that on
Does
the
the
record.
owner understand all of this?
Yes, Marco speaks English, yes.
As a matter of fact, I'm sorry I trained him. I was so tired for all these years that I was in there, and I had to, like, I used to wake up at like 7 o'clock in the morning and serve lunch, dinner, and I got tired. And I still had to be later around because I did not find a person that actually comprehended about bar, the serving food in the kitchen. So luckily I found him and I started training. He learned everything around. Of course, nobody learns from one day to another. So I sacrificed myself, all those hours and everything for him. So I can leave him now the hours I was there. Yes,
Okay,
he
look.
has another business.
Yeah.
In that business, when you open your business, it really doesn't function 100% yet. And well, he has more full partners, and he does not join the whole process there.
You're going to get to live another day because my colleagues have graciously, I think, given you another chance, which I wasn't, inclined to do, but that's okay. Everybody has their vote. But I'll say this to you, you can empower anybody to act in your name.
Exactly.
Always remain responsible. If you want to give somebody else the authority, you can do that. You're on the hook, nobody else.
Exactly, I understand that, yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
And
Look, I
if-
don't think anybody wants violence, but it's really on you to kick people out,
Exactly.
whether you delegate it to him or,
Yes.
you
No.
You look like you can be tough, right? Like you can tell people, this is my space of business. I have already spent a lot of money. I paid a lot of fines. I don't need the drama here.
That's
So
right.
you've got to figure it out. Like I can't be here, but you know, it's like you're paying too much. Like your lawyer said, like there's not going to be a next time, right? So that's on you. You know, no sale to minor, no sale to in talks. You know, your manager knows enough to say all the right things that he knows where the friction points are. You both do.
Yeah,
But if
exactly.
someone else gets hurt there, guess what? You know, at that point, then I'm gonna regret it because, you know, I have been here where I give a license back and then the next month someone passes away. Like that is something I have to live with. And so this is the drama that happens here. This is very serious. So seriously, like take care of your business.
As one of the, as part
And
of
one of the points he actually, you asked him about the violence out there also. I want to point something else, but you know, it's so hard because the subway is there, right? That the train, it just flaps through the door. The corner store, there's a deli, right? And we closing at that time.
I think you get it, sir, and we did vote, and you continue. Some cases have taken a lot of time today. We do have a lot of people. So respectfully, you know, I appreciate it, and I do believe that you're hopefully going to take this a lot, very seriously.
So I just want to clarify. So one of the, do you want to add the condition that there'll always be a hired manager? Do you want to add that?
Yes, there's always a hired manager, and I'm gonna take their word for the security guards that they have 1 during the week and 2 on Friday, Saturday. And make sure the security guards are really watching. I mean, if there are other, you know, traffic that is not welcome, like they don't need to be buying a drink around the corner store, not being your patron and then coming into your space and making drama. Like, you don't need that.
And Commissioner May, are you okay with the added condition?
Okay, yes, indeed. Mr. Colton, please don't make me feel bad.
Are you accepting that counteroffer now, or do you need time?
We're good with the offer.
Thank you.
Yep. And are you guys withdrawing charge number 1 in the first proceeding?
Yes, I withdraw charge number 1 and combine it with the first charge of the second proceeding. And, you know, you've been here all day. It's hard to get this person to go up on anything. So this is very serious.
Okay.
I'm shocked.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, good luck.
Everybody, appreciate it.
Good luck, good luck.
All right, thank you.
We have another one that needs you. Next is number 8, Restaurant Sabor Latino Bar y Vida Inc.
I'm good.
Keep passing it down. What is the number 8?
8.
8. Eight.
Okay. Good afternoon, and it's good to be back. As requested, I return with Santa Laris Perucho, who is Miguel's wife. She's also listed as a stockholder on the application. You had requested on April 24th that I return with her.
Okay, there was no alcohol for sale. There was some address situation. Do you guys remember this?
Yeah, I'm trying to, I don't know.
Like, woman, same address as a guy, but they don't know him. There was a big problem there, so.
Valley PD reports assaults and robberies at the location, 30 pages of reports, letter in opposition, village, 2 square miles is intended for New York State funding to drive down crime area, 34 calls between January 2021, November 2023, 2 previous applications at the location denied for cause. Then we have March 8th, a fight, security guard did not let, denied. Large party of 350 people. What's the max? October 2025, call for underage drinking at the location. April 18, 2025, open but not selling alcohol, supposed to be a restaurant, and serving a buffet. Does that qualify? Buffet? previously on a temp from January 2024 to October 24. Is there any explanation that you can
what
give us,
now?
counsel?
I'm sorry?
Did you hear the record?
I did. I could barely
My
hear.
apologies. Okay, Spring Valley Police Department reports of assaults and robberies at the location. They provided 30 pages of police reports.
Yes, we saw that.
And letter in opposition dated January 26, 2024, they are opposed. The village has a 2-square-mile radius that's been funded by New York State to drive down crime in that particular area. 34 calls between January 2021, November 2023. 2 previous applications at the location denied, 4 calls. March 8th, 2025, there was a fight, a large party of 350 people. October 20th, 2025, there was a call for underage
25?
drinking.
Excuse me, 25? October 25 hasn't happened yet. You sure the
Yeah,
year?
that could be the wrong date.
That sounds wrong. It does sound wrong.
And April 18th, 2025, open, not selling alcohol, supposed to be a restaurant, but serving buffet.
I believe, okay,
That's
I
what I
believe
have.
because they didn't have a temporary, they might not have had a temporary active at that time. In fact, I don't even know if they had ever got a temporary.
The temporary was from
Expired.
January 2024 to October 2024.
Yes, it expired in 2024. And then if I recall, so there was a, let's see.
Right.
Right.
They were open, but they weren't selling alcohol.
That's correct. I believe also because there was a, Miguel had gotten arrested over Memorial Day weekend last year, and the application was disapproved and reconsideration was granted, but the temporary permit was not restored. I was told it had to go before the members for consideration. So he has not been able to get a temporary since July 2024 because we've been waiting here. So he's been running the place just a restaurant with no alcohol. And we did address, I remember at the April appearance about the fact that Rockland County is and the village of Spring Valley is trying to take measures to try to resolve the issue with crime and in the neighborhood. I did make mention of the fact that while you can flood the area with police officers, once they leave, you have to have stable businesses in place to help maintain order in the neighborhood. And so, Mr. Vasquez is looking to run a stable business. He's only a beer wine license.
I think one of the reasons why we wanted the wife to come in too is because
Santa wasn't here. That's why you asked me to come back.
Yeah.
We had finished everything else.
But the previous applicant who was denied twice is Boulevard Delgado.
Yes, not my applicant.
No, but she worked for Delgado's.
Yeah, she did work there. Yes, but as a server.
As a server.
Yeah.
So I think
she
there's
was
a
not.
connection.
She was not a principal. She was not a manager.
Does she know them now?
What's that?
What was that?
She didn't report
But she
it
didn't report that.
on the
She didn't
I think it was
report
more than
it,
5
and
years. I think it was
she
more.
has the same address as that
But
person.
I think it was a number of years ago. That's why. I think we're only certain.
So they just happen to not know each other but live at the same address? I find that very hard to believe. I mean, we raised this last time. Did you think about it or thought that you should come in with an answer on that? Because
I'm afraid not, because right now she's not currently working. In fact, she can't work because she doesn't have legal status. She's a shareholder, which she's legally allowed to be.
But the address, did you come up with
The
an
address,
issue with the address?
it didn't come up because it was so long ago. And
You
she
didn't
also
ask
was,
her?
and also she's also a stockholder, and she's not running this place. It's his place. I mean, she's here. If we wish to ask her, I mean, I'll be happy
well,
to.
again, can you ask her, why does she have the same address as a guy?
What do you mean?
That
What do you mean about the same address? You mean she?
twice, is that?
Twice. For good cause.
Okay. 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 Let me get. Okay. There's. Okay.
All right, why don't you take them outside and have the conversation? Actually try to answer the question that we posed last time, because I don't understand how you waited 3 weeks and didn't ask her the question that we asked you last time.
Okay. And
All
they.
right, next, because you know what, there's a lot of people in this room.
Okay.
It's a little bit unfair if you don't even try to do your work and you have 3 weeks to do it.
My apologies.
It's okay. All right, let's go.
All right, now we have, they're the only ones, so if you want to follow.
Yeah, you can go with
Go
them.
there and, yeah.
Sorry, I think they need you.
But we do have a Mandarin interpreter, I'm sorry, who is here and present. So that, if the Mandarin interpreter can come up.
What number is this?
Number 2, IN11 Party KTV Inc.
11.
Number 2.
Oh, number 2.
Number 2.
Sounds like a.
11's in the name. That's why you got.
Okay.
All right, you're the lawyer.
I'm the representative.
You're a
James Wong.
representative.
Yeah.
And who is the applicant?
She.
Okay.
Can the interpreter, can you put your name on, like, say your name, introduce yourself?
Good afternoon. This is Mandarin interpreter Hong Yao, spells as HONG and YAO. Thank you.
Okay. So, I have a lot of questions here. Can she explain how someone can book a room at her karaoke?
就是可以，就是破门而入你的卡拉 OK。
You can tell her in Chinese and you can tell us in English. You can go slow. Go ahead.
我们通常都有请保安。Usually we have security guard.
Do they book the room?
How do I book a room? How do you do business?
怎么样预定房间？订一个房间。Book a room, right?
Yes.
是，他们会打电话给我们经理订房。They may call our manager to book a room.
So there's a guy named Simon who's your manager?
所以说，就是帮你们安排预约的是你的经理。是的，没错。Yes, correct.
And what happens? Are you happy that people call him and he doesn't respond? What is up with that?
那么一旦有人打电话给他，他没有回答的话，会怎么样？你接电话的话，
我们会就是叫他留言，然后我们会短讯回复他。
We will have a voicemail, and then we'll call back soon.
Okay. So she was a waitress at the prior cancel location?
你之前是在一个之前取消的那个地方，你是做那个服务员的，对，没错。Correct, yes.
So how come you didn't include that as that you have a prior relationship with the prior owner in your application?
那么你在你的申请上面为什么没有写你和之前的这个主人他有之间有关系？
因为之前律师没有问过我这个问题。
Before the attorney didn't ask this question.
Okay. Did you file the application, sir?
Yes. May I say something here? Okay. So previously, she had an attorney to the original application. I took over on October 2024. So for the previously application, I don't know how they can fill out. I did send an email to legal authority. I asked for the copy. Legal authorities answer me, no, they cannot give me copy. So this reason maybe some application is not much, but I don't know the previously application.
So have you seen the application for this hearing?
No, because I know. For my part, yes, I know the application, but for the previously application, okay, like you said, she not disclosure she answered no, because this one for the page 20, I don't have it.
For this hearing, you have the application or no?
No, I don't have the previously application. I only have my parts for the personal questionnaire and okay, so some pages.
I don't know what happened, guys. I mean, if he requested the application, you have to give it to him. So this is their application. There's no redaction involved, right? You have to show them a copy of the application before they can answer the questions. Who did he ask? I don't know. But
no,
can you print it? Can you print it?
No, yes, I sent the email to the investigator. And okay, I think I have the copy. I sent it to the email to the investigator. When I took all
The investigator or the examiner?
Oh, the examiner. Yeah. I sent the email to the examiner, and the answer is no.
The answer should have been you have to put in a FOIL request. I don't think that we would say
Doesn't make sense, you
no.
would say no.
If you have proof of that, I'd like to see it.
All right, either way, can we print the application and have them read their own application before we ask questions?
就是需要把这个申请表件
I don't want to make them wait. I don't want to make them come back. So are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
That you take some time and read it before you start talking about it?
Yeah, okay, of course, yes.
Or you can come back, but I don't want you to have
No,
to go
if,
back.
if you can print out, we can discuss
We'll
right
be
away.
here for a little bit longer, so, okay, can you print it out, Donald, please?
Thank you.
Guys, Jonathan, can you guys manage
Jonathan.
this, please?
Jonathan, I'm printing now. If you can grab it from the printer in the third floor.
All right, thank you, Donald.
Thank you.
All right, sorry about that. Can just come up and you haven't wait. You can go with them so that you can interpret whatever they need to.
We have one more person that needs
compensate.
her. We have one more person that needs you.
Oh, good.
Next one is number 16, AXELIA LLC, DBA Hudson Valley Wines and Liquors.
Oh my God.
What is this one, Mr. Roper?
16.
16, right? 16.
All right, this is a alteration application for an existing liquor store. It's adding 1,400 of square footage, moving the bathroom. It's going from 2,400 square feet to 3,820, increasing 59%. There is one protest on the records. They also had applied to remove one of the two store owners. Corporate change was approved on May 15th, 25. We have information that the person who got off the store lives in India. The closest store is 0.1 miles away, and the next one is 1.6 miles away.
And there's opposition.
Whose opposition?
谁提出的反对？是啊，
Okay, so you want to come up
你
and
需要
speak?
前面来说一下啊。
Where are you? What store do you own, ma'am?
你好，我叫那
你好
个朱小黎，然后我来自 Manligers。
Hello, my name is Xiaoli Zhou, and I am from Manligers. Martin Liquors.
OK，
How long have you owned the store?
你这个店拥有多长时间了？
我是2023年3月底的时候，就是买下来的。
Since end
买下来
of
的
March
，OK。
2023, I purchased.
Okay.
然后我是在我们店是在它对面，就是很近。
Our store is close by, right?
Yeah,
the
you are very
opposite
close.
part.
They are 0.1 miles away, just across the street.
就是街对面。
对。
It feels like these two stores have coexisted for a long time.
这两个店看
When
了
you
已经
bought
很
the
长
store,
时
they were
间
already there.
你
So
买的时候它已经在那里了。
对
Correct.
但是我们当时买的时候也做了一些评估，然后
Correct.
他们
At the time we purchased, we did some evaluation work.
对，然后他们当时，因为他们当时的店面啊，这个跟就是营业啊什么是有关的嘛。然后当时他们那个店是现在还没有扩张的，然后我们
Of course, at the time, the store related to the business operation, but during that time, their store hasn't extended yet.
对
Expansion, no expansion yet.
然后我们是2023年3月底的时候，然后到2024年对比下来的话，我们的营业额是有一点下滑，但是不太明显。
Compared to end of March 2023 and 2024, our business revenue did decline, however, not too obvious.
但是从2024年1月到3月跟2025年1月到3月对比的话，下滑的比较明显。
But if we compare January to March of 2024 to January to March of 2025, the decline is obvious.
Can you tell me what the numbers are? January to March of 24 is what number?
你告诉我，2024年1月到3月是什么数字？
是40。
What I can tell you, what I
It's okay. Just let her answer the question first. Hold on, one second.
这个没有。
Should write a whole year. It's like 2024.
I know, I'm asking January to March of 24, because she's saying that it's a significant decline. I'm asking her what the numbers are, because January to March of 25, I see 410.
Yes.
So what's the number for January to March of
就是
24?
2024年1月到3月是多少？我看到2025年1月到3月是41万。那么那个
I guess you're trying to compare 3 months of 24 to 2025.
She's making a point, so I'm asking what number.
我不太确定，但是大概是在6%，就是少6%。
Just give me the solid number. What is the sales number for January to March of 24? Do you have the gross sales for those 3 months?
这个实际的数字，也就是从那个2024年1月到3月的这个销售额是多少？
那你忘了？
没。
She don't write it down.
Okay. All right, keep going.
What did he say?
He said she didn't write it down,
She
but
don't write
she's
it
making
down.
a point that it's going down, but she doesn't know what the numbers are.
Yeah, she only put down the whole year number. And
Yeah, I
she
know, but
did-
she just said that between January and March of 24, it's gone down. So I'm asking you, where did it come down from? But now you don't know what the answer to that is. So
你知道1月到3月是有。
it's okay. All right, keep going.
Sorry.
继续。
Sorry, Commissioner. do you
然
have
后
something?
现在因为当时我们买下来的时候是贷款买下来的，所以现在我们每个月还是要还那个比较高的那个贷款。
At the time we purchased, we took a loan, so every month we still have to pay a pretty high mortgage.
如果他们扩大店面的话，可能会直接影响到我的生意。
If they expand their store, it may impact my business.
这可能让我就是比较难支撑我们现在每个月的支出跟月供。
Probably we will have a hard time to keep the balance of income and payment.
然后他们就是 HUDSON Valley， 他们现在是在一个很好的 location， 就他们那个 plaza 很热闹。
Hudson Valley is at a pretty prime location, and the plaza was quite busy.
然后旁边有很多，就是 plaza 里面有很多的店，但是呢，他们的那个parking lot 是比较小的，所以他现在在里面的话，我们去里面 shopping 的话，就已经是比较拥挤，就是需要很难去找那个车位。
So there were quite a lot of stores there, and the parking lot is pretty small. So if I go shopping there, and I would feel pretty congested, and it's hard to find a parking spot.
对，如果说他们扩大他们的店面的话，那对以后对这个parking lot 车位的话会更拥挤。
So if they expand their store, and it will be a challenge for the parking lot. It will be even more congested.
然后现在就是我有 做了一些统计，就是现在 Middletown 它的人口相对于2020年到2025年之间的人口上减少了0.14%。
So I did some calculation, and the population in Middletown has decreased in 2025 by 0.14%.
然后我们因为 Middletown 它现在已经有很多家了，就是超过10家，还不算 Middletown 附近的那个 store， 像隔壁town 啊这些。
So Middletown, right now has already had more than 10 stores, not included the store and in the nearby towns.
Okay. All right. Okay. But I just want the record to again reflect that both of these stores have been in existence since the 90s. Both transferred, the applicant transferred in 2010. The opposer transferred in 23, as she mentioned. And so these two stores have coexisted and both made a purchase with the clear knowledge that each other are right across the street. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Romano.
Thank you, Chair and full board. I'm here with Bhavani Patel, who is the sole proprietor of the store. This is simply a matter of public convenience and advantage. We're just looking to expand. The store adjacent to them became available. They realized with the extra space, they're still going to have 2 cash registers. And as far as parking goes, and it's a strip mall with more than sufficient parking. It's really not an issue. What they're basically looking to do is get a streamlined store, put some money into it, an improvement. It's been around for 15 years. They haven't done much to improve, and they're looking to.
What's the increase in rent?
It's right now we are.
I have the numbers.
Yeah,
I think it's like an extra 3,000. I get it for you. I just had it. No, I believe it was 3,000 a month.
You're moving into the edible arrangement?
Yes. Yes.
You don't know how much more you're paying in rent?
I don't know top of my head. I have it written it down somewhere.
I believe it's 3.
Yes, it's roughly somewhere 3,000
We
more.
did submit the, I don't know where I just saw it. We did submit to you in the application,
It's I don't know the top of my head, but roughly 3,000.
Do you run the
Here it
store?
is.
I mean, you don't know how much rent?
Oh, no,
I
she
do.
does. Here
I
it
do.
is.
I
Here
do
it
run
is.
the store.
Here it is. It's going up 3,443. Expansion space is just an increase of $1,650.
Okay.
So total rent would be just over 5,000. And again, they're looking to create wider aisles, wheelchair accessibility, better bathroom. There's an additional exit, emergency exit door for safety. There will be some increase in product lines and SKUs, but that again is to the public benefit.
All right. How many SKUs are you increasing?
I would say roughly about 15 to 20% total. Right now, we are focusing on the canned products. That's the hottest item in the liquor industry.
That's a what?
Cans.
High
Cans.
noon.
The high noons and the ready-to-drink alcohol beverages. I just don't have enough space to display them right now. If I have more space, it would be more convenient to display it correctly and make it look much nicer and increase the SKUs for that, for the public convenience.
Okay.
I don't approve.
Okay, let's go. All right, Don.
All right, so the members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon.
Yep, I take note of the fact that both stores are fully aware of each other. The widening of the space, and the reasons proffered for the alteration, I think are valid. I see an increase in sales for the closest store. And for Martin, even though I only have figures for 9 months for 2023, in 2024, there was an increase of about 500,000 over the 2023 figure. But I again note that 2023, we only had for 9 months. I vote to approve.
Thank you.
Commissioner Maya. You said approve? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna find public convenience and advantage. Despite the protests, I think that with the clean record that the store has and the long history in this space and the need for modernizing the look and provide a better service and adding bathroom, et cetera, I think it's a positive improvement to their store in terms of serving the public. I do understand what the protest is saying, but I am looking closely at the numbers, and as the commissioner pointed out, 4 of the 5 neighboring stores are improving sales in the past year in 24 comparing to 23. So I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. It looks like the folks with Restaurant Sabor Latino Bar VIDA Inc. is ready.
All right, let's go back.
So that's number 8.
Number 8?
Number 8.
This one.
Yeah, this is the one where you had that.
Oh,
address
Jesus.
issue.
Okay.
Strange address.
All right.
Sorry for the delay, everyone. Okay, we had gotten some clarity on the question, but our interpreter, thank you.
Yeah. So the question was if, how did she live there but didn't know the man, right? So I just clarified with her. She said, I didn't live at that address. I worked at that address and I do know the man. I mean, I worked with him. So yeah, I did not live there. I worked there and I did know him because I worked there with him.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it. So are you currently closing at Monday to Thursday at 11, Thursday to Sunday at midnight? Recorded music only? Is that the,
I think it's where we left off. Yes. Yes.
is that the method of operation that you're actually following, or are you actually running as a nightclub?
No, not running as a nightclub, not at all.
What is, clearly there's a problem in that area.
I'm sorry?
Clearly, there is a problem in that area that
Yes.
the police are trying to address. Have they thought of any security plan?
Let's see. Let me just check my memo here. They didn't have security personnel on the application. If the authority believes that having security as needed would help, would they add it?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't write down security guards. They plan to have security guards?
Yeah. As needed, like one as needed or
Licensed security guard?
license.
If it's needed, yes. Y
License.
que tengan certificado, ¿verdad? Then yes.
Does the gentleman have any experience running a restaurant?
¿Usted tiene experiencia de ser gerente de un restaurante?
Let me see.
Yes, at the previous work location that I was at, that's where I got my experience from.
Fiesta West Side in Stanford, I have as his, as a chef on his personal questionnaire.
Okay.
So he's a chef, and then he's been here since the applicant since 2023.
They've had attempts since January of 2024?
No, well, January 2024, the application was submitted, temporary permit was issued, it was supposed to have expired July 10th, but it was canceled because of Mr. Miguel being arrested over Memorial Day weekend. We reported as soon as we could, and my reconsideration was granted, but I was told by counsel that that the temporary permit would not be restored at that time. Would normally happens, sometimes it happens when a reconsideration is granted. And then, so there's been no temporary here since last summer.
All right.
Has he had any meeting with the police department?
Police department?
No.
Not yet.
No, that would be a really good thing to do.
Like a security plan with the police?
Well, you want to meet with the police, you want to understand their concerns, what are the problems in the area, how they feel that you might be of help, prevent problems in your location. The executive in Rockland County actually worked with me in a patrol car many years ago. He would be very appreciative of that.
Certainly.
Very sensitive to that.
Of course, I understand your background in law enforcement too, Commissioner, that I do also know that having good businesses in the area helps the police maintain, more importantly than fighting crime, maintaining order.
Yeah.
That's what you need, order.
So I will, the police reports here are kind of general in nature, and they talk about the area having a problem. So I'm kind of willing to give him an individual chance if he has a security company. And if he meets with the police, understands their concerns, has some kind of relationship with them, I think that will be very helpful to preventing problems in his.
Yeah, this and many other places I can imagine. But I mean, I thank you.
If you're ready to vote, Commissioner De Leon, how will you?
Yeah, I vote to approve with the conditions that I put on the record.
And that was to meet with the police for a security plan? Or?
Yeah, I want him to meet with the police. I want to have a licensed security guard company.
Commissioner Maya?
When do the security guards have to be there?
They
Are we going against the advisory if we require security guard, or is that okay?
You guys can, right? It's just when when you guys don't require it.
Yeah. Okay.
What do you say? I don't know. I wouldn't be find myself bound by any advisory I wasn't a part of. That would be my position.
No, that's not how it works, but okay.
I think that is how it works.
All right. Well,
so that's what I would ask for.
Commissioner Maya?
Just so I'm clear, what was the last stipulation about the security guards?
That they have a licensed security company.
Okay, yeah.
And to meet with the NYPD, the police department.
Meet with the police.
The Spring Valley Police.
Yep.
Okay, so approved subject to the stipulations stated by Commissioner.
What do you want as evidence? Just the letter?
That would be fine.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna vote to approve. I'm gonna say recorded music only, midnight across the board. And security guard, licensed security guard company, please.
To be clear, so the submitted application which had dancing and such, you want that removed from the application?
She wants to remove it from the application?
No, do you want us to remove it? You just mentioned recorded
No.
music, you stopped.
She can have recorded music and she can have dancing. I don't care about that. I just want you to close at midnight.
Okay, close at midnight.
Commissioner De Leon, you okay with recorded background music only at 12 a.m.? Commissioner Maya?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Is
Number 2 is gonna come.
number 2's ready, right? Number 2, F+PARTY-K TV Inc. Just for the record, I don't know if it's party record, but I did give them the original personal questionnaire, which stated from 2019 to 2011, the principal employer stated pregnancy followed up by motherhood/childcare duties.
I know.
The amended, though, shows that during that time she worked for the prior licensee. But in
Okay.
the original, they said she was just stay-at-home mom.
Do you want to address that, Counsel? Did you hear what the Secretary said?
You want me to answer the question?
Well,
Yes, yeah, okay. So for that one, she's permanent for that period. Yeah, she's still working. Okay, just working for less hours. She's not a total at home, no.
I don't understand. Say it again. She's working, but also at home? Say it again.
Yeah, so, okay, so she reduced the hour. Or
reduced her hour.
Reduced the hour because she programmed. Yeah, so this is the reason, the attorney put on this one, I don't know. So because maybe for she in the house, you can ask her, yeah, is it for the all of at home, not working, or working part-time?
I think I heard before that there's a number, people book by calling a number, right?
之前我听到就是预定的话是要打那个电话去预定，对吧？对啊。
How do people find the number?
人们怎么找到号码呢？我们有做广告，在 We have advertisement.
在微信啊。
We didn't find any website.
我没有看到任何网站上。
No booking address, nothing on social media.
地址还有甚至是社交网站。
那个是一个 app.
That is an app. WeChat.
Oh, you use WeChat?
你是用微信。
Okay, it's possible, I guess.
All right, so if you run a licensed business that is operating under an OP, you have to make it widely available. It has to be open to the public and not just if you have their contact number on WeChat. Like, I mean, I'm Chinese. I don't even have WeChat. I know that's rare, but it's like Lily fan really wouldn't be able to book, and that's not going to be. I hate to use myself as the standard, but if I can't book it, it's not open to the public.
I'm not Chinese and I don't have WeChat either.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Yeah. The only Chinese use WeChat, and only for mainland China. Yes, yeah.
So.
And is the bar open or not open? People are, we've been told a number of times that the bar was not open.
这个酒吧有开还是不开？
No, it's open.
It is open?
It's open. Yeah, they opened. They used the temporary permit to operate. Yes.
Well, how come we were told you couldn't get a drink at the bar? How come we were told you could not get a drink at the bar?
Drink at the bar.
就是我们要怎么就是说规定，就是说在酒吧能不能喝酒，这怎么规定？
我们要看他的 ID.
We will check ID.
She understands that we have people that go out and check on these things, right? And she doesn't necessarily know who they are.
所以说，就是有人去查看，你并不知道来的人是谁，对吧？
我们会每个都逐一的看 ID.
We will check each one's ID.
That's not the question, yeah?
Can I ask it again?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you can ask it. You don't need to.
No. Okay, look, the question is, we have investigators that go out. You don't necessarily know who they are.
我们是
An investigator went out and was asked if you could get a drink, and he was told you couldn't get a drink at the bar. And I'm asking why.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And he was told he could not get a drink at the bar.
Did not get a drink.
Could not. That he could not get a drink at the bar. And I'm asking why. Is the bar regularly open or not?
就是我们有一个调查员，他呢去酒吧那里去，他呢是要订酒，但是呢他订不到酒，他拿不到他要订的酒，所以我就想问你，这个酒吧是开的还是不开的？
My question. Okay, so I understand you. Okay, so the bar they open. Is open 9 o'clock?
这个酒吧是9点。
8点9点。
10点到4点。
Okay, so they start preparation around 9 p.m. They open about 10 p.m. until 4 a.m. So if the investigator come in there, so behind you the hour or maybe not, or maybe the waitress or something don't understand English.
Well,
no, I just guess. Yes.
Yeah, right. You responded to a deficiency letter, right? And you said that the same thing, that you opened the bar at 10 p.m. That what you said now, but when you responded to the deficiency letter, you said about public access that they were open from 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. Our investigator was there at 9:22 p.m.
哦，是这样子，是你的这个酒吧是10点钟开，但是呢，
So
对
you're telling me
外
10
的
now, but
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. So I said, okay, so 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock, they start the preparation. They are not open to the public yet. 10 p.m., they totally open. So I've been there so many times. So because I do the plan, I
I
know.
know what you're
Yeah.
saying, but in
I
responding
just-
to us, you said you were open at 9.
对，但是呢，你对我们的回答，你给我们的回答是你9点钟就开了。
到底是几点开？
10点到4点，
OK, yeah.
然后9点是服务生到。
10 to 4 and 9 o'clock, the waiters waitress arrive
他们到 prepare 的现场
to prepare.
Okay.
About the public. Anyone?
You have, if you're only using WeChat to advertise this number, how can you say that it's open to the general public?
如果你只用微信去做广告，你怎么样向公众宣布你们的这个地方？
我们还有贴海报在那个超市或者是那个发生明显的地方。
We also have posters on grocery store and major places in Flushing.
Okay.
Well, all right. So since the prior place closed down, there has been significant renovation that happened at these
做了装修，
at this place. So who did that?
是谁做的呢？
我有请装修师傅做我。
I just hired the renovation staffs.
Okay, how much did you spend on that?
这个花了多少钱啊？
大概10万。
About 100,000.
Okay, but you said that in your application that you only invested 67,000. So do you want to update that
但是在
in
你
your
的申请
application?
中，你只说你投资了6700，你要把这个申请的表格重新更新一下吗
OK，
？OK，
Okay, so also as part of your as you spend money on the doors to the karaoke rooms,
然后你也在那个卡拉 OK 房的门上也花了钱。
there is a requirement for for there to be a visibility from the outside to the inside of the room.
就是呢，就是可以从外面看到里面的这个。
对
，correct, yes.
So the way the glass is now, you can't really see around the room.
They're very small.
现在的现在目前这个玻璃是就看不到吗？房间？
看得到。
看得到。
Yes, 看得到。
Can see.
No, you cannot.
You need to have visibility for the entire room when you're standing at that door looking in that window.
哦，那么
Those windows are very small.
你这个窗呢实在是太小了，你需要通过这个窗户看见整个房间。好 ，All right.
So, I mean, I hate that you've already spent money on this and then you made it smaller. But to the extent that there's a history of drug use at this establishment and in a lot of these types of establishment, it's our job to enforce the visibility requirements.
哦，我真的很抱歉，你也已经花了很多钱了，但是呢，因为之前呢这个有过一些那个吸毒的这些事情发生，所以呢法律要求我还是要求你照做，需要就是有这个可见度的。
没问题。
So, to the extent that there are multiple things that you need to fix here, I'm really not comfortable issuing this license right now, but I'm gonna ask you to figure out how your business can be accessible to the public. I mean, I think that actually it's helpful to you that people can actually book rooms instead of getting someone's phone number and like have to, chat on WeChat, and
就是
you need to come back with a better explanation of how the public can access your business.
就是
And I'm going to need either a proposal of construction or actual new doors put in so that the visibility issue is addressed.
就是 鉴于现在这些问题呢，我现在还是不
It
能够
can
把
be a
此上
condition.
No, not right now. I'm not.
牵涉到
Yeah.
这个就是了解情况。
Yeah, yeah, of course. The proposal will become a condition, but I don't want her to spend the money if she's not getting it.
再一次的，下次再过来哈。下一次呢，我也希望你递交一个就是申请，你就是
Yeah, so I'm gonna hold this over to August 6th. I'm gonna give her time to figure out access for the public and also
这个门
a renovation plan for feasibility. And then if you come up with drawings and, you know, like your contractor can say, I'm gonna do this door for you, that's fine, but then that door will become a condition of your approval. And you have to send in pictures that it's done before you can get your license.
把这个图
In the meantime, you can keep operating on your town.
然后是你可以。
August 6th, Commissioner De Leon,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Maya.
Yes.
Is August 6th good? That's like about 2 months. Okay.
2个月。
All right, if you need more time, sir, you can tell him.
OK，
OK，
2个月够吗？
2个月有点。
呀，不够没关系，我们再说。
Yes,
All
thank
right,
you.
friends, thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. August 6th.
All right, what's next? Let's
I have
go,
a
let's
community
go.
board item.
Oh, Jesus.
What is it? What is it?
38 and 39, 558.
I'm sorry I said that out loud.
558 Broadway LLC.
Oh my God.
Let's see what we got here.
I didn't think that was problematic until now.
So
It's
is there-
supposed to be an easy stack today, but it's not at all.
Good
It's not at
afternoon.
all.
Good afternoon. Donald Bernstein from Bernstein, Rado, and Savitsky on behalf of the licensee, which is operated as the Museum of Ice Cream. With me is Carlo Sciano, who is the general manager, has been the general manager of the museum for the past 4+ years. We have 2 applications before you. This license was approved pretty much 5 years ago in June of 2020. And it came with restrictions. There were 2 full board meetings at that time. This was during COVID. We did not have an opportunity to appear before you and have a dialogue. We had to rely solely on written submission. At the end of the day, after those 2 meetings, the application was approved. It was required that alcohol service end at 9 p.m., although then Commissioner Ford said he would have approved 10 p.m. The museum was permitted to stay open past the 9 p.m. end of alcohol until 11 during the week and midnight on weekends. The other restriction that was imposed at that time was that there could not be alcohol served during private events. The only space that we have licensed now is a portion of the first floor, which includes the entryway. There's a small shop at the entranceway where you can get ice cream, which is what the museum is all about, and also buy some, I don't know what you're selling.
Merchandise.
Some merchandise. And there's a whole way that goes back. Once you're ticketed, you can go back into a back room. And it's a small room that has a place where you can then buy a beverage, including beer or wine or alcohol. And there's some food available, either ice cream or there are some sandwiches that are also available. When you then go to the ticketed areas,
Are there sandwiches?
Yes. Yeah. When you go then, when you leave that room and go to the second floor and cellar, which is where the exhibits and rooms
It's not
are.
ice cream sandwiches, is it?
No,
sunflower butter and jam.
Okay.
When you go to those rooms, you can't take your drink with you because the only space licensed is this part of the first floor. So we have 2 applications before you. There are 2 applications before you. One is an alteration application where we're trying to bring in the entire museum. So we'd like to license the balance of the first floor, which is principally the sprinkle pit, and also the second floor and the cellar. There are 2 thoughts and reasons, 2 thoughts behind that, reasons why we'd like to do it.
I'm sorry, it's the sprinkle pit?
Is on the first sprinkle pool. Okay. It's on the first floor, adjacent to the room that is currently licensed, as well as the second floor and the cellar. We've provided licensing with detailed floor plans and diagrams showing the various rooms and exhibits, places to sit, where the patrons can go. So Right now, if you have a drink in that back room on the first floor, and then you want to go with your group to the exhibits, you have to drink fast, throw away your cup. What is it?
It's acrylic.
It's acrylic, so it's not glass. To throw it away and then go about. So the thought is that we'd like to give patrons the opportunity, whoever may want to do that, to carry their drink with them. There are no additional points of sale for alcohol other than the two that exist on the first floor. There are no bars that are being added. There's no point to sale in the cellar. There's no point to sale in the second floor. You don't, once you go through, you don't come back into that room on the first floor. So once you leave that room, you go through the museum and then you're out. But it gives someone, if they want to get a glass of wine or a beer or a drink and they want to start walking through, they can carry it with them. Now, I want to assure you that the museum is.
Wait. They can't come back and get a second drink then, you're
No,
saying?
they can't come.
The first bar space where we are allowed to sell liquor is by the front. It's by the entrance and
Yeah.
egress. So if they'd like to have a second one, they can have it while they're shopping right before they leave.
But once they enter the museum.
The back room,
It's
they
like
can't come back.
It's like an exhibit, so
Yeah.
it's one direction.
Okay.
You can't like go back.
All right.
The museum is staffed.
Because they do it by date stamp. It's like one of those.
No, but what I'm saying is.
It's a museum,
If I wanted to take
or
my
they
drink
would claim to be a museum.
if I went on the second floor with a drink.
We don't let you go to the
go
second
on
floor with a drink.
Oh, okay. There
Now
go.
you don't.
But that's what they want now.
I'd like to allow my guests to do.
If you could go on the second floor with a drink, for me to go on the second floor again with a drink, I have to re-enter?
No, there's a normal wayfinding that leads from the area that we do sell drinks up to the second floor.
Yeah.
There's a stairs as well as an elevator, so it's accessible.
Yeah.
We would just like our guests to be able to enjoy their drink as they continue through the experience and not feel rushed, like they have to consume their drink.
I
But
get
they
it.
can't come back to that
I'm
room.
not trying to be thick here, but I thought that once you enter the tour, the exhibit tour, it's a one-way street.
It's a one-way street, and once you're done with the experience, you're right back where you started, where there is a bar there.
Okay, then I can
That's
go
by
back.
retail.
That's the front.
Yeah,
That's in the front.
Right, okay,
So the back room, you can't come back into the back room.
Yeah, all right. So.
Yes.
Re-enter after you get to the retail area.
Correct, and I'd also like to add, it's not a full,
But my question is, can you re-enter?
No.
You're done with your experience at that
So you have one, so if you're gonna carry a drink on the second floor, you get one shot at it?
Yes.
Yes.
That's
One
what I
shot
wanna
now. Yes. And they're very strict and careful about IDs.
Okay, I got
If someone orders a second, two drinks, they have to be two IDs. You can't order two drinks. The museum, all the floors are well-staffed. There are 65 team members over 2 shifts. They are throughout. There are managers. They're connected by radio. Throughout the day, the shift managers have walkthroughs and they're required to complete checklists ensuring safety and quality. So it's not as if people are going to be roaming around and there's no supervision. There's supervision. I can tell you when I was there and I went through all the floors, not
How many
more
times
than,
did you go?
I just went once and I didn't have a drink, but I did have ice cream. Not a minute went by when I didn't see one or more staff members. It's
How
very
many
well
people
staffed.
go through the place? On your busiest day,
2,400.
on which day of the week?
On our busiest day, peak season, we don't normally get 2,400
Okay.
people. That's our max.
On the average busiest day of the week?
This time of year, I'd say 1,700.
Okay, so 1,700 on whatever day,
Saturday,
Saturday,
sure.
okay, 1,700. So at worst, 1,700 adults that want to drink would tour through there and walk through and get out.
We sell a very small percentage of drinks to our guests. It
Okay.
contributes to maybe 3 or 4% of my overall revenue.
Okay.
It's more of a convenience that I'm offering to my guests who would like to
Okay,
partake.
that's good to know.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
I
you.
think it would
So,
be.
all right, so while council offered some history here, I was here when we voted on this. That was a very protested application. I just want to, obviously those items are not in the record today, but it was heavily discussed because there was a lot of community protests, number one. And number two is that the Museum of Ice Cream as a brand exists in other cities, and there were a lot of community or, energy from the rest of the country that suggested that this was essentially a walking party more than a museum. And I believe at the time, the board decided that it was important to allow a museum experience and not a drinking party. And that probably lends to some of the steps that council suggested.
Yeah. I want Carlo to respond to that, but I also want to add that, and I put this in my submission, I hope you had a chance to read that. There are many museums that have liquor licenses. I've cited a number of them. It's not unusual for a museum of Sex, House of Wax, Center for Photography, a number of them have liquor
Those all
licenses.
sound like museums catering to
Yeah,
adults.
the Museum of Sex actually does not serve drinks until the very end of experience. They actually, you go through maybe about 80% of it, and then there's a place where there's a bar, and that's where the service happens, which is
what we have.
Which is what we're trying to create here. You happen to choose to put the bar at the beginning of the exhibit, but that's your choice. It has to do with probably your real estate and what your museum setup is. You can certainly choose to put the drinking at the end of the experience as well.
And that's where it
I
is
also want to
principally,
tell
but I-
everybody on the board that a lot of children go to this place because of the name of it.
Well, I want to address that.
I can show you ample pictures of my children in that ball pit. I am a customer of yours, so I know exactly what I'm talking about and where the alcohol service is and what risk this is going to create if you have adults going in, carrying drinks and walking around. I think that as a licensing entity, we always expect service alcohol to come with seats. And as it is, you already do not have that. People are standing at two bars, blocking the entrances. I mean, I have experienced this myself. One time I was going to a play with my daughter with 4 other girls, and we were late, and the people at the bar were blocking the entrance, and we could not get in. Right next to the first service of liquor, there's also a place where you get ice cream, and that's also, you know, a bottleneck, because throughout the whole thing, every time I go, I'm like, oh God, now my kids are gonna have 4 cups of ice cream within an hour. So those are the facts. But anyway, the community board is here. Let's hear what they have to
Well, can I finish?
say.
Do you want me to finish the rest of our, because I didn't go through all of the aspects of our application. If I can just go through the other changes.
You're doing the
Rest for now.
alteration and you want them to be able to carry drinks with them. What else?
Yeah, and I just to address Commissioner De Leon, what you said about children, about 70% of our sales, ticket sales of our patrons are adults, not children. There are periods early during the day when there may be more children, but overall 70% are adults. And I also want to point out, and we have a license, so we're not fighting over whether or not we should be licensed. There are many ice cream establishments in the state that have liquor licenses. There are places that cater to children far more than we do. Remember, I don't know if you remember your Dylan's Candy Bar on 3rd Avenue on the Upper East Side, a huge candy store, 5 times the size of this room, had a full liquor license. You walk in, it's just candy all over, and they had a full liquor license. So it's not that unusual.
But did they have, correct me, anybody can correct me if I have this wrong, but a child cannot sit at a bar, right?
Of course not.
Right.
Absolutely not.
But a child can be in a tavern.
If they're accompanied by an adult, yes.
And not sitting at the bar.
Yes, which is what we have.
So well, it doesn't sound like that to me. As I understand the description given by Chair Fan, you have essentially adults and children with alcohol kind of walking together all through this experience.
That's what they want.
Yeah, we don't have that now. That's what we're asking for. And as my client said, there's a very small percentage of people that would do that. Yet we'd like them to have that experience. Not everybody that's coming through gets a drink. And people that may get a drink, not everybody's going to want to carry it through, but some people may. And we'd like to offer it to them. So we're talking about a small segment of the total population. Let me just tell you the rest of the application.
Okay.
The hours that we currently have, we must end liquor service by 9 p.m. And when we came before the first board, then Commissioner Ford said he would have given 10 p.m., but he was outvoted. The museum, however, can stay open until 11:30 during the week, 11 and 12 on weekends. And it's typically out by what, 11, 12, 11:30?
We have last public during the week at 7 p.m. and then on weekends at 8:30. So they leave the building by 10:30.
So we would like to extend the hours of liquor service and also extend the closing hour with liquor service. The last part of our application relates to events. So when we were approved, we were told that we could not have liquor at events. We had no opportunity to really discuss that with you because this was during COVID and we couldn't address the board. The meetings were not in person. Other museums, other ice cream stores, these other places that have licenses, as far as we have seen, do not have the restriction where they cannot have alcohol at private events. And I also want to be clear that I think when we're talking about a private event, we're talking about a full buyout of the space, because that's what we usually mean when we're talking about a private event. If there's a party for 15 people somewhere, I think my understanding is alcohol is permitted there, but we can't really have that because we need to be able to license the other floors. So for example, there may be an exhibit room on the second floor where people can have an event. It may be 10, 20 people. It's not necessarily 150 people. We'd like the opportunity for them to be able to ask for alcohol as part of that event. So those are the applications. Now, again, I want to reiterate, we have had no violations over 5 years. The community, some members of the community have not liked this idea from the get-go, but the only concrete complaint that I have heard and I've read in the papers, and the letters you've gotten, most of them are the same letter, just signed by different people, is the lines outside. That's the only concrete. I heard 1 or 2 comments about garbage and melting ice cream. My client can address that. Any issue that they had some time ago has been corrected. The only issue has been lines. We expected originally not to have lines because there's this waiting area inside in the front. Carlo can explain why it turned out that lines developed. But there are stanchions outside. They are kept in order. It is staffed. There are managers outside. The sidewalk is wide and passable. And there is no restriction on our license that says we can't have lines. It's not a violation. It's not prohibited. But that is the only concrete problem. There have been no complaints about noise inside. There's no complaint about anything going on inside. No one's coming to the Museum of Ice Cream to drink. If you want to drink and go out with your buddies and your
but
friends.
that's about to change if you get
It's
what
not
you
going
want.
to, it's not going to change.
Okay, you just asked for a private event where full liquor is served throughout the museum. Like, how is that not going to become a nightclub? Like, I don't
We
get
had no
what you're
intention.
saying.
Let me have my client address that.
I didn't mean to interrupt. And I understand the frustration as well as what I believe is some misunderstanding of our intention. My name is Carlo Sciano. I've been the operating general manager for over 4 years at Museum of Ice Cream. I have over 20 years experience operating liquor licensed venues in New York City.
Do I have a personal question there for him?
Probably was never requested, but we can supply one if you.
I'm happy to make, yeah.
Okay, I just want to see if I have it in the record.
All this to say, I'm a very seasoned operator in these circumstances.
Okay, what other museums have you operated?
Not museums. I was the operator of Pianos, which was a live music venue on Ludlow Street for 20 years. We had licensed security, all the bells and whistles. So this business, Museum of Ice Cream, which some members of the board have been to, there's no plans to extend or change the way that we operate. We want to create a better experience for our existing guests. And we've had some bites of companies that want to do team events, where they want to come, they want to bring their team, do leadership, bonding, trust falls, that kind of thing. So I would like to be able to offer the services that they're requesting. It wouldn't change the way that we operate, the way that we're a museum, the way that there's a tour. Guests do a one-way tour. They go through all the rooms. I have team members that engage guests based on scripting that we've provided. They're kind of like actors, think Disney-esque. And we're trying to just engage and get people to have fun and to be nostalgic and to play like a kid again. That's in our business statement. So this is really just a tool that helps us help our current guest demographic as well as appeal to a slightly broader corporate demographic. But nightclub, no. DJ, no. Live music, no. And again, we haven't had any complaints about noise, or I've never had to call the police to my premise to deal with anything. We have existing liquor license and we've never had intoxication.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah, to address the lines, and I fully understand that. Broadway. So in our position on Broadway, we are often bookended by two carts. There's a fruit drinks cart, and then there's a Nathan's cart on the other side. So our guests, we have them, I think that you probably have a schematic or a picture of how we have it set up, but there's a stanchion right over on the grates near the street. And then there's a little box that my team who's doing ticketing, they're making sure people have tickets, and then they let them in through that door. It's like an entry, and then there's a place that we corral and hold people. I have 4 team members out there. Their job is to make sure that guests know where to go, when to go where, and to allow the sidewalk to have clear egress. They understand that that's a fundamental part of their job. Now, many of you have been on Broadway. This is between Prince and Spring during busy seasons. It's like salmon swimming upstream. It is nothing to do with any one business in particular. It's very busy, and it is very challenging to control that space. And I believe we do a good job of it. Are there any other questions about the line, about how we have it organized, about my team, about how they're managed?
No.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Guys, let's go.
Yep. Okay, Donna Raftery, Chair of Community Board 2, the Select Committee, and I think what I'm going to do, you have our submission, which basically says everything. I have a few points I'd make about some of the examples that Mr. Bernstein brought up. I mean, the other museums have full large lobbies and full service restaurants where people go in and sit. So I think a lot of these comparisons are not completely accurate, but I think it would be good to hear from the residents who live right near there and experience what they experience on the outside.
Good afternoon. My name is Pete Davies, 45-year resident of this block where Museum of Ice Cream does its business. I'm a member, I'm representing myself, but I'm also representing local folks, Broadway Residents Coalition, who along with the Soho Alliance submitted over 70 letters in opposition to this application. And the reason is partially what Chair Pham pointed out was the concern of the commission 5 years ago that the location, this is a quote from the SLA, the authorities' concerns, quote, that the location will turn into an event space and will become a nuisance for surrounding residents. So that is what we've always been concerned with. That's what the authority was concerned with. And what they did was they put in place stipulations when the license was issued. As Mr. Bernstein said, licensed area limited in one part of the first floor, all liquor service to end at 9 p.m., and no liquor service at events. Now, this has been very successful in maintaining quality of life for residents into the late hours of the evening and beyond. These folks who live here, these are 150-year-old buildings that are very pervious to sound, and they are live, work, folks work in their homes. This is where the whole idea of live, work was born, was Soho. And it was the wisdom of Chair Pham explaining to the other 2 commissioners, who you gentlemen have are now here. You were not there then. So Mr. Bernstein left out the fact that one of the commissioners said, no, let's stop service at 8 o'clock. Another one said 10 o'clock. They agreed to 9 o'clock. So there was understanding amongst all of the commissioners that the best idea was to keep that liquor service ending early to protect the quality of life of residents. The lines, when they presented this application last summer to the community, they said, oh, we've never had a problem with lines. We don't even have lines. Well, we were able to prove that false. And you'll see that in there, they don't even mention the lines anymore. It's kind of like, oh, we screwed up on that. let's not fight that fight. Carlos mentioned that they have the stanchions. Yeah, the sidewalk here is 18 feet wide. They take up 3 feet with the stanchions. And then that little box that he described outside the front door takes up about another 5 feet. And then you have the crowd on the sidewalk at that box. So that's another 3 to 4 feet. So 5 feet, 4 feet, that's 9 feet, plus 3 feet at the curb. That's 12 feet that they've taken over, leaving a very narrow, congested bottleneck for everybody else trying to move up and down probably the busiest block in Soho, the block where I live, the block where my neighbor Renee lives, who will speak to you as well. When this was presented at the 500-foot hearing in 5 years ago, they made the argument, there are complaints that there will be long lines outside. This ignores the applicant's confirmation that there will not be long lines outside. That was a letter to the ALJ. There's an interior exhibition to a waiting area, and this will help mitigate any lines or crowds outside the premises, and will keep patrons inside the building. Well, that is the retail area at the front of the establishment that was presented and planned per what was told to the commission, the authority, that, all the crowd, there won't be anybody outside because we're going to put them all inside. They'll wait inside. They can shop and do all that before they do the experience. Right. Well, then COVID came along, and understandably, the line moved outside. Well, we kept thinking, okay, COVID's over. They'll move the line back in. Carlos wasn't around for that period, I don't think, at the beginning of COVID. But maybe he was in charge of moving it outside. He's failed to move it back in. In fact, last week, they planted an umbrella in front of the establishment to protect the crowd, I guess, that's hanging out on the sidewalk, waiting to get in, because they will not let you in, or they certainly don't seem very welcoming of anybody crossing in unless you show them a time ticket, even though they have a retail space, and they have a little cafe that we were told 5 years ago would be open to anybody who came along. You didn't have to have a ticket to.
Is it about, you can only get in by appointment? Is that what you're saying?
I believe it's, yes, it's time for the tour. But the tour doesn't start until you're 50 feet inside the space.
Right. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so there's anyway, we just really urge you to maintain the very smart and reasonable stipulations that you put on this license.
All right, great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I do have photos of
The lines.
the crowds, the lines, if you want to give those to them. And then just, if I could quickly make one more point, but they mentioned the other locations where they've never had any complaints. Well, that's because
This, what's this?
other locations are,
Are you talking about different cities entirely?
that's where they have their other locations. They're in parks and in parking lots, very urban settings where there aren't residents all around. So we're just trying to protect our quality of life. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I see. The other locations are not like this.
Right.
Area 15.
I think that's 51 you're thinking about. The UFOs?
No, Area 15 is the ice cream museum in Las Vegas. Really? I've been there, but I don't remember seeing the
Area 15, is that the one in Las Vegas?
What?
Is Area 15 the one in Las Vegas?
Oh, that's coming up. They haven't opened that yet.
Oh, okay.
But that's the one where it's advertised as nightlife I forget what on the second picture at the top, it says nightlife altered. It's a very much a nighttime experience.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Renee Munrose. I live on the block with the Museum of Ice Cream and have lived in Soho, lived and worked in Soho. I'm an artist for the last 38 years. And I corroborate everything that Pete just said, so I don't want to repeat that. But I will say just experientially, I walk that block every day. And contrary to what the applicants have said, the jam is always right at the Museum of Ice Cream.
Yes.
And they do not control the lines, and they make no effort. And when you, the other thing I want to bring up is that the fact that one reason we're very concerned is that we made efforts, Broadway Residents Coalition as well as the local bid, made efforts to talk to management about the lines when they became problematic. And they were very hostile and dismissive of, so we have no reason to trust that they will treat the nighttime hours with any more concern for neighbors' concerns.
How late do the lines go?
The lines usually end in late afternoon, but that's not what we're saying. We're saying that they're going to have people coming and going at night, late at night, who will have been drinking, whether they're drunk or not, but they will have been drinking, so their voices are likely to be louder. There will be idling Ubers, and they have not managed the daytime lines. So our great concern is what kind of management of nighttime life, which is, you know, sort of precious to us, since it's a very noisy, loud daytime experience. And so we would just really like you to hold it to the 9 p.m. end of liquor service and to keep the other stipulations in an effort to keep the neighborhood quality of life for residents. They, as you see, there are other places are in, you know, places where there aren't residents. So this is the only place where they have residents around them. And so that's why we complain. If they were in a theme park or in a parking lot, we wouldn't be complaining.
Yeah, I know. I think that it's unfortunate. I know, you know, in New York City, there's not a lot of space, but I have been to other types of museums where the lines are inside, and this operation has chosen to keep their lines outside and use every inch they have inside for selling things or displaying. You know, it's a choice. But here we are.
Anything further, ma'am?
No, that's all for me. Thank you.
Mr. Bernstein?
Yeah, just a couple of comments, and then I'd like Carlo to address a couple of points. And I'm
Can I
looking
ask
at,
a quick question before you go?
Of course.
Something that very interesting that I think you know that every now and then we're up here and we'll go on a website, check out the location, that kind of stuff. Chair Fan was kind enough to do that. And I see in there is what was referred to as the sprinkle pool, right? And a spiral slide, right? I can't tell how long it is. And so I'm thinking about people who are drinking alcohol and potentially drowning in sprinkles or breaking a leg or something like that going down a slide. I'll let you, you're going to address
that.
obviously. I had one thought that I think you originally said people come in and there's an area right at the entrance where they get their drink and then they kind of move on, so they can't come back and get another drink. And if they can't get another drink, you know, maybe you're not really going to have anybody who's intoxicated going through the museum. But if people are allowed to stay for an extended period when they come in and are able to have multiple drinks before they go through the experience, then you could have that scenario, right? So if you could please address that, the
yeah,
safety
well,
of
as to
people.
the second point, and I'll have Carlos elaborate on it, they've not had that experience. People have not stayed in those areas for multiple drinks. As I mentioned before, if you want to go out and your purpose is to drink, You are not going to the Museum of Ice Cream. You'd have to be crazy to be going to the Museum of Ice Cream if you want to go have 2 or 3 Jack Daniels. If you do, something's the matter.
I mean, I'm surprised that you're asking us to expand their liquor license, but then you don't expect people to drink. Like, it's just like, I mean, it just can't both be true. Then why are we here? Like, that makes
I
no
understand
sense.
that, but
You're
I
trying to have alcohol at private parties so that you can close the whole place and serve endlessly throughout the entire museum. I think that's the point. That's what you're telling me you're going to do. So it's disingenuous when you then tell me that that's not the intent. Like, it's just, I don't get it. I mean, no one stays there because I can tell you the place where you serve the alcohol, there are no chairs there. There may be one table and it's like 5 feet by 5 feet and there's always a major crowd of people. Like, the place is just very tight, you know, and I can't blame you for that, but it's just like, there's nowhere to move.
But I think the point is that people are going to then go from that room into the exhibits. It's not a place to sit for an hour. You have your ticket, you have your time. If you want to drink, and not everybody's coming in and saying, okay, where's my drink? It's not how it works. But the people that do want to get a drink, they're in that back room, they drink it, they move on because they're there for the experience. I'm sorry?
You have private events there now?
They have had a number of private events, although we have to be clear what we talk about private events, and I need to get clarification. There could be a birthday party for a 10-year-old. That's not a buyout of the whole museum. That's just a room, an area that they're doing it in. It's a group ticket. So how many full buyouts have you had in the past year?
I could count them on one hand. In the past year?
Yeah.
One.
With no alcohol.
It was a fundraiser.
That might change.
There's a
with alcohol.
fundraiser. So this
It's
is not their
it's
principal
income
business is to do that. Their business is to sell tickets for events.
I have one other question for you. I get the impression that you just can't walk into this place, right? You have to have a timed ticket.
You have to have a reservation. Yeah.
You have to have a reservation. Those reservations, are they made, when are they made?
They're made in advance online. We don't do any ticketing at the door. We steer everyone to go onto our website and get tickets that way.
Okay. So if that's the case, why do we have the extensive lines outside? And because you saw the pictures that we saw.
Well, I want to address the pictures and then I want to answer your question because it's important. But if you look at these photos, this is my client. There are 4 people standing outside. That's all you have. Excuse me.
No, you just made it.
All right.
Excuse me.
When it's, okay,
dressing up.
let me just explain. People show up maybe 10 minutes early and then they're like, okay, 4:40, you guys are all over there. And then there's a crowd of people over there. How many tickets do you sell for every 15 minutes? How many tickets?
We do half-hour time slots. We do 70 to 100.
Okay, so that's the number of people that are gathering outside waiting to get in. If they get in early.
We do not have 100
Here,
people waiting
come,
outside.
Carla, come here and explain.
Sorry.
this. I think you have to explain why this.
Sorry, yeah. There are several points here that are kind of conflicting the issue. So we do have time slots where guests are expected to purchase their ticket in advance. If they come to us, I have a ticket in a half hour, we say, go get a slice of pizza, go get a cup of coffee, there's a great spot there, come back 5 minutes before. For the folks that do come back, they wait on the stanchioned area by the street and we start letting them in. We trickle them in. And as Chair Pham stated, we do have, there's an economy of space. I only have so much space to work with. And that's why we haven't been able to bring the entire line inside. What we've done is we mitigate that by bringing people in as fast as we possibly can safely so that we can ensure that everyone who comes in has had their ID checked, has had their ticket scanned. They've done all the paperwork that they need to do. So we don't have 100 people out there. We have, it's hard to quantify, but if there's 100 people for a time slot, half of them are already inside and we're bringing people in from the line as we can to keep it safe inside.
I understand where you're standing, and I don't want to belabor this management issue because I think you're doing the best you can given what the operation is. I just think that when we licensed this, there was certainly an understanding between us and licensing and the board that the effort was to keep this as a museum. And that was what you called yourself. That is what you were framing yourself as. I think to go beyond carrying drinks all around in these narrow staircases where people are already eating a lot of ice cream, there's not a lot of food. there's slides that go 2 floors down. There is a sprinkle pool that I can't even jump in without being sober and not really like hurting my knee or ankle. I'm getting old here, but you know, it gets it, and then you have a lot of kids, you know, during the daytime. I've only been there during weekends when there are a lot of kids. It's just.
So we've proven that we can.
It's just, you know, it's just, if you want to tailor your request here, but based on what have been said here and what the neighbors are saying, I'm not going to be comfortable voting for either one of these applications.
Can I just address the example you gave?
Yeah, Chair Fan mentioned, are there any alternatives, like you have to have a ticket to enter?
What do you
And
mean?
you get
They
one
have
drink
that.
with that ticket.
We're not trying to sell more drinks. That's not, I'm not
No, I
interested.
know that, but that would tell you that you really can't. Because for me to get, how much is a ticket to get in?
73.
40 to
All
75.
right, so I have to pay $40 and gives me the right as an adult to buy a drink. I'm making this up.
That's why we don't have a
If
lot of.
if I want to have 2 drinks, it's going to cost me $80.
Correct.
Is that how it works now? No.
If someone wants to come to Museum of Ice Cream just to have drinks, yes, they're paying $80 for 2 drinks.
They can't come in and just have a drink?
No.
I can't.
Only
come in?
ticketed guests.
Only a ticket. And how many drinks could I have as a ticketed guest?
As many as you
As
want.
many as I could fit in before I'm called into the tour.
Yeah, and let me just.
No, you call in a tour and then you're at the bar. You can stay there for as long as you want until you decide to move to the next room.
We have
It's
existing.
after they punch your ticket, but you can stay at the bar for an hour if you want. And there are people that are coming for a birthday party where they then stand there and they celebrate. They're eating ice cream. They're
So we-
waiting for their friends. That has happened too.
We have existing data points. We have the units in other locations, in major markets. They all have full liquor licenses. They all can do events, and they all follow the same exact business model that I do. And they still sell 3 to 4% liquor. This is a convenience to our guests and trying
Yeah,
to.
but this is New York City and their lines are outside on the street. Like, that's the problem, right? Like,
Do you see the pictures of the other places that they submitted?
Yeah, but
so I'm just.
The lines.
I just want to address 2
Lines are
points.
different from intoxication.
Chair Fan, the example you gave about being sober in the sprinkle pit, allowing the sprinkle pit to be licensed doesn't mean you get more drinks. It means you could have a drink in the back room and then go to the sprinkle pit without carrying it with you, or you can order a drink in that back room and take it with you. It's the same drink. It's the same one drink. It's not increasing the consumption. It's just allowing it to flow,
I know, but
to go
that's after
freely.
they've walked up 3 or 4 flights of very steep stair, go down a 2-flight slide.
The slide has,
And
it's managed. It's staffed and it has safety rules on a sign right there. They're not allowed to send anyone intoxicated down. They call for a manager if anyone is intoxicated.
Okay.
Which is not happening.
What's the maximum you could run through in one day? 2,400, as you said earlier? That's like the max?
The other reason why we wanted to license the whole space, even if you don't like the idea of people carrying it through, is if there's a room on the second floor that can accommodate 20 people for a, as Carla was saying, what kind of?
Birthday party.
Well, birthday party or the.
Bar mitzvah,
The
bat
gathering,
mitzvah.
the corporate thing that you were
Oh,
talking
team
about.
events, yeah.
Team event, and they decide they want to have beer and wine at that team event in that room. I can't do it because it's not licensed, so I can't run that
All right,
event.
but, I mean, I'm only, again, this is not just me. I mean, we've gotten a lot of protest letters from the community, you know, and so.
But the only thing they're complaining about is the line. There's nothing going on inside that's been problematic.
How about only team events? There's nothing upstairs unless that license
Only
area.
what events?
I'm just being extemporaneous. A team event, he calls a corporate event. I'm gonna bring 20 people there. The law office wants to bring people, whatever it is, right?
Would you, what if we license the other space just for private events that are not a full buyout? I'm not talking about a full buyout, just if it's a partial private group.
That does not walk around.
That does not.
Well, they would have to get it.
Well, they have to get it there, but that's a possibility. That's still better than what we have.
So Mr. Bernstein, so a team could then have a drink in that other room, but you're not gonna have people touring through the place.
That would be something that's better than what we
Well,
have.
do you think, and I don't know, Mr. Raftery, do you want to call timeout, speak about that and come back?
Just us, you mean?
No, I mean,
to the application. That's a huge, one, that's
Oh,
would
he
be a
has to
huge,
change the
that
application.
would be a huge change to the application.
Can I just ask a follow-up question about the numbers? So do you max out at 100 per
Time slot?
time slot?
Yes.
How many, are they on the half hour?
They're on the half hour. We operate from, depending on the day, 9:30 or 10 a.m. until 7 to 8:30, depending on.
And it's 100 or 50 per time slot?
100, up to 100. It's not 100 every
to.
time slot.
Okay, thank you.
So that's where you get the max of 2,400,
That's
right? There's 12 units of 100.
I mean,
24 units.
I think you can impose restrictions and stipulations on the approval that we wouldn't have to amend the application. If you said this is what you're going to approve, then we either take it or we don't take it. So I
Then you
don't,
could have your team events, but the general, if I go there tomorrow, I can't walk around with a drink because I'm not in a team event.
I think it would
What I'm
be,
saying, sir?
I hear what you're saying. That's
I know
not,
you don't like it, but I'm appreciating the team, as you call it, the team event aspect.
I don't understand what a team event is.
We're talking
It
is
just means private event.
the private event.
may
He's
I?
calling it a team
He's
event.
saying like team building.
No.
So forgetting about team events, forgetting about normal operations, we're talking about events. And just talking about events, the events that we're talking about, we're not speaking about the 10-year-old birthday party that has 12 people. We're talking about a corporate buyout. For a corporate buyout, that would happen later in the day, and there wouldn't be as much traffic to navigate and for our team to deal with and keep quiet. We can deal with 100 people better than we can deal with the thousands of people every 5 minutes that goes up and down Broadway. So we'd be dealing with a much more favorable scenario when we're talking about controlling the outside and providing that access up and down.
All right, thank you, sir. I think the members are ready to vote.
Could I ask one question?
No, sir, I think that we should just vote because it's 4 o'clock and there are still a lot of people in this room and we've gone on and on.
Did
and
one
we-
summer leaf on the hours past 9, if you would consider that, at least till 10.
Commissioner Dalio.
Okay, well, look, there's a lot of history here, and I certainly defer to Chair Chan, excuse me. She was here for many years, so she knows the history of this location and what the plans were and what the stipulations were, what the idea for the place was. Granting this application could dramatically change that. Even if we don't see it now, it could dramatically change it going forward. Mr. Bernstein, you make a good point that they might want to have a bar mitzvah in a certain room that they have on the second floor, but that's not what the application is. The application is to allow for people to carry drinks throughout the entire premise, which may be hard to see now, but could really dramatically change things going forward in the future. So I have an issue with that. I also have clearly with the photographic evidence that I seen in the testimony of the witness, a real concern about the lines outside, which is problematic. I believe that you are a good operator, sir, that you have the best of intentions. I have no doubt about that, represented by very competent counsel who is also has the best intentions. But that's not what the plan was when this place was licensed. And I think granting this application could come with problems in the future. I do have concerns about people walking around with liquor and sprinkle pools and slides. It's somebody drowning in sprinkles. I don't know. Right. Well, respectfully, I have to deny the application.
May I ask a quick question?
No, we're voting. All right, go ahead.
What
sir.
about the hours?
Well, both of them's been denied, right? You vote to deny both the
hours?
applications, alteration and the hours.
I'll be in the middle here. I'm going to make a comment. The lines are not so concerning to me because the lines are the lines and that's the way it is and that's the way New York is, your popular place. I don't know that the lines will get bigger or smaller by your proposal. So the lines are the lines and that's really the answer. The lines are the lines. The problem, where I'm going to have a problem momentarily is your application, given all of the objections I'm hearing, it would have been better if you wanted a room or to close the place for private parties so many times. If the application said that, you might have had an easier way. Because I would have no trouble with it. So what I think, and you don't have it that way. And I could tell you that the opposition on this by the commissioners has struck me on that. So the rooms or the private parties would be a way that I would say yes for sure. But your application doesn't cover that. I have no trouble with the hours. So I would vote for the hour expansion to 10 o'clock, you said, sir? Yeah. There's two applications, one for time. I agree with the 10 p.m. And the other, it just, I'm inclined to yes, but I will not say that. I'll say rooms and private parties, but that's not in your application. So because you don't have it in your application, it cannot be amended, right? It has to be a new application, sir?
You're talking about now, so the alteration applications for the entire premises, you're now asking them.
Yeah, okay, I get it, I get it.
It's
So then I
not
have,
a thing. The whole exhibit, it's like it's a museum. It's
Yeah.
not
The
a bunch
change of method of operation does ask for private alcohol, private parties. That's our
the
application.
licensing is telling me that they can't, I can't.
But we
agree
have-
to rooms
All
and
right.
It's part of the
private parties,
application.
and I will have to
It's
say
part of our
no.
All right.
But for the alteration, you deny.
Because my understanding is they're not, we can't amend this, so that would be denied, but I have no trouble with 10 p.m.
Take a break to run to the restroom.
Can I just finish voting?
Sorry, I thought you were voting. I'm so sorry about that.
Chair.
Okay, look, I really respect this operation. I think it does a lot of good for children, and kids certainly love it. You know, I think that the lines are not the lines. I do think that there was a discussion before about bringing the lines inside and not having crowds outside. And every time I walk in Soho, there is crowds outside this museum. I'm gonna vote no on the alteration and no on the hours. Again, the original intent, and that was how we got convinced to licenses, because it would have been a denial, but for that, they said in their application that we just want to be a museum. And so let's not change from a museum to now a private party space, which I can see if I run this, I would want that too. It's just not the original intent, and I'm not going to now go down that slippery slope.
You can't see giving us at least till 10 o'clock
I
for liquor
said no.
service.
You close at 7 anyway.
All right.
Oh, no.
Both applications have been denied. Thank you. So now we can go to the restroom.
No, you're fine. It's fine.
Let's go on a brief recess. All right, we're back on the record. Next is 46 Elsewhere LLC.
Gretzky's not dead.
What number? Yes, 46.
Good afternoon, Robert Romano. I'm here with Rami Haikal Manning, who is one of the principals of Elsewhere LLC. Mr. Manning, I just want to point out, has been here all day for the sole purpose of showing his appreciation to the authority.
All right, it's fine. Letter of warning.
Thank you, sir. Letter of warning.
There you go.
Appreciate your time.
I told you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is 35 Stirred Up NY LLC.
Robert Romano again. I'm here with demonstration, who is one of the principals of Stir It Up LLC. This was a matter of whether or not it came down to whether or not the adjacent building is a house of worship or not under the State Liquor Authority rules and regs. And I believe your own investigator found that there was an apartment upstairs that was available for rent to the general public. And as you would know.
Yep, so we talked to the church, the pastor there. They said that one of the apartments is used for Sunday school, and the other one, he's going to use it for church purposes. So I have no discretion on this matter. I'm going to vote.
That is contrary to the conversations a real estate broker has had with your wife, I believe, and they offered the apartment.
They offered for rent.
It was 2 weeks ago.
Are you the applicant, sir?
Yes.
So they offered you the apartment for rent?
So someone we have called and
Where's the someone you called?
We submitted the images of the text back and forth you should have them in your, I did submit them.
And last time we was here.
Really not the best evidence, Mr. Romano.
I mean, it's a storefront facility. They're
Okay, we've had this conversation
Right.
multiple times. Our investigator went and talked to the church. They said that they used one of the apartments for Sunday school, one of the rooms, and then the other one is now going to be used for church purposes. So it doesn't meet you don't meet the standard for non-exclusive use. So there is a church within 200 foot, and we don't have discretion here.
In the last time was here.
Your own investigator report that I'm holding in my hands, it's quote, "There were no restrictions regarding who could apply for housing at this address."
There's an amended version that
I never received it and I asked for anything followed up.
all right, print him this report. You can wait for second call.
Thank you.
All right, next, let's go. Come on.
Next is 18 Family Hall Events, Inc.
Oh, God.
So I've already told the representative,
Wait a
but
minute, I lost,
you can go ahead and.
Number 18.
Number 18.
hang on a minute, I just had a freeze on this computer. Wait a minute.
So we received letters, I informed him, we did receive letters of opposition from residents, but we received it this morning, like 4 of them, but I think he wants to hold it over, and I informed him to request them letters of opposition, so it's up to him.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Fan and board members. I represent, my name is Emperor Daniel Bach, BACH, 38 West 32nd Street, Suite 1506, New York, New York. I represent Family Hall Events, and I was just informed by Mr. Roper, the documentation that came in past the deadline. I'd like to respond to that, but also in addition, I just got retained, and I see there's a 3-year-old letter concerning the community board's opposition, and I know they've corrected many of these conditions, and if you read the letter, it says the owner didn't have an opportunity to speak to the community board, so I want to have my client to have an opportunity to speak with the community board, show them that he's done soundproofing in terms of the noise, he has the security lined up, he has a security plan that was filed, and he wants to address the various issues that are raised in the community board letter. So I think it would be indicative of my client to speak to the community board and see if they could assuage the conditions that were presented at the time of the letter. The letter, if you see that was printed, was June 14th of 2024, literally a year ago. So since they've corrected all these conditions, I want to have an opportunity for my client to contact the board.
All right, how long do you need?
I think August would make sense.
Let's do August 26th.
That'll be fine.
Okay, August 26th. Thank you for waiting.
Okay, thank you.
Like I said, those letters of opposition will be provided to the members for the next meeting, and you'll want to ask for them as well,
Okay,
just so
and
you can address.
Off the record, I'm impressed with your endurance. Just, this is.
No lunch.
I know, no breakfast, no lunch.
This is how
you
we
just
do
carry
it.
on. Just amazing.
Thank you.
Next is number 10, Rasta Shack Island Spice Inc.
Number 10?
Number 10.
Okay. Oh, God. Oh, okay.
I'm not being dramatic. I'm afraid she's going to keel over. It's been a long day. Hi.
All right, ma'am. So you ran the same restaurant in Suffolk County?
Yes, but it's closed.
Yes, I understand. And so you're just moving it from one location to this one? Or how long ago did you close that one?
I
It
can
was
tell you that.
canceled for failure to pay for the renewal?
No, that was a different one. That was a different one from 2013. That was RNS Craig.
Okay,
It
and so
was,
when was this one closed?
Rasta was filed in, right in July of 2020 and conditionally approved, I believe, in 11/27/2020, but the conditions were never picked up. The application was disapproved for failure to provide conditions in 10/7.
Oh, you never opened that one?
It never, let me see, it operated briefly, but never stayed open. to pick up license.
I understand. All right, do you have questions? What are your hours?
Currently, what are your hours now gonna be?
To 12, I think.
To 12?
What was in the application?
Well, the application doesn't say what hours, so what are your hours?
Right?
What's that?
On weekends?
On Monday, like Monday, Thursday, you have weekend hours, or
Yeah, we have weekend hours different till 1.
what's that, to 1?
Yeah.
So Friday, Saturday, 1, and then Sunday to Thursday until what?
11.
11, okay. And what kind of music?
That's not no music. Like
Just recorded music only?
Yeah.
Caribbean, right?
Jukebox, karaoke?
Caribbean music.
Karaoke.
Yeah. Oh,
Caribbean
okay.
music
Oh, you
and
want to-
karaoke.
Okay.
Is there any employee dancing or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And it's a restaurant, right?
Yes.
How many tables?
Let's see, I have here, I have,
Which one are you doing?
Oh, this is-
the rest, the bar.
that's St. Albans, it's St. Albans.
Yeah, it's 30 people, so.
Yeah, 30 people, so I think you have like, yeah.
6
like
tables?
3 tables by 4, 3/4.
3, 4 tops?
Yeah.
3, 4
yeah.
tops?
Yeah,
How do
number
you have
seats
30
12,
people?
yeah, 3 tables, 12 seats on the EQ.
Okay. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve with the following conditions. Friday, Saturday, 1 a.m., Sunday to Thursday, 11 p.m., recorded music only. Karaoke is allowed. That's it. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner De Leon
I approve with those conditions.
and Commissioner Maya.
Approve with those conditions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the long wait.
That's all right, thank you.
Next is number 11, Firehouse Restaurant Corp. Wait, is that his?
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Who said he'll be right back?
All right, then moving on to 37, Joseph Dreamburger, CH Inc.
37?
37.
Are you
Come on up,
37?
37, come on up.
37?
Thomas Burke from the Law Office of Stacy L. Weiss. With me is the applicant. State your name for the record.
Zarek.
This is an application for an eating place beer license in Kingston Avenue in Brooklyn. The issue here is opposition from the community. At the suggestion of the chair, I reviewed the YouTube presentation of the community board meeting at which the opposition was presented. A total of 3 people spoke in opposition. One was the individual that we discussed at the last meeting, who has been vehemently opposed to this restaurant since the day it opened. The other person was his wife. And the third person was, he identified himself as their religious counselor. No other individuals from the community attended the meeting. There was no other opposition at the meeting. The 3 individuals echoed the same thing.
teenagers from the community were attending loud parties at the restaurant at 2 a.m. where they drank alcohol, used drugs, and created disturbance. The wife of the main individual stated that this restaurant serving alcohol does not belong in an area with religious Jewish children. So considering that this is an Orthodox Jewish community, the idea that Orthodox Jewish families in the community allow their children to be out at 2 o'clock partying, drinking alcohol, and using drugs kind of stretches credulity. In addition, the applicant has obtained a letter from the NYPD 71st Precinct, Community Affairs Officer. It debunks all the complaints that were made at the community board meeting. I sent everybody a copy of that letter.
The opposition was, in addition to the people you mentioned, was based on information allegedly from the 71st Precinct of the FDNY that the Community Affairs Officer of the 7-1 has, recommended approval.
You know how hard that was to get.
And they said it was mostly, any disputes, calls, or complaints were mostly from a neighborhood disagreement rather than a pattern of misconduct, no credible complaints.
What time do you close, sir?
1 a.m. on a regular day and then 2 a.m. on a Saturday. We open for like after the Sabbath, so that kind of varies depending on when the Sabbath ends, winter or summer. So but we'll always close at 2 a.m.
Late.
I just want to say thank you guys for sitting up here because Jesus, if this is a regular Wednesday, I feel for you.
Regular. Maybe not in the past, maybe it was more regular.
Gets regular each week. Gets more regular every 3 weeks.
Imagine you'll be here till 6, 7.
Yeah, it's.
The members have questions?
I'm okay. Everybody else?
I'm good.
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
I don't approve.
Thank you.
Commissioner Maya.
Approve.
Thank you.
All right, I vote to approve.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Good luck. Bye-bye.
I think 11 is back or it's here for Firehouse Restaurant Corp. 11.
Good luck.
My last one, okay. Dustin Denty from Pat DeLuca's office for Firehouse Restaurant Corp. Just a status on the certificate of occupancy for the addition. We're just waiting for an assessment certificate from the town of Brookhaven so they could sign off on that missing CO.
All right, you want me to hold this over?
Certainly, if you require, or is it possible
It's not
to?
required, it's just that if you don't have a CO on the second floor, I am not gonna license it. So
Well, the
how
second
long are
floor-
you gonna need?
Second floor is not part of the premises. It's got the first floor with there's a small one-story addition that has the CO.
All right, I'm gonna hold this over August 26th. You can come back.
That as a condition?
No.
Okay. Are you kidding me?
If I may make a remark?
I know, can we do it?
About
Oh,
what?
we're close.
I'm confused though.
Yeah. Okay.
Am I allowed to ask a question?
Anything.
Sure. Okay, hi, I'm the
Sure.
owner. I just wanted to know, does this have to do with the second floor or does this have to do with the CO on the bathroom extension? That's what we're waiting on from the town. The upstairs has a CO. It has nothing to do with
Yeah.
this, so I'm just
Why
confused.
does it say that?
So like we have all our things the same.
Wouldn't the CEO
Okay.
be for the entire building?
The entire building, but this upstairs has,
Well, there used to be a bar with second floor originally, and it was legal apartment
Right.
with a CO with the entire place.
Right.
We put a handicap bathroom on the left side of it,
Okay.
and I'm waiting on the CO on that only. That's the only thing I'm waiting on the CO for, is the first story, double bathroom handicap.
I get it.
I have all my paperwork turned in, and I should have it in dates.
I get it. For me, I can only speak for myself. I am not the buildings department. I am never comfortable
Yeah.
with approving things that are not approved by agencies that concern safety and all those kinds of things. That's just me.
sure.
So I am not inclined to approve it until you have the CO.
Okay.
So I-
Okay, wait, hold on.
And I'd like to speak, counsel.
Yeah.
If you look at page 2 of the package, okay?
Page 2.
I think the issue is stated, as far as I'm understanding it, the issue that I'm seeing is There's a certificate of compliance from Town of Brookhaven, okay?
Yes.
But that does not constitute permission to occupy a building. They are making some sort of a distinction between the certificate of compliance and a CO. Maybe they could just say, no, certificate of compliance serves as a CO. We don't have that letter.
Okay.
And if they need a CO, we need the CO.
Okay.
There's the root of the objection. So I think you're better off on August 26th.
Right, would it possible to just approve subject to, give them 6 months to get it?
Well, I don't
up
know
to
how
you.
that works.
Would it be possible to approve, is it possible to approve subject to the letter? No.
The town is saying that it's not approved to be occupied, the building.
Okay, okay, I see what he's
You gotta
talking
go
about.
get a CO.
Alright.
Or they have to rule it out.
I can give you
tonight.
6 months if you want.
What's that?
I can give you 6 months if you want.
No, I mean, I know it was a conditional approval letter is good for 6 months with a letter from the town saying it's cleared.
You can move it, you can hold it over to December 10.
No, I don't think we have to go that far.
No.
No, well, August 26th.
No, I'll have girls.
August 26th, that's fine. Thank you.
Commissioner De Leon.
If you need more time,
Please,
Commissioner-
because I have major issues.
Or whatever you want.
Yeah,
her
August
back.
26th.
Oh, could we do- all right.
If you need more time, you can ask Secretary's office, please.
Couldn't send it in, we couldn't send it to anybody? Email?
You'll need to send it. You will need to send it.
Yeah, you can submit it, and if you don't want to come back, you don't have to come back, sir. I understand.
Definitely, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Not easy out
Are
here.
you calling back 35 now?
Are they ready?
I don't know. Can we have a conference before you do on it?
I don't see them.
What number?
35. Church.
Figure it out.
I don't see them.
Yeah, she's not here.
Right here.
All right.
All right, can we keep going?
You want to keep going or do 30? Okay, he's not here. All right.
Well, do we need a conference for this?
Yeah, but he might not be calling.
Are you ready? Yeah.
I never saw the report.
Oh, you didn't get it.
Oh, that's my fault. So keep
That's
going. Keep going.
It's
I'm sorry.
supplemental number,
Keep going.
But I will say it's still available and
Okay, just keep
Yeah, I
going.
know.
Keep going. I'll give you the report. Next is 33 Lakeside Enterprises, Inc.
Good afternoon, David Birch, Barclay Damon, on behalf of Lakeside Enterprises, a wholly owned entity of the Cayuga Indian Nation. I submitted a voluminous letter and
All right,
additional
so we
information.
heard this item last time, so we don't need to rehash everything. I think the request is for your clients to come.
Yes, and I included a whole section in my letter about that, and I asked to speak to general counsel about it if it was going to be difficult. They're not a regular business owner. These are government officials for an Indian nation. They have many other duties. This is one small part of their operation.
All right, so we've given the opportunity. I believe that there is 2 protests on the record now. Did you see that, sir?
Yes, I saw that there was the same 2 plus a third letter received recently. I got a copy yesterday, but it's from one of the same 2. So
Okay, great.
that's 2 protests. I
Okay,
count.
great. I just want to clarify that you have seen everything on the record. All right, I'm ready. Go ahead.
Commissioner De Leon. if you're ready.
Have we resolved the issue? Are they within the reservation, which is commercially zoned, or Seneca Falls, which is zoned for residential? What's the answer there?
Yes, as explained in the, submission during the licensing process and in my supplemental, it's within the reservation. Local zoning doesn't apply. There's a Second
Yeah,
Circuit
nothing
Court of
applies.
Appeals case.
Right, okay.
Okay.
All right, so all right.
I'm confused. And then you gave us case law that says, California, the state of California says that it has jurisdiction, but then you kind of argued that New York does not have exclusively addressed the issue?
Correct. In many other states, their alcohol beverage control law exempts licenses by Indian nations. New York hasn't. Doesn't speak in the regs or the guidance documents or anywhere else, likely because there's not many Indian nations in New York. And we're suggesting that this board has the authority to
agree that they're complying with their federally approved ordinance that has at least as restrictive conditions as New York State's law in operating their licensed facility, and we ask for.
Can I just interrupt you? In your letter, I just want to ask you, because you made it bold, and here's an issue that I need to clear. I want to pull up your, the date of your letter, May 28, 2025, so it's fresh.
Correct.
On the third or fourth page, I'm pulling it up right now. On the fourth page, you have it in bold. And it's a little bit of a provocative statement. It says, neither the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law nor State Liquor Authority regulations compel an appearance before the full board meetings, and therefore appearance by council should have sufficed. We've been asking for somebody from the Indian nation other than you. Ostensibly, you're not going to be running this place.
Correct.
To show up. And you're basically, with respect, yeah, I mean, I appreciate your legal work here. You're saying, no, too bad, we're not bringing anybody. We just want to see somebody.
And I went on and I did ask for a conversation about that, so we didn't have any misunderstandings.
But we don't, to me, it seems, and I'm pretty lenient on these things. Where I've had trouble is where the principals don't show up, nobody shows up. So what's your response to me on that?
I think this is a very unique situation with an Indian nation that's licensing the facility.
Okay.
And if it's an absolute requirement and you're going to deny it, then tell me that and hold it over to June 25th and we'll make a
I
decision.
gave you an opportunity. I have received multiple emails from you asking for this to be put forth faster. We stick by a time-filled queue at this agency. We religiously stick to it that because we have decided that that is the fairest thing. You have asked for us multiple times because it's an Indian nation, therefore now we need to address it faster. We give you 3 weeks to bring one of the principals. We didn't say bring everybody. Usually we'll bring everybody, especially there are protests on the record and everyone is doing declining sales. We want to speak to who's going to be trafficking in alcohol. It's very difficult for us to continue this conversation if you can't do what we ask, but you think that you need to get first priority, which it's unfair to every other applicant that is trying to traffic alcohol. So I think we're ready to vote.
Can I make a comment though? The sales are not all declining. And I tried to talk about that last time. That's not what the records reflect. And again, I asked for a conversation with general counsel about this last week, again, by phone call, then by follow-up email. If it's an absolute requirement, I'd ask you to hold over.
No, we can ask, we're going to vote because we've already spent a lot of time on this application and, I'm not confident, I'm going to tell you, to the extent that in your 11-page letter, you suggest to us that all the laws that we abide by do not apply to your client. It's of huge concern. Your statement that our determining state of public convenience and advantage does not actually apply to the nation. I don't see how my enforcement team will be able to carry out their duties here, to the extent that there is allegation from other stores that suggests that, there are public safety concerns. I don't have a physical person here to, ask questions and get comfort that there's appropriate fitness and character here. So
They already have two convenience store licenses that have been operated without incident by the same people.
I think the members are going to vote now. Commissioner De Leon?
I'm going to deny the application. The matter has been thoroughly researched. I adopt the record that was just made by Chair Fan.
Commissioner Maya?
I deny.
And Chair?
I'm going to find no public convenience and advantage. I've never heard the argument that such standard doesn't apply to certain applicants. I don't agree with this position. It's been impossible to assess the fitness and character because the nation also takes the position that they don't have to come to this. You know, it's just, I just don't know. I have no information whether wholesale laws will be followed, purchasing patterns will be followed, like how would we enforce that? I also find that there's no public convenience and advantage to license this location. There are already 2 stores that are making sales on this land, and neighboring stores are doing declining numbers. And I mentioned before that there are some public safety concerns that I would like to ask some questions of, allegations that I, at this point, cannot assess whether it's true or not. So I respectfully vote to deny.
I would just make a note. I understand the comment about a lot of time. I think last time I had a minute or two at the end of the day. I got here at 8 a.m. I was the 5th person in line. It's now 4:40, and I got 5 minutes or less. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Well, you actually got more time than that. This was thoroughly researched. You had more time than that. This was really the thinking.
All right, thank you.
Disingenuous.
Thank you. Bob, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, 35, Stir It Up NY LLC.
35.
And,
Yeah. I don't know what I did with it.
all right, we're gonna go off the record for a brief conference. Cancel, sorry.
I did.
This is the museum document, Donald, if you have to.
I should have it, because there's plenty of copies.
Okay, I'm gonna get.
Oh.
All right. We're back on the record after a conference with council. Again, we're on 35, Stir It Up NY LLC.
Okay. So, Mr. Strachan and his wife had put really virtually their life savings into opening this seafood restaurant. I understand your hands are tied if the property were to be solely used as a house of worship. We firmly believe that that is not the case, regardless of what
I think, Mr. Romano, the fact of the matter is, it is currently just being used as a church. The intention, I don't think for me matters. You know, if it was actually rented at this time, then we could say it's actually being used as something else. If they decided to keep those apartments empty, then it's being exclusively used
No,
as
but
a church.
when they are offering it to the general public, and as of right now, you can go online.
I get what you're saying.
Okay, so
Doesn't change it.
yes, and I
Right.
agree with the commissioner here. I think that a determining factor is whether they're taking rent or not. Like that's always at this board been a determining factor. And as of right now, they're not taking any rent, and one of the units are being used for Sunday school. So you can still apply for beer and wine, and you can apply for beer and wine and get a temp for that, and can go from there. So it's not the end of the road for the restaurant. So and respectfully, I don't have discretion on a 200-foot rule right now. They're not taking income from anywhere, which does not make them non-exclusive, and that's really all I can think about. You can continue to repeat the same thing, Mr. Romano, but we have had the same back and forth about at least 25 times on the record now over the several months. And I think that it's time for us to make a decision. So Donald.
Thank you.
Mr. De Leon.
Yeah, I vote to deny for the reasons I stated on the record.
Commissioner Maya.
I'm going to make a record here. The original application, and we checked this out moments ago at council, there's never been a member of the church in front of us to be questioned, which I think would have been worthwhile. We have a couple letters from the original application. One is dated 5/13/24 and another is dated 5/3/24. We have all sorts of submissions from Mr. Romano, or Attorney Romano rather, regarding the advertising for rent. Now, this is why I wanted to make this record. I'm not going to delve too deeply into what is a church or a synagogue or a place of worship. I'm going to just state some big indications that it would be, and these are not necessary in my research. It's not necessary to be an entity under the Religious Corporation Law, i.e. incorporated. It does not have to be, but that would be an indication that would weigh in favor of a church. We've not heard, they may be worshiping in there, but we've not heard from them. We have letters from them, which I suppose are, in my mind, worth even less than the church itself advertising an apartment. So now I'm going to get to the actual gravamen of why I'm making this long record. On 5/13/24, I'm sorry, on 4/17/25, they thought that they were renting the place. On 5/15/25, to an investigator, they might keep the unit for an apartment. They haven't decided what to do. Quote, not decided what to do, but when the investigator tells them a few days later that apparently they learned about the church being a church exclusive use, suddenly they might keep it for the church. They've not decided what to do, and now they think they might want to keep it as a church. Had the gentleman been in front of us, I'm betting at least one of us would have questioned the person, and we would have known that it wasn't exclusively used. Now, the commissioners are stating that there's not a rental, so we don't actually have a de facto use that de facto and objectively breaks the exclusivity, but I don't see it that way. I think they did intend to rent this as an apartment. It was not exclusively used as a church, and the idea of a church and a house of worship is itself a metaphysical concept. So in their metaphysical concept, they didn't even have exclusivity. They were going to rent it out to ostensibly some member of the community to have as their apartment. So I feel that there's no exclusive use. I'm still questioning whether or not it is a quote unquote church or place of worship. I don't have to delve too deeply there, but I still see it as not exclusively used, and I've made my record on this.
You vote for approve?
And so I would vote to approve on that basis.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna vote to deny. The 200-foot rule bars us from licensing this as a full liquor license. The location is currently not taking in any income, and so therefore does not qualify or disqualify themselves as non-exclusive, however you want to put that. I don't know what the proper language is, but that's my vote. The applicant can reapply for a beer and wine license, which you're entitled to. If you apply for a temporary permit, you can get that relatively quickly, and we'll try to expedite the actual license application to this board.
Thank you very much.
The temp is canceled as of right now.
Right.
What's canceled? Yeah, but why you guys issue a temp, right?
Well,
It was posted for 6 months. No one said nothing. I poured 500,000 into
Sir,
that property.
we
Why
voted.
you guys never do your homework?
We
I said that
voted.
before.
We
And
voted.
why no one? Can I just finish speaking?
No, so-
Why did no one?
Because we have other people.
Why did no one come out and do the homework before we put out
So
that money?
there's another avenue. You can actually go to your elected official and try to get a carve out. It's called a 200-foot.
You can't do that. That's not right, but you guys are doing.
I'm explaining to you how this works, sir. I wouldn't walk away right now because I'm trying to tell you where there may be a solution for you. I would go to your local elected official and explain the situation. And this is very serious because you have another 2 weeks of session time where you can potentially get a carve out passed. And I would encourage you to try to do that, given the situation here. The temp law permitting legislation is not perfect. This happens because our agency is pushed to put out temporary license for you to operate. I mean, you could have also waited until now to find out that you can't even operate and you would be sort of in a similar position. So
1 year, sorry, 1 year ago.
Thank you.
I get it. I understand. But if I were you, I would try to go get a carve out from your local elected, and Mr. Romano knows what that means.
I do.
Or you could apply for temp, which you will get in a few days. Maureen will flag it as something that is important, and at least you can just get that first and try to work on the carve out if you are so inclined.
Do both.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Next is number 3, Fantasy Barco LLC.
This is the cost of us making mistakes. Or I don't know if it was a mistake or that the church came
Yeah, I
out of
don't know.
nowhere afterwards.
Right.
But
Yeah, no,
we've got to, that this is the cost of it.
Good afternoon, Martin Mailer of Mailer Buscemi. With me is the licensee, Alex Suazo. We're here because the community board voted not to approve the removal of the vessel license. The vessel had to move because the marina in Flushing said that we're tearing it down. He found the pier on 24th Street, applied, did everything in a proper manner of time. Within that period of time, the administrative law judge recommended approval or recommended that there would be a public advantage to having this vessel in that pier. The community board then at a later date, and I wasn't a party to any of this. I didn't apply for this removal. I didn't appear before the community board, but they take a 4-year-old article and they make that the basis of their disapproval. And what's interesting in
So
there.
were you actually arrested or not arrested?
No, he wasn't arrested. He was issued a summons to appear in criminal court.
All right.
A summons is in lieu of arrest.
Is in lieu of an arrest. He was not arrested. If you look at the newspaper article, the only thing that they did was issue summonses for not being licensed and
The
bottle.
members are ready to vote.
Oh, okay.
So, I'm sorry, sir.
I'm not gonna get, hung up on your, summons is in lieu of arrest, just so you know, but let's leave that aside. If this is out of necessity, I get it. I'm gonna vote to approve.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mayo?
Commissioner,
Yes,
you want to vote?
I'm sorry. I didn't hear, I
You
heard
vote-
about, I was talking about.
Commissioner DeLeon voted to approve.
Yeah, I vote to approve.
Chair.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve.
Thank you very much. Have a
I
good
wanted to
day.
hear the whole story, but you know, it's late.
No, it's late. It's a good story. And if you just look at the stipulation, the authority is not using that August 1st incident. Look at it. I mean, you tell me the last time the authority agreed.
No, we checked. I'm just asking to
Yeah.
make sure that we were accurate. I don't have a arrest on the record. I double checked, triple checked.
All right.
Thank you.
Next is 26, 7th Ave Convenience, Inc.
That's why it's not an actual.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, I'm Tessie Perini with Kenneth Frankel's office. I'm the attorney for 7th Avenue Convenience, and with me I have
26.
26. And with me I have Mohammed Islam, who is with 7th Avenue Convenience. He's the owner.
Amen.
Okay. This is a request for reconsideration. We're hoping the board will accept our new offer of $5,000. What is alleged here is possession of cannabis. There is a very small amount that was found, and it happened to belong to the employee. His worker has some stuff in the back room. I
Okay,
believe.
so when you submit to a CNC, you don't get to dispute the facts. You're stipulating to the facts.
Okay.
Like, if you want to have a disagreement about the facts, then you need to go to hearing.
Okay, so we want reconsideration of the offer to 5,000. The original offer, I believe,
All
was
right, so-
3,500.
You going to vote to reconsider? Yes or no?
No, I'm not going to vote.
Okay. Do you want to vote to reconsider?
We already came up with a number last time, right?
Yeah, it was 10,000.
No, I believe there was a counter of 7,500.
No, it was 10,000.
10,000.
What do you have?
I do have a letter from Mr. Buckley, and I thought it was, he suggested a 7,500. So we countered to 5,000?
No, we counted at 10,000 last meeting, so you can accept that or you can go to hearing.
Double check.
So
And
you're
you're
not, gonna-
asking us to reconsider that. So you're voting no on reconsideration?
Yeah.
What are you voting on reconsideration?
No.
No on reconsideration. All right, I'm
So
gonna
it's-
vote no on reconsideration.
so
So
it's
it is-
10,000?
It is 10,000 because there was a letter, should have gotten it, 10,000, says $10,000. What date is it? But what letter do you have? Because the letter I have here that was sent to you was $10,000.
And what was the date of that letter?
September 26, 2024.
September 26th. September 26th. September 26th. A full. Oh, yes, I do see 10,000. Okay, so that must have been after we had been in touch with Mr. Buckley from the
That is the
SLA.
counter offer that
Okay,
stands.
so that's the answer, $10,000. Okay, so are you willing to pay the 10,000? Okay. So yeah, in lieu of a hearing, the 10,000?
Well, in lieu of a hearing. If you don't want to go to hearing, it's 10,000.
Okay. You can accept it, or you want to have it with that?
You can wait.
Or you don't have to make a decision right now. You don't have to decide today.
Oh, okay.
The letter is
No, I'll
still.
just accept it.
Okay. Huh?
I'll just accept it.
Okay. So, okay, you'll get a new letter with how to pay it.
Is that it?
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 64A Jamrock Sports Lounge, Inc.
What is the number?
64A.
Hi, good afternoon.
4 times denied.
Oh, yeah.
Can you put your name? on the
Yeah,
record?
Royston Pinnock.
All right, you've been denied here 4 times, sir?
4 times?
Is that not accurate?
No,
I submitted this in October 24.
Am I not accurate that he's been denied at this location 4 times?
So we have that you've been.
April 2014,
So that,
October 2014, April 2015, and November 2015.
Right.
Were disapproved under the entity Taj Sports.
yeah, that was
It was more
many
than 10
years ago, yeah.
So what's happened with this space since then?
Well, it was,
Owned this space this whole time?
I-
You own this place?
And gave it up and came back and took it back over 2020.
So you've been running a restaurant there with no alcohol this whole time?
No, not yet. If you see, there was another person that was there October 22.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
was,
someone applied.
there was a license.
Gainer? Yeah.
There
And
was a
she-
license issued.
Right,
in
it was a-
2018.
Somebody
To
else.
May 2022 to this same corporation, but with a different principal.
Right.
So Sharnette Carter was principal of that corporation.
Right, and then,
You purchased the corporation from Sharnette?
yes.
Sharnette?
But before then, it was Lisa to Gaynor Johnson, like 2 years ago. She added under Pash.
So what happened when you bought the space, then they didn't do a corporate change?
Apparently, no.
No, because then, so
Pash,
Posh,
yeah.
because then someone after that licensee applied
Posh.
again under Posh. So
Yeah.
it's a different.
Different person, right. So no, I
So
came back.
you've been operating here this whole time?
Not me, not me. I came back now and just trying to.
So how
take
long
it
have
back.
you been operating the place?
I just took it back over, trying to get licensed in October of last year.
So have you been running a restaurant there?
No.
It's not
restaurant.
open right now,
No, it's not open.
but you've been paying rent there.
Yes. If you see the,
What's your relationship with this space? Why do you want to be here so badly?
Well, I was the original person and we were just playing dominoes and things. And I'm a community guy, so I'm just trying to give back to the community. I work in the community also.
Doing what?
I work with Spectrum. I'm the business to
You're
business.
what?
I work with Spectrum. I'm the business owner, business to business sales rep for the community.
And you just want to run a restaurant, or what is this? This
It's
is
a
a
sports
lounge?
bar, yes, sports lounge. So pretty much the guys that play dominoes will come and play dominoes for the community and just some private events.
That's allowed, right?
Yeah.
That's a game of skill, right?
I mean,
Is it a game of skill or?
Domino, yeah, we play domino.
Gamble.
No gambling. They just, like someone just,
Play the game of skill. There's a bar. Is it a game of skill or game of chance? You have to be able to count, right?
skills. Yeah, I mean, we got tables set up.
Kids, so-
And, it's just to keep them off the street. Yeah, we keep them off the street and they, somewhere for them to go before going home to their wife or family.
Is the place built out? Or what's the condition?
That's what they said about the
What's
libraries.
the condition of the place now? Is it built out? Does it look like a
Yes.
restaurant? Is it ready?
No restaurant, just a open little.
Oh, it's a town.
Yes, like 400 square feet with
All
a
right,
1.5 bathroom.
you for some reason really love this space.
Yeah, let's put so much money in it.
It's late in the day. I'm gonna give you an
Appreciate
opportunity,
it.
but the actual license is gonna come back here. So I
Appreciate it.
expect you to follow the law.
Definitely,
make
I
no
appreciate it.
noise, play dominoes quietly.
Yeah.
No nightclub. I'm gonna tell you no nightclub, but I'm not gonna put our restrictions on it.
I appreciate that.
But no nightclub, okay?
All right.
And if you get crowded, I would bring in security.
Definitely,
You need
definitely.
to manage it, okay?
Appreciate it very
And
much.
if it doesn't go well, I'm not gonna give you.
And I
a
want to
license.
apologize because I've gotten more mature since, I applied 4 times. I
You
know.
look like
Yeah.
you're mature now.
Commissioner De Leon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was excited to just have a business back then.
That sounds good. Good luck.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Maya.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Thank you very
You'll
much.
be back here though. So
No.
You will be back here for the main. So you have your temp,
What time's the charm?
but you'll be back here when the main license.
Okay.
So okay, just to let you know. Yep. That's
yeah, you'll get a letter. It'll get emailed and then you meet the conditions and then you'll get your license, or sorry, your permit emailed. All right,
Thank
you're
you.
welcome.
Next is 21 New State Street, Inc.
Good afternoon, members of authority. I'm Dylan Yang, and besides me, the applicant Diane King.
Wait, what number?
21. Long time.
I'm sorry, you're the representative, right?
No, so I am the general manager of 124 State Street, which is a previous establishment owned by Diane King, and which I will also be the general manager for this newer establishment at 81 State Street for New State Street Inc. under LUCI'S, DBA.
And what happened to the other location? It's closed?
No, it's still open.
Oh, I see. So you're gonna run 2 restaurants? Next
Bar and tavern, but yeah.
Me, my daughter-in-law, and Dylan.
Your what?
Daughter-in-law
Uh-huh.
and Dylan as managers.
Okay, you and your daughter-in-law and
No.
Dylan, and you're not
Dylan
related to Dylan?
And no,
You're
Dylan
related
is-
to Dylan?
No, we're not related.
Well,
Dylan
so-
is the
sorry,
manager.
sorry,
for
marriage, I don't
clarification.
know, like he could be married to your daughter or something, I don't know.
It would be run under me, her daughter-in-law Sharina Diaz, which is not here today. But our day-to-day operations will be managed between me and her.
Okay, I mean, you guys could be relatives. Don't
We
feel bad.
definitely act like one.
Yeah, I mean, you guys sitting close and everything, like.
Cause
I was friends with all the black and brown girls when I was in high school, so, I'm glad you guys have a good working relationship. So the police chief and the mayor both said no.
He's not the mayor.
So we have.
He's not the mayor. Who is not the mayor?
So we have received, I'm sure you guys will have a letter of opposition, which we sent back a rebuttal of all the claims, it's feedback. The misleading statements, contradictions, and clear conflict of interest, which you guys should have the letter. I'm more than happy to address any of the claims or any problems, questions you guys have. I do want to say that throughout the time since I've been with Aqua from November 2021, we have a pretty good clean slate of raw record, being that we have a 3-floor nightclub bar on State Street. And that is factual because I think you guys have this as well. The history of our records, which nicely fit on one page, compared to other establishments, which above ground and underground on State Street as well. So I think it really comes down to the management and the practices.
Well, this is what our administrative law judge told us, right? That there was no evidence provided of soundproofing. Only 2 food items were stated at the hearing, and did not say if the students who live on the 2nd floor to the 5th floor were aware of the application. No details of building code compliance or fire codes, and there's an issue with how students may be able to enter the premise to a basement or something like that. So our ALJ said that you have not met the standard.
So thank you for the question, right? So starting backwards with the secret entrance in question, right? So we have submitted the pictures of the elevator, which is not in use and completely barred off from our bar, which there is no sliding door, nothing to open, right? So, and the student housing in question is not a student housing. There is no law or no regulation or no requirement to put students up there. Anyone can have housing above, right?
Well, but practically who is there?
Anyone, mostly, I'm
Mostly students, is it?
I cannot say, I'm not a resident there, but.
Is there a school nearby?
Yes.
Okay, how close?
It would be in Vestal, so
Okay.
driving probably 15 minutes. I don't know about the mileage, no.
Would you say that this is a location that could be off-campus housing for students?
Potentially, but there's also a lot of other spots in the area as well.
All right. Well, were the residents of this establishment made aware, when notices put up, that the application was being made?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Would have been required to post a notice for the 500-foot hearing. don't ask for that, but it is in the law that you need to do it. Did you
Okay.
do that?
I will have to check with Ms. Diane King's consultants and the landlord.
Just tells other people that, you know, there's a new restaurant coming, you have to have a hearing, and then you
Yes.
go to the hearing in case
Yeah.
they want to voice their concern.
As of for hearing and noise, we take that very seriously. Me, I have a background in being a DJ, and I have to take hearing protection very seriously. At our 121st State Street, her previous establishment, I purposely gate and limit the sound at the master output, and then we have worked with sound engineers from the Binghamton stage and lighting contractors to make sure the sound that we're putting out are not only safe for the patrons and the workers in here, and also respectful to our neighbors.
What I would like to see is that your neighbors, right, who are in the building, whoever they may be, have no issue, no complaints.
Of course.
Okay. And I would also like to know that the city is on board, because here there are no details about building code compliance or fire code.
Yes, so we met with the city planning committee back in 2023. I don't know if this is submitted.
It's in the supplemental. There is like a whole bunch of documents.
So in 2023,
138 Washington.
we have mentioned that the planning committee had mentioned, the city committee mentioned that previously a hookup bar was actually approved by the committee but never opened. And they have also stated, and this they know, the planning and the maps, that there's no other secret entrances in or out besides the stairs. So.
And about the residents, did you say anything?
I'm sorry, what about residents? The
Notice to the residents about the application?
we should have, yes.
I don't know. What do you guys want to do?
Address is 138-40.
Yeah, what is that all about?
Any work in there?
No,
But
and
what
this
is
is
it?
81 state. I don't,
Yeah, and 81 state is not the other
They get
location.
an approval.
It's tavern with 20 employees.
state they have.
Ms. King, where did you,
Maybe, I
which
think
court
they're just
did you work?
trying to.
Supreme Court in Manhattan and up in Buffalo too.
In Manhattan and Buffalo, not in Broome
I think that's
County?
what they're doing.
No.
Just that it's like a problematic area, because they mention all different kinds of addresses.
Excuse me?
124,
Did I work?
89.
Oh, I work with Judge Mouchon.
That's what it is. 92.
Excuse me?
State Street.
Marvin Tingling? No? Tingling.
Oh, Judge Tingling, yeah. I know, yeah. Yeah. I think he might have retired now, huh? You think he might have
28th of
retired?
May.
Says here, 5 to 9 bars, 26 active licenses within 750 feet. Says here, 5 to 9 bars, 26 active licenses within 750 feet.
That's probably from the 500-foot
Used to be.
hearing report. Yeah.
I mean, that was all submitted by them, so I don't know.
Yeah.
You would have to ask them why they submitted that.
So this is gonna be a nightclub, right?
Bar and tavern, yeah.
But the other location you have, Aqua, is a nightclub.
Yes.
And this is gonna be similar to that, right?
No, totally not at all. So Diane and Charlie have themes, which I'll give her the floor to talk about. It's mostly going to be a Caribbean-based bar with themed food and music. Talk a little bit.
Yeah, but it's gonna be open for the community and with older people, because Aqua is mostly a young bar, for the young people. But it was something I wanted for the older people, when you come home from work, sometimes you just want to have a drink. You want somebody to talk to, and then you go home.
Maybe I should look to see what they have, Google Maps and see
What do you
what
wanna
they-
do?
I don't know, I might put it over this.
We have to decide, okay, you can put it over if you want, but what's the reason?
Well, first of all, there's no notice that was given to any of the residents that are in the building. That's one thing, and then we got these different, why, did you submit these reports with all different addresses, 138, 92?
So those are just addresses of other businesses, bars, nightclubs in the area that are on the same street where either they're also above, below ground like we are, and we just want to compare the kind of the model and ethics of these other bar owners and how they've been running their businesses compared to us within the same time frame, and how we will continue to carry that model over to this new establishment, whether it is concerns that you guys have about safety, crowd control, any of that.
What are you gonna have for food?
So we have a menu. So our attended menu right now is sweet plantains. We have empanadas. We have sliders, burgers. It's pretty much easy to digest foods.
Here it is, Binghamton. Okay, so it looks kind of like, looks really like a commercial area with the exception of this building. Is that correct?
Commercial, I'm sorry, in what sense?
It
Like
looks like an old warehouse that was converted or something.
by the neighboring area, yes. Want some of this stuff to look at.
Whatever's next to it is blurred out. I don't know why.
All right, look, there's a lot of opposition, so,
It's only two.
but I want to take your word for it. You have a track record, you have a clean license.
Yes.
Close by, so you obviously know how to run the place, and your team that, suggests to me that you're reliable, but would you be willing to take less hours and just start for a little bit, and then if you do well, you can come back for more hours? Because
I mean, right now, I don't know if I imagine maybe somebody knows you're coming in, but we don't have any evidence that people know you're coming in. All of a sudden, boom, they got a nightclub, or, well, not a nightclub, a tavern running in there, and they take issue with it.
Of course.
Cool with that?
Yes,
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
but we will be notifying the tenants.
After the fact,
Well, we can't even open right now.
No, I know, but you see, they have a right to be heard.
Exactly.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, you
And
saying that.
I think it's very important to establish these types of relationships with the neighbor and the community, that you're not being hostile of these type of, I've seen some type of establishments where they kind of turn away. I'm sure you guys have seen the notice of violation or the,
did someone else do this application? You want to go find out if they posted? Because what makes you think that they haven't posted it?
it should be posted, yeah.
There's no notice. We don't require.
It was posted by city planning.
Oh.
Actually, wait, I think I've seen the giant boards.
Did not
Yeah.
say any students who live on the second through the fifth floors were aware of the application. That's what the ALJ found.
They said students.
And they said students.
I don't know how
I
they.
highly doubt students are going to be opposing to this. The concern is more like, do you want students close to this
Well,
place? That's actually more of the concern. I think letting them know they'll be like signing petition to support.
Well, actually, he said he doesn't know if they're students. It could be anybody.
Yeah, I think with majority housings, even with printing house by our 124th station right behind us, there's no such regulation by any of the housing agencies or realtors.
So what do you want to do? You decide.
We'll take the license or permit with the shorter hours.
I want, I don't know what my colleagues are going to say, but I want to know that the people in the building have some kind of notice and have an opportunity to be heard. Due process extended to them. That's what I would like.
I believe there was a board posted out by the front of the business, but I do not know about the students since if it's student housing there, I cannot guarantee if they're gonna be there for the summer or here and there.
So it's the college, Binghamton University.
625.
625, 620.
It would be out for the summer.
But as far as I know, the public has been made aware that this is happening.
How do you know that?
Well, because there are city council hearings where
This-
we have transcripts.
Yeah.
Oh.
The city planning, the city of Binghamton has posted boards.
They've been asked and answer about the entrance, and there are letters written by the mayor and.
Well, yeah, kind of on both sides of the fence here.
Former mayor.
Former mayor, sorry, I know you keep clarifying that. I understand that. So
So you were saying you don't know if it was posted, if there was signs.
So for the students, I do not know
I'm
anything.
asking about posting on the building.
Yes,
You
there's-
said someone else may know, a consultant
What about
may
we
know.
do-
the
They
information.
should, I seen the big, like, I don't know, what's called like the
Right,
like
look, you have
plastic
choices.
material
You can either
board.
go back and get your community input and do what Commissioner De Leon says, or you can take a license today, record a DJ patron dancing, 60 max occupancy, no third-party promoters, security guard as needed, 1 a.m. across the board. And then in a year, if things are good, the community is good, you're gonna come back and you can ask at that point for 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. or whatever you wanna do. You wanna take it? Which one do you want? It's end of day. Commissioner Ford and I used to do this.
Could we
What the
take a
heck for
quick
one
3-minute
applicant,
break to
and
talk about
This is
it?
my what the heck of the day. You can think about it and come back.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, we'll second call it. All right, let's go to the next one.
Next is 148522 Jamaica Avenue Corp.
What number?
14.
14.
Good afternoon, members of the authority. Thank you for your patience and forging through. My name is Aurelia Taveras. I'm here with the licensee and applicant, Francis Ramirez, for 8522 Jamaica Avenue Corp., DBA Pubs Casino Bar. We're asking for a change in method of operation. We understand that in 2018, when they had someone else, the application, the requested changes were disapproved by the community board. I went in February, they were approved, and then in May, they were approved again for their renewal with no issues. I have both letters from the community board if you so wish to see them. Additionally, this is a location that's never had an issue with anything with the liquor authority. Frances and her family have owned businesses in Brooklyn, and now this location is hers and her dad's, and she's with her husband, and they run the location, and they've had no issues here.
14.
Wait, why do I have one of the principals have a prior revoked license?
That might have been her dad, but she's the one running this business.
So it's 71, right?
He's in real estate. He's not. He's like 70 years. He's like 70 years old.
He's just a financial backer. He's in Dominican Republic living his best life.
Okay.
The way they asked me.
Yeah.
So I vote to approve.
All right. Commissioner Mayo
Yeah.
and Chair.
Oh, vote to approve.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience this afternoon.
Sorry for the long.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next is 15 YS Whitestone Corp.
Like it's not.
I always miss the first part, which is the number.
15.
15.
I know, we need like one of those screens that flash it
So
in
he
front.
needs to hold up like a.
A sign. No, I swear to God, for 7 years, I've been imagining that there is something that
Like a
he enters
screen. That would be good.
and then it communicates. I gotta figure that
Like
out.
at the deli.
Yeah, exactly. There's gotta be something very cheap that you can do that.
The airport, like the airport.
Yeah.
Delayed.
Yeah, like that. Like back in the day, when the whole panel flips.
Yeah, it would all
Remember?
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Yu. I'm the representative. Mr. Lee, who is the president of the corporation, was not able to come today.
Who's running the place?
Mr. Lee Yun-soo, he's
like-
not here today. And then I request to adjourn the full board about more than
All right,
6
it's
days
your
ago.
unlucky day that we made you come and then you waited all damn day for
Yeah,
this. So
That's okay.
we see in the application that this is probably an okay operation. However, your requests made us realize that while the applicant suggested that he was managing it, he is out of the country for a very significant amount of time without a clear explanation why that is. It seems like he's away because of business. So you have two options. You can, either bring him sooner, or you can file for a change. You can update your application to suggest that there's actually a manager there. I don't know
okay.
who's running the place, because he said he was running the
Is,
place, but
yeah,
he's out of
he
town for the whole month. So that those two things cannot both be true.
I got you, okay. Actually, the wife, they own the building, and then the wife and the husband is operating the business, and I think they cover each other. But if you want the manager's PQ, yes, I will give it to you.
Okay, so that's fine, but if I were you, I would have just brought her. You don't need to ask for an adjournment for a chicken place, right? I appreciate the diligence, but you can also get a little creative as far as who can speak for the business. If the wife is the manager, you can give me a PQ. You can also choose to come on 6/25 and bring her, and we'll give you the license. But if you want to wait until he comes back, that's fine as well. It's up to you.
No, he's not gonna come back the end of this month.
Yeah, you asked for July 16. He's
Right,
going to be
right.
back on July 16?
Right. He's gonna be back the end of this month, but that's after the full board. So I'm
I
not able
understand.
to.
So
yeah.
you can bring him July 16, but I want a personal questioner for the wife. Who's
Okay.
managing.
Okay.
Or anyone else who's managing. I don't know what the truth is. So you tell me. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying, give me a PQ for whoever is managing.
No, actually, they both of them are licensee. They have a different businesses.
But
Yeah,
if
yeah.
I
And
share a
then,
business with my ex-husband and he's managing. Like, I have a job, so I'm not gonna pretend to manage when I'm like not doing it. So there.
all right, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna give a new person as a manager's PQ. I'm gonna submit it with it.
Okay.
And then,
Great.
I don't know, if you give me another dates, and then I'll come back with
I
the
told
owner.
you July 16.
Okay.
That's what you requested. That's what you're gonna get.
Okay.
And I'm sorry I made you wait all day.
Oh, that's okay. All right, that's what it is.
July 16.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Yep.
Who's running
Yeah,
it right
yeah.
now?
All right, so what do you guys think? Who's that man?
I'm his son.
You're who?
Her son.
Oh,
Like the bar named Lucy's, that's my daughter.
got it. Your wife. It's your wife who's working with the business.
Yes.
All right.
We'd like to thank you guys for your offer, and we take the concerns of the student really seriously. But as 60 patrons and at capacity, we just cannot sustain our rent at $4,500, not to include the overhead labor costs of our security personnel and bartenders. I hate to ask the counter offer, but could we please do 6 months at 100% cap with proof of postage of the signs in the student dormitory?
Wait,
So,
isn't the establishment, hold on. Our memo says the max occupancy is 60 anyway.
Sorry, Mr. Just say that again?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got that from the documents. I wasn't trying to cap your size. I thought that the
Oh.
capacity there is 60 people.
That's
That's
what
what
we
it
have.
says in the documents.
Well, I'm sorry, which document?
That's the establishment questionnaire.
It was completed by the representative saying
So
he
he
had
must have
60.
did it wrong.
Was your-
This space is 3,500 square feet.
What is your maximum occupancy?
Yeah.
And you're fine? Or what is the actual maximum occupancy?
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't trying to cap you. That's what it says in the documents. Because I was wondering why you need 20 employees for 60 people.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah, I don't know what the question person came from.
but where's that?
But for you guys, what is it?
So,
Well, if you want to come up.
Have an
here-
architect plan
Well,
or?
I used to attend the nightclub that was there before Scoreboard. I used to, party there when I was young. I played flag football for that team. They sponsored us. It was that half of the bar. It's 3,700 square feet. So we're looking at probably 200, 250 people. in there.
What we have, yeah.
It's
All
a
right.
big, it's a huge
All right,
space.
all
It's
right,
not
all right.
small.
So look, I understand where you're coming from. So now a couple of things need to happen. Why don't we adjourn this. I hate to do that because I know you drove here. So I'm trying to make something happen for you, but maybe it's better that you go post whatever public opinion you get at the end of the school year. Obviously, it's whatever, it's a wash.
No.
I'm going to adjourn this to, you want it in 3 weeks, I can put it on for 3 weeks, but you need to amend your application to say what the maximum capacity is, because it also in here says that you have 8 tables and 22 seats.
Yeah.
So this application is not accurate, so you need to fix that.
Okay.
You understand? I'm trying to not get to a place where we have to like redo the 500-foot hearing because now all the information is different.
What is your occupancy?
They said 250.
250?
What they said it, that's generally.
So
Do you have like a certificate of occupancy or anything like that?
She doesn't at the moment. Right now, the space is being redone, but the past bar that was there before, that was closed down 10, 12 years ago, that I used to attend, it was a 250 on that day.
Okay.
You think you can get it in 3 weeks?
The certificate of occupancy?
Or
Or
letter.
redo the application and kind of make it accurate.
Okay. And the posting thing, what would be posted on the door?
You basically just post a thing that says,
applying for
it's a
liquor
form that we can
Yeah,
give
they were
you.
supposed to post a 500-foot hearing notice.
We
but
did that. I personally.
You
taped
did that?
it on- Yes, I gave it to
Do you
the
have
landlord.
do you have a picture of it?
I'll sit there and see if I find it in a thing. When,
Or the
because like I
landlord.
personally gave it to the landlord. I know the landlord. Like I said, I played football in a league with him. And I gave it to him and I went and I took a picture of it and everything. It was
All
just
right, well
like,
then find that picture because usually we ask you to put the newspaper right next to it so that we can like register the
oh,
date of when
it's
you
also
posted
been,
it.
the newspaper thing has been done too. Like when you're supposed to post the consecutive weeks of the thing.
No, that's a different thing. I mean, like when you post a notice, you put the, the day's newspaper so that we know that's the date that you posted that notice. Like that's
Oh, so
how
you put it in the newspaper. Okay, so that
Yeah.
wasn't done.
because that's current, right? Like you buy today's newspaper and you put it next to it, and then you take a picture of that. If you have a picture of you posting and you have it here, we'll take that. But the thing is that now there's a bigger problem with you're disclosing 60 people.
We honestly, the guy who she works with, I know
Who
him
works
well.
with?
I don't know why he would put that up. That must be some type of error. Tim.
How, is 3 weeks enough time for you?
It's on the questionnaire.
That's why the ALJ
Yeah.
questioned it, because the answer did not say that they actually reached out to the residents. It just says they gave the
Right.
30-day new municipality notice.
All right, I'm less than concerned about that, but it says 8 tables, 22 seats, customer bar is 11, like maximum mark is 60. So that needs to change because then the whole consideration is very different, right? Is a tavern with 20 employees, recorded DJ, patron dancing. I mean, I don't know how you define nightclub, but ma'am, this is a nightclub. Which is fine. I'm not gonna not license you because but you need to,
And then we do that.
At this stage, because the notice is just for the 500-foot hearing. So you're posting but somehow you got to notify the tenants in that building that what they're going to live up above. That it's going to be a bar with loud DJs and.
If you want to give us a petition signed by that.
Yeah,
I would it be possible, I can talk to the landlord, like I said, he's a friend of, and he can sit there and, I guess, give a list of his tenant list, and then have each one, check off on it, like what did you say?
Yeah, like a petition.
A petition?
Yeah.
And you
that's
could
what
put
we're
it against his actual tenant list?
I don't have the tenant list, but.
No, I'm saying I can
Yeah,
get them to
that's
do that
fine.
and
So
return it.
do you guys have not been operating here, right?
No.
Like, so any allegation about an illegal nightclub is not you, right?
No, that is the residential space that is
So,
not our space at
Like, so
all.
the scoreboard is set up, it used to be like, it was two different bars and then they combined
All
it
right,
to
so
one.
you want to come back June 25th or July 16?
June 25th would be cool. I think July 16th.
Okay.
June 25th?
June 25th.
All right, so you got to figure out with licensing how you update the application.
Put it in my email, okay?
So over to June 25th to amend the application to show the actual layout, the maximum occupancy and the layout of the premises, and to try to reach out to the tenants.
Yep.
Right, Commissioner De Leon
Yes,
and Commissioner Maya.
Yeah, and look, the dancing is all fine. You just need to make sure that you show food elements, you're showing a security plan, now that you have more time, I would really go into that. Because you have a lot of opposition on the record, and now you're talking about
Make sure you put your
250
record
people,
number
which was
in the
not where we started with this conversation.
heading, okay?
So I need a security plan, if it's not handicap accessible, it's a staircase, now it's starting to feel like, okay, is this gonna be safe? Are people gonna be able to get out if there's a fire?
Yeah, in the records, it shows like on the blueprints, it shows it's a clear, like I said, I've been there a lot. It's on the main State Street, on the main strip, which is what, 200 feet, 250 feet from the police station. And you will walk downstairs like it's out in here. It's not.
I get
And then
it,
would
but
go
you
in,
yourself
and then
said
you
this
would
is
go-
not handicap accessible, so
No.
it's a problem, so.
You got a, excuse me. You have a lot of people, you have a lot invested in this. You want to do it right. And there are very good persons out there
Okay.
that can guide you through this. I'm not anticipating that you're gonna have any issues, but if you do, that it would be good to have someone who could really argue your case, coming from knowing the things that we have to look at.
I mean, is there the issue with it not being handicap accessible? Like, the reality can't be, there's pictures of the elevator, it opens on the other side and it's not.
So it
not
is
operable.
handicap accessible.
No, it's not.
No.
Like,
It's not
so,
operable.
so
The elevator is not operating.
The elevator,
Door opens the other
so the
way.
door opens, like it would be facing that way, not this way, and the bar is cut off. So it's no way for it to be handicap accessible. Like,
But there's a lot
it's
of
an old build, it's a historic building that you can't do anything from the outside.
We don't
That's not something we
regulate
think
that,
about,
no,
right?
We don't.
All right, apparently we don't think about that,
does
so
bring-
that's
that does-
more a city issue.
That does bring the issue that the ALJ raised about building codes, compliance, and fire codes, which is if you're gonna have a lot of people in there, in such a closed environment, and God forbid something happens. But I can tell you, I've seen the results of when something happens, and it is not pretty. I've seen it. You don't want, so I take that very, very seriously.
I mean, I'm sitting here talking, obviously it's my mother's thing and it benefits my daughter and my wife, what goes on. But like at Aqua, in her down the street, most of the time, everyone's in the downstairs part of the bar, the lounge, the club. It's because that's the loungy area. And that's where, I don't know, everyone just feels, so in that way, you walk downstairs from the outside and then you would have to walk back up, that way to leave, or there's another entrance. So it's the whole thing that I was sitting there reading that.
I get it, but I think Aqua is in more like a, it's the building looks healthier. I hate to say it, it's a nice building, right? So
this building,
it looks like it's steel framed, this other place, it's just not that, so.
It's being completely.
Again,
gutted and renovated.
I think that you have the opportunity to present a plan, come back with a security plan, show the food and show how, but for that, these people are compromised, which I am going to take your word for it. But even discounting that, there are some concerns, right? So just address it. You have the opportunity to address it. And just correct your application and then we'll go from there, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Maureen will email you apparently. She won't work.
Next is 61, La Suprema Deli Grocery Corp.
Good.
All right.
61.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Park. I'm the representative.
All right, 5,000, I'll accept.
Is it possible can be 3,000 for?
No, I'll accept 5,000.
Mr. Mann.
Just 1 second, I gotta put up.
61.
I just explain for it because people who drinking in the backyard and then the 311 call, police department came and then they jumped in.
Why offer 5,000 and
Yeah,
then come
5,000.
here and ask for less?
Mr. Roper.
No, I didn't actually offer 5,000. The
Somebody.
yeah, CNC offered 5,000. Yeah.
Okay.
Then you accept
Okay,
it.
you accept it.
5,000.
All right. Thank you.
5,000.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Park. Offered it.
Next is 52, Amir Convenience Corporation.
Good afternoon, Timothy Allenwick for the applicant.
52.
Sorry.
Okay, this applicant is multiple arrests on his record.
So they were all
None of it is
dismissed.
disqualifying, right?
Right, they were all dismissed, and we provided certificate of disposition right away.
Okay.
I mean, I get that they were dismissed, but, you know, all that smoke tells me there's got to be some fire somewhere. Character and fitness is always an issue.
He was with me during the temp, and they were like traffic stops, if I recall. I don't have that all in front of me right now, but.
Traffic stop where he was carrying, oh no, the CPW was a knife. I thought it was a gun.
Yeah, it's like a folding knife. It's like a Boy Scout knife.
Yeah, all right.
And I think he,
What's up with that?
I think he drove on the curb when, he just went up on the shoulder a little bit. That's when he got pulled over and they found a folding knife and everything was dismissed. And he came with me last time during the temp, but he is away for like the next 2 or 3 weeks. So I don't know if you want to put it over or they've
I
had the
don't.
temp and it's been operating.
4 arrests resulted in ACDs. I love it. You guys rolling the dice.
Are you ready to vote?
I don't know what I'm doing here. Hold on a second. Rent's 5,000, less than 2,500, 25,000. Why so little investment?
I think it's been just continuing as a store. It's been a convenience store for a while. But they've had the temp for a year, right? May 31st? No. June 2024. I think we were up here. Is that the date?
Have August,
So there's been no issues for a year.
August 2024.
Okay, August.
You all right with it?
Yeah.
Cat has 9 lives. He's still got a few though.
Okay.
So that's fine. I'll vote to approve.
Commissioner Mann
Yes.
and Chair.
I'm gonna vote to approve.
Thank you. Appreciate saving me the trip coming back. Take care.
Sorry for the long wait.
Next is 48 and 49, Cherry Tavern, Inc.
Feel sorry, I feel bad for this guy.
I'm never gonna tell myself that this is gonna be a short day.
I made that declaration a long time ago. When
Yeah.
Maureen and Shannon were, it's gonna be short time, short time.
And then he came and asked me. He never asked me. And I was like, oh, it's gonna be short today. He's like, great.
What number is this?
It's 48 and 49.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Benjamin Corngut. I'm the attorney for the for the licensee, Cherry Tavern, Inc. This is a CNC for 2 cases for
All right,
4,000.
so I think you need to file an alteration here.
Well, the first charge was removed. That was to add the basement. The basement is part of the licensed premises. So I think that was confirmed. The 2 other ones are for the sidewalk out front. There was complaints about people smoking out there. That is no longer the case. I mean, people may smoke when they come or go, but there's no furniture out there or anything. So I don't believe an alteration is required.
Okay, so I'm gonna withdraw charge 1, as you said, and I'm gonna I'm gonna withdraw charge 1 of the first proceeding, and I'm gonna withdraw charge 3 in the second proceeding.
The council's office also asking to withdraw.
No, yeah.
That's fine, sorry.
I'm going to lower this to 2,500.
Thank you. Are the charges related to the signs in the first proceeding also
No.
withdrawn?
No.
Okay.
So Commissioner
2,500.
De Leon.
2,500.
Thank you.
So that's it.
Okay, let's see how.
Oh my gosh.
See how speedy you are now, Mr. Roper.
All right, let's go.
All right, number 1's been adjourned till July 16th.
7/16.
July 16.
Yep. 13 is a new grocery store beer and wine products application.
I'm gonna vote to deny.
Commissioner De Leon.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I gotta, how to write a letter.
Chairperson
Yeah, I vote to
Weaver.
deny also.
Commissioner Maya.
Yeah, this is the one where there was a purchase after, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, deny.
17 has been adjourned to July 16th.
July 16.
23 is a new grocery store beer and wine products application.
I'm going to vote to deny.
I gotta look for a second. This is what number 18 you said?
No, 23.
23. Oh, yes, indeed.
Oh,
Okay,
not
I
enough
know
of,
this.
okay.
I have this,
I deny.
deny.
24. Also
Denied. No,
grocery store.
both 23 and 24 denied.
Commissioner De Leon.
Yes.
Commissioner Maya.
Deny 24, yeah.
27 through 32. This was an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel bond.
34, this has been adjourned to June 25th.
June 25th.
42 is blank. 43 is an offer of 7,500.
7,500.
75.
Commissioner De Leon.
What number?
43.
Oh, I'm looking at 42 blank, yeah. What did you say? I said 7,500 on that.
Yeah, it's an offer of 75.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm good.
44 has been adjourned to June 25th.
625.
So 45, they asked to adjourn to June 25th because, Chair, you wanted them to appear and they couldn't. Is that okay?
Yep.
That's 45?
Yes.
625?
625.
Yep.
Commissioner Maya?
Yeah, 625.
47, this was a no contest default at pleading.
The license expired May 31st.
Oh, this is expired. Did they renew?
It's recently expired.
No?
Still expiring.
It's still expired. All right. Cancel and bond.
I have a question, please, after this. Yeah, cancel and bond on this one, but I have a final question.
Commissioner De Leon?
Cancel and bond.
Okay, my question is, my notes are unclear on 18. I still have 18.
One's 18?
Yeah, what happened on number 18?
They adjourned it. They came in and they said that they need to go talk to some people, and there's a letter of opposition from the community. They want to go back to the community board. It's 826.
Oh, yeah, that's right, 826, I remember that one. 826.
No, that's family events.
Yeah.
54 has been adjourned to June 25th.
54?
Yep.
25th?
Oh, yes.
June 25th.
Yes.
Yes, 625.
55 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel bond.
Cancel and bond.
56 through 58 is a no contest default at pleading.
Cancel for the record.
Yes.
Cancel for the record.
Yep.
59 is an offer of 2,200.
2,200.
200.
Commissioner De Leon.
Hold on, I'm sorry. And 2,200, yeah.
60 is an offer of cancel and bond.
That's their
Cancel
offer.
and bond.
Cancel and bond.
62 is an offer of 1,500.
Oh, I like that.
1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
63 was a default at hearing.
Yeah, this one has problems with the pleadings, in my opinion.
Yeah, 3,500.
3,500.
Commissioner Maya.
3,500.
64 is an offer of 400.
I'm gonna go down to 200.
200.
200.
And 64E is a request from Oswego County to change their hours for off-premises sale of wine and liquor.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve the notice to the public to have a hearing.
Approve.
Commissioner De Leon? Yeah.
That's good.
All right.
And I have nothing else.
All right.
Meeting's adjourned.
Thank you, Jonathan.